Chapter 4898, Broken Bone. As Li Chia took his time researching the bone, Jian Yunyun asked, "Is it related to the monument?" She was awfully curious about a potential connection due to the bone's reaction that day, not to mention the character, Primal, being used as well. Their branch has been worshipping this bone for eras now. It had never shown any reaction in the past. Descendants wondered why the respect was being shown since it seemed rather useless. Now, the heat from it during the coronation was unprecedented. This justified the risk she took when kidnapping Li Chia. Your origin and the monument aren't deeply related. Both have Primal as part of their title, but that's it. Li Chia said. Then why did the bone react to the charcoal? Please enlighten me, young noble. She bowed. It's more complicated. Li Chia elaborated. What you perceived as heat was actually hatred. However, since the bone's divinity is gone, your assessment became inaccurate. Hatred? She didn't expect this answer. Do you know which bone this is? Li Chia rotated the bone while asking. She couldn't answer the question. The center of the forehead. Li Chia said. The glabella? She said, the toughest of the bones. Cultivators focused on training this area for protection, causing it to be quite hard. However, she didn't get the impression from the bone. The person had it torn off while still alive. Li Chia said. How? This thing looks completely intact. She had observed the bone numerous times in the past. Due to the toughness of the bone, it was virtually impossible to pull it off while maintaining even surfaces. There should have been edges and marks. This required a mighty existence cutting the bone out in one go with something immensely sharp. That's where it gets interesting. The owner of this bone was strong beyond your imagination. Not even Dao Lord treasures can touch this bone. Alas, it was taken forcefully and robbed of its divinity. Now, it is just another bone. Li Chia said. She had a bad feeling while listening to this story. The assailant seemed to be an evil cultivator, wanting to absorb another's Dao essences and vitality. This was a taboo type of cultivation, absorbing others' power. Those participating in this art were usually hunted immediately by the rest of the world. The cultivation world was a ruthless and lawless place. Alas, this type of cultivation could result in absolute chaos. So who did it? She took her time calming down and then asked. There were many mysteries to this tale. If Li Chia said that the owner of the bone was mighty, the assailant must have been even more formidable. Moreover, what was the relationship between this bone and her sect? She had speculations but didn't want to be presumptuous. Whatever happened back then must have been dreadful and nauseating. This was far in the distant past but does pertain to your sect. Li Chia said. In what way? She hastily asked. Li Chia placed the other palm on the bone to start a cycle of the Tao. As time twisted back and forth, she suddenly felt herself being transported to a void with Li Chia. Buzz. A strand of divinity finally showed itself and made her feel like a speck of dust. Alas, it appeared quickly and went away just as fast. Everything returned to normal. What was that? She thought she saw a dark hand devouring that strand of divinity earlier. Nonetheless, its holy power exceeded her comprehension. The final strand of divinity. Li Chia sighed and returned the bone to her. This is only a regular bone now, a piece of memento to remember an ancestor. So this ancestor was completely devoured? She shuddered. Yes. Li Chia nodded. This was a brutal hunt with no good ending for the prey, only a terrible end. Do you know who it is? She felt bad for the victim. An ancestor of an ancestor of an ancestor, you get the point. Li Chia responded. She thought that the victim might actually be the progenitor of Primal, prompting her to ask, was it our progenitor? No, this was way before your sect. Li Chia shook his head. Nonetheless, someone lamented this death and kept this bone for future descendants to worship later on. She stared at the bone and wondered about the identity of both the assailant and the victim. One, changed some parts in the previous chapters, adding primal to Trinity against the heaven. Sometimes, shortening names can come back and bite you in the butt. Chapter 4899, Primal Tao, is this all you wanted to know? Li Qie stared at the dazed woman. Jian Yunyan regained her wits but clearly hesitated from speaking more. I guess not. Li Qie chuckled. I don't know. She stared at the bonfire while replying, I've only heard about it. He used a stick to move the wood around for the bonfire, patiently waiting. How do you know all of this, young noble? She eventually asked because the top masters from her branch had no idea what the bone was. However, Li Qie deduced many things after holding it for just a short period. Due to his average appearance, some might think that he was spouting nonsense. Alas, she personally witnessed the coronation and saw what he could do. Plus, as the conversation progressed, she figured that his comments were virtually truths. How could someone who knows all of this not be world famous? A little reading, a little traveling, that's all. Li Qie smiled. She remained skeptical but still took his word for it. You still have something else to ask me? Li Qie repeated. In the end, she had to spill it. We do have something else in Primal, but I don't have it with me. I've only read about it in the scroll, hence my limited knowledge. What is it? Li Qie smiled. She hesitated again, prompting him to say, It's all right, I won't force you. I only wanted to help out of consideration for your ancestor. You know our ancestors? She was surprised because he didn't appear old enough. Do you? Li Qie chuckled. She didn't actually know very much about the progenitor and the early forefathers of Primal. How do you know them, young noble? She asked. His eyes tilted down at her regalia, causing her to feel uncomfortable as if every inch of her flesh was exposed. This made her shudder and blushed. He stopped and said, Black Smoke regalia is a peerless treasure. Though its owner didn't rely on it, it was still worn and favored for a long period. I see. She became emotional because Li Qie knew too much about the outfit. Do you know about Primal's origin, young noble? She took advantage of this opportunity. Primal was most likely created in the lower 3 continents as a sentimental remembrance. Li Qie shook his head, Your alliance is absolutely older. Once again, he completely astounded her with his knowledge because currently, the alliance was only a branch of Primal. Nonetheless, she also had this suspicion. According to the historical text, Primal was in charge of numerous kingdoms and sections. The alliance was a bit different, serving as a link between various powers and was in charge once. A remembrance for what? She asked. Li Qie stared at the bonfire for a bit before responding, someone or something, or a vengeful feud. I see, she thought about the broken bone again after hearing this. Young noble, I do have something to ask, but the item in question is not with me right now. I believe this matter pertains to the mythical bone. Li Qie narrowed his eyes after hearing this. Are you aware of it, young noble? I am referring to the Tao ancestor bone. She knew that she got the right person. Man searched for it to no avail. He smiled. No. It actually appeared before and caused quite a stir. Celestial Court, Immortal City, and Imperial Field all mustered their full strength. This resulted in a terrible war between conquerors, Tao lords, and emperors. Go on, I'm interested in this old tale. Li Qie stroked his chin. I don't know much. She said, This is only a legend. In short, its appearance changed everything and an empress showed up to fight something monstrous. It's all rather vague. I see. The brat was on to something. An empress, Li Qie murmured before sighing. Previously, 8 Stallion Tao Lord was searching for someone and ended up obtaining a drop of true blood. This was related to the mythical bone. What is your goal in telling me all of this? He then asked. I don't know. This is about our Primal's patrimony treasure. She revealed. And you don't have it? Li Qie said. Right, no one has it right now, but one person knows of its whereabouts. She hesitated for a bit before speaking. Who? Li Qie asked. Divine Empress Dowager, a supreme ancestor of our alliance. She said. This was a being capable of sweeping through the lower continents since she had 6 sacred fruits. Alas, she was not seen for more than 1,000 years now. You don't know where she is? Li Qie smiled. Yes, she has been missing. She nodded and sighed. If the Empress Dowager was still around, the alliance wouldn't have declined to this level. A junior like her wouldn't need to bear so much responsibilities. You should be asking your sect's seniors, not me. Li Qie said. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. However, she noticed something and got up. Who? She roared, her eyes gazed deep into the wilderness. Whoosh! A radiance illuminated the area with the force of a tsunami. The trees nearby were uprooted instantly. The gales made it hard for cultivators to stand still. A middle-aged man came closer, his aura had preceded him. Chapter 4900, Ascension's Sacred Lord. The man exuded colorful rays filled with divinity. Halos made of Tao runes also emanated behind him. Each rune had the weight of a mountain. They had been polished meticulously before and became one with the man's oppressive aura. Everyone near him felt themselves being assaulted by tornadoes. There were strands of saber energy as well, with enough ferocity to cut down the sky and all living beings. Ascension's Sacred Lord. Jian Yunyan's expression changed after seeing the man slowly approaching. He was the Lord of Ascension and a member of Primal. Ascension was a great power under this lineage. Thus, they were allies, but somehow, her expression said otherwise. Virtuous niece, I've finally found you. It wasn't easy. As he came closer, his aura intensified and engulfed the area. Long time no see, Sacred Lord. She calmly said and then whispered to Li Qie, this is our matter, leave first. She was sure of Li Qie's unfathomable nature. Nonetheless, she didn't want him to be involved in their internal conflict. After all, this could turn him into Primal's enemy. Who may this young fella be? Ascension glanced at Li Qie for a bit before dismissing him. Virtuous niece, if you want a lover, you should still maintain a higher standard in order to not humiliate yourself and the alliance. Li Qie only chuckled after hearing this and continued to play with the bonfire. She became anxious since he didn't want to leave. Nonetheless, she didn't show it on her face as she uttered coldly, you need not worry about this matter, Sacred Lord. You have no jurisdiction over the alliance. You're not wrong, virtuous niece, I cannot interfere with your decisions. Ascension's eyes suddenly became piercing. I'm sure you have all the power in the alliance now with Black Dress Lady gone. Her expression became slightly sad only for a split second before she composed herself. Black Dress Lady was their strongest ancestor ever since the disappearance of the Empress Dowager. The ancestor served as the pillar of the alliance before succumbing to her injuries. Now, they no longer had an expert at the Dragon Lord level. Therefore, the alliance found itself in a precarious situation, on the verge of being pushed out of Primal. Despite her attempt to hide her emotion, Ascension still caught it just in time and confirmed the ancestor's death. Clank. His saber intent then soared forward and captured her in a net. She had taken something she shouldn't have. I'm sure you know what it is, virtuous niece. Ascension said. Though he has yet to show malice and aggression, he was clearly not messing around given his strong tone. I don't know what you're talking about. She said, Grandma came back from the negotiation wounded, we have not forgotten this injustice. Don't you know the reason why? She went against Primal and deserved what happened. Ascension said. According to the agreement of our ancestors, the Primal Key belongs to the Alliance. This has been the case for generations now. She lost her cool and shouted, you have broken the agreement with your treachery. As the successor of the Alliance, she lived with Black Dress Lady her whole life. This old woman, despite only being the Empress Dowager's maid, had done so much for her and the sect. She escaped from the previous negotiation with heavy injuries, eventually dying in front of Jian Yunyan. The hatred and indignation inside her have been boiling. I see, so you have it right now. Ascension smiled, capable of garnering information by provoking her. Jian Yunyan realized her mistakes and stopped speaking. Virtuous niece, hand the key over. Ascension glared at her. Sacred Lord, the key belongs to the Alliance, you are not qualified to make demands. What you have done is unforgivable and treacherous, going as far as scheming against your own sect members. The ancestors are ashamed. She chastised. This was true in the past, not now. Ascension shook his head. If your alliance had handed that thing over to us, then you could have kept the key. Since this wasn't the case and Black Dress Lady took the key on her own volition, she deserved it. Strong words from a treacherous man. She responded. Is that so? Then let us ask the Empress Dowager to arbitrate this matter. Ascension said. When the Empress Dowager was around, the Alliance could even order Primal. Now, she had disappeared and even her maid didn't know her current location. The Alliance has been keeping this a secret, but walls always had holes. Within the last 1,000 years, she didn't show up despite the death of Heaven Peak Conqueror. Therefore, the great powers of Primal speculated about her disappearance and thought that the Alliance was no longer fit to lead. Putting Her Highness matter aside, either hand that thing over or give us the key. Ascension demanded. I do not have it. She denied. Virtuous niece, this is rather unwise. You have two choices. First, hand the key over and I'll let you leave. His eyes turned cold as he spoke. However, he paused for a bit before continuing. Actually, there is a win-win scenario without you needing to give us the key. What is it? She was wary of his sudden change of heart. Ascension's sacred ground is missing a queen. If you are willing, the Alliance and Ascension shall become in-laws. You may keep the key then. He stared at her lustfully. How ambitious. She sneered, you want the Alliance as well. 1. Changing Heaven's seal to Heaven Peak, I misread the similar characters. Chapter 4901, Regal Sky Dragon, Virtuous Nephew, you're overthinking it. Can the current Alliance do anything right now? The Empress Dowager is no longer around, Black Dress Lady is dead. It requires protection or outsiders will destroy it. We're from the same lineage, this alliance is just right. Ascension's Sacred Lord smiled and shook his head. How shameless. Jian Yunyan coldly remarked. That's fine, I won't force the issue. Hand the key over, out of consideration that we're from the same branch, I will leave afterward. He suggested again. And if I refuse? She said. You already know the answer. He waved his hand and said, I must have this key, no, we must have this key. If you choose to be stubborn, you will share the same fate as Black Dress Lady. All of you are traitors, this will not be forgotten. She gritted her fists after hearing this. You've said this already. Ascension said. She obstinately stuck to her course and faced the consequences. Most importantly, the Alliance no longer has the power to keep the key. Reason and force are not on your side. So Ascension should hold the key instead? That is not part of the rules stated by the ancestors. She retorted. Not the Alliance either. According to the ancestral creed, Heaven Peak should be in charge of it, but unfortunately, they have been destroyed. Ascension sighed in response. The loss of Heaven Peak Conqueror and his sect was a serious blow to primal lineage. Since the order was disrupted, the Alliance stepped in. She said. As I've said, just invite the Empress Dowager and exchange the other item for it. Ascension shook his head. Of course, if she was still around, this conversation wouldn't be happening in the first place. The Alliance didn't have a single Dragon Lord left, hence her having to shoulder this burden. Words are meaningless at this point. Give me the key, now. He glared at her. Over my dead body. She didn't relent. Then I will have to kill you. What a shame, dying at such a young age. He chillingly said. Clank. A saber hummed and the intent surrounding her erupted into the air. They formed a heavenly saber for a direct slash. Just his will alone was majestic and endless, capable of splitting the sky. This was the power of a dragon lord with one sacred fruit. She was not in this realm, so the saber intents alone suppressed and immobilized her. The power disparity seemed impossible to overcome. Boom! In this crucial moment, a greenish-black aura emanating from her expanded for 1,000 miles. The roars of dragons could be heard inside this illusory paradise, and a greenish-black tree appeared to block the saber intent. Not bad, regal sky dragon. Ascension shouted in response. So this is a secret technique from a progenitor but virtuous niece. This is still not enough to stop my blade. The technique was among the best in Primal Tao. However, only the Alliance had access to it. Its mystical nature allowed her to stop the saber intents despite being grossly weaker. Clank. Ascension finally raised his saber. The glint from it was incomparably sharp and could kill mighty cultivators. Ugh. She vomited a mouthful of blood. Her secret technique was not enough to stop it. In reality, a youth capable of defending against a Tao Lord was already impressive enough. There was no way she could handle the actual slash. In this crucial moment, her robe became illusory and teleported her next to Wuxia. She then carried him and disappeared from sight. Clank. The slash finally came. Ascension did not hold back and knew that she might try to escape. This slash was enough to catch her no matter what. Alas, Black Smoke Regalia was indeed special, capable of saving her and Wuxia from the strike. Anyone else beneath the Dragon Lord realm would have been decapitated. The robe brought the two of them deep into the mountain, traveling 10,000 miles in the blink of an eye. She was still coughing out blood along the way. The power of that slash earlier still grievously injured her. She was only alive thanks to the robe. Your injuries are serious. Wuxia shook his head. She channeled her energy and spat more blood out before sitting down and taking a pill. You need to leave now. She said, Ascension's Sacred Lord is coming soon, you have nothing to do with this. She only wanted to ask him questions, not involve him in this internal conflict. Ascension was not merciful and would kill him too. What about you? He sat down and smiled. What else can I do? She smiled bitterly while channeling her merit law. The Alliance has nothing left, a pagoda lacking stability will slant eventually. You can just hand over what they want? He made another bonfire and said. Grandma died protecting the key, I will not let her death be in vain. Her spirit will not rest if I were to yield. She bit her lower lip and said with determination. Black Dress Lady took care of her since youth. Letting her down was unacceptable. Chapter 4902, Illumination. Empress Dowager Wuxia continued to fix the pile of sticks while Jian Yunyun tried her best to recover. Fortunately, her sex special pill proved to be rather effective. You're still here? She eventually opened her eyes and saw him. You brought me here, shouldn't you bring me back as well? Wuxia smiled. She had no response because this made perfect sense. Though it seemed like a kidnapping, she just had questions for him. Therefore, she should also bring him back. Alas, she worried about 8 Stallion Dynasty finding out. Moreover, Ascension's Sacred Lord was trailing her as well. If she were to reveal her location by coming to 8 Stallion, it might end with death. I hope you do have a plan. Otherwise, just acting rashly means that you're not worthy of your position as the successor of the Alliance. He said. She let out a soft sigh before answering, I have thought about letting you see that thing from Primal, perhaps you will see through its mysteries. It has been in Primal for eras now, but none was able to figure it out. Since Wuxia could deduce the broken bone, perhaps he could repeat the feat. I'm a little interested in your ancestor's remnant item. There should be a reason for it. Wuxia stroked his chin. Sound like you know so much about our ancestor. She stared at him. A little bit. For example, what you called Regal Sky Dragon wasn't its name. Li Chia smiled. No. She didn't believe it. This is our sect's secret, no one else knows how to use it. Ever since the very start, it is known as Regal Sky Dragon. It is up to you whether to believe me or not, but its real name is Heaven Razor Tree. Your alliance must have changed its name. Li Chia smiled. Heaven Razor Tree. She had never heard of this title before, and this went against the historical scrolls. The technique was heavily guarded and only given to elite disciples. He shrugged, not really caring about the matter. Someone's coming. She suddenly stood up and turned around. Sure enough, she saw figures coming from the forest nearby. It was a group of both men and women in court uniforms. All were powerful sovereigns. The 4 strongest ones carried a palanquin engraved with gold and jade. The main symbol was that of a brilliant and noble phoenix. Damn. Her expression soured after seeing the palanquin. An aura engulfed the area and drowned them. This was akin to being stuck in a quagmire. Escaping was impossible. Though it wasn't as suppressive as Ascension's Sacred Lord Saber intent, the aura took control of those caught in its domain. This was obviously another top cultivator. Illumination. She knew who it was and wanted to run. Your regalia can't be used right now. Li Chia shook his head. She used it repeatedly earlier in order to run with Li Chia. She lacked the power for prolonged activation. Moreover, the aura coiled around her like a spiderweb at this point. Little Yun, no need to run. The palanquin came close. A noble voice came from inside, clearly belonging to an elegant woman. She sounded dignified yet feminine, a perfect combination. The veil was lifted and a woman came out. She was dressed in a phoenix dress embroidered with expensive jewels and jades. Each piece exuded bright divinity, a clear sign of exceptional quality. She herself didn't reveal her power, just her dress alone could freeze those nearby. She also had a phoenix crest made from divine metals. The phoenix was depicted with a pearl in its beak. This pearl poured down light and illuminated her oval face. Fair skin, sculpted brows, gentle and moist eyes. Unlike Jian Yunyun's, her eyes had a sexy charm and could seduce others. The years have left their mark on her face. Nonetheless, this somehow only added to her charm and nobility. Empress Dowager. Jian Yunyun bowed after the woman showed herself. She was from illumination and possessed 2 sacred fruits. Her origin was the divine race. This kingdom was famous once, even superior to deity and primal at one point. In the past, people may not have heard of primal, but illumination was certainly known. Its founder was none other than Eternal Conqueror, who had united the lower continents at one point. During his golden age, even the 3 continents above couldn't command him. This was a rare exception. In history, the lineages in the lower continents always listened to commands from their superiors. For example, deity listened to Celestial Court and Divine Alliance. This wasn't the case when Eternal was in charge. All lineages in his jurisdiction listened to him alone. The upper powers couldn't interfere. Illumination reached its peak with him alone. Alas, after his departure, Illumination declined and returned to being a subsidiary of Primal. Nonetheless, it was currently one of the strongest powers in Primal. Their Empress Dowager was a great genius during her youth. 1. I searched for a while as well but didn't see this technique in previous chapters. Chapter 4903, Seeing Blood. See Blade again. Despite being the Empress Dowager, she had all the authority in Illumination currently. I was sad to hear about the lady's passing. The elegant woman said with grief. But you were there during that meeting, Empress Dowager. Jian Yunyun said. Yes, I was present indeed. She nodded. And you didn't remember past sentiments, not helping my grandma. Yunyun's tone remained cold. I did not due to the agreement. The alliance shouldn't have obtained the key or Primal's future would be ruinous. she said. The alliance is no longer the alliance without the key. Your insistence on going against the creed will end up severing Primal. Yunyun didn't relent. Everyone has their own stance and explanation. She said, Little one, if you wish to end this storm, you must either hand the key over or get your Empress Dowager to show up. Otherwise, this will tear the alliance apart and you will be buried with it. Not even I can save you. We will never hand it over. Yunyun said and hesitated for a moment before adding, I will let the Empress Dowager know and she will preside over this. Illumination Empress Dowager could read her expression and responded, Others might somehow fall for this, but you are aware of my relationship with your grandma. She wouldn't have been so desperate if her master was still around. The two of them were as close as sisters. Divine Empress Dowager has been missing for more than 10,000 years, yet her friend still had no idea of her master's whereabouts. There was no reason to be fearful. If she didn't know, neither do you. She concluded. Yunyun gritted her teeth and said, I'll have you know that I have clues about her location. She has been traveling in search for the Empress Dowager. Tell me, I will brainstorm with you. The Empress Dowager said. Yunyun shook her head, I cannot, but trust me, give me more time. Everything will be fine once I find the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager pondered for a moment before declining, Even if I trust you, others in Primal won't. You are exceptional among the young generation, but you won't survive this by being so stubborn. As a member of the Alliance, I must do what I should. Yunyun said. You remind me of myself when I was younger. The Empress Dowager said, Out of respect for your grandma, follow me to Illumination and I will protect you. Wait until this matter is finished and you may go wherever. Do you wish to imprison me? Yunyun remarked. The Empress Dowager smiled and said, Think what you will. If it makes you feel better, your young friend can come with as well. She glanced at Li Chia, who was minding his own business by the bonfire. She assumed that he was either Yunyun's friend or perhaps her lover. This has nothing to do with him. Yunyun refused. So be it. The Empress Dowager said, Come with me, little one, it's the right choice. I do not wish to. Yunyun had no time to waste. Then I'll have to force you, I'm afraid. The Empress Dowager insisted. Buzz. Sacred strands of energy emanated from her body and engulfed Yunyun. The latter found herself to be outmatched once again. She tried to activate her regalia, but it didn't react. Boom. She performed the secret technique again, Regal Sky Dragon, or rather, Heaven Razor Tree. A paradise manifested into reality and contained various phenomena. This is unwise, little one. The Empress Dowager's aura intensified and suffocated Yunyun. She was even stronger than Ascension Sacred Lord. Yunyun could stop one or two moves from him, but this was a different story. Suddenly, she realized something and glanced in that direction. A man was standing there like a lone wolf at night. He wore a steel hat, looking like a statue. Who are you? One of the palanquin's carriers shouted. State your name. The 4 strongest guards immediately attacked. Sword rays formed a net around him. Clank. A red glow flashed and disappeared once blood was spilled. All 4 were decapitated. Their eyes were wide open in disbelief because they had no chance of stopping the fatal slash. Blood Sea. The Empress Dowager became serious after seeing one of the 10 monsters. Her experts gripped their weapons and glared at him. Alas, they were shaking inside. He was notorious for leaving a trail of blood once he unsheathed his saber. May I ask why you are here? She said calmly. Let them go, leave. Blood Sea was a man of few words. As the ruler of a great kingdom, she didn't react well to threats. If I refuse? She uttered coldly. Then you will be talking to my saber. He gripped the hilt and released his saber intent. It was strong enough to deter her since she realized the power gap. We're leaving. She decisively made a choice. There was no point in wasting energy here. Chapter 4904. Solitary Journey. Li Qia found a wild animal and roasted it with the bonfire until it was golden and salivatingly fragrant. Blood Sea Blade didn't hold back and sat down. He tore some meat off and started eating as if it was his meal. Li Qia cut a piece and gave it to Yunyun. He picked half a thigh for himself. Blood Sea finished his large piece and still wasn't satisfied. He grabbed another piece from Li Qia and continued. Yunyun ate and stared at the flames, occasionally stealing glances at Blood Sea. He ranked 5th among the 10 monsters and was feared by all. Thus, she didn't know how to feel being in his presence. He didn't have a murderous aura right now, unlike when he held his saber. He looked no different from an old man appreciating a well-cooked meal. This was the time to show appreciation, so she bowed and said, "Thank you for saving us, Senior." He ignored her and continued eating. The 3 of them feasted and only bones were left in no time at all. "Why are you here?" He then asked Li Qia because he saw Li Qia with the imperial seal back in 8 Stallion. He didn't know about subsequent events since he couldn't care less about the dynasty. "Why not?" Li Qia smiled. Yunyun became nervous because she didn't know their relationship, wondering if Blood Sea might kill her after finding out about the kidnapping. Blood Sea couldn't believe a junior was talking to him like this. Youths were usually pale after hearing his title, let alone sitting so close to him. "Don't you want to be a king?" Blood Sea asked. "What's the point of ruling a declining dynasty?" "I've quitted." Li Qia waved his hand, once again surprising the old man. Blood Sea noticed that the imperial seal was no longer there, meaning that there was someone else in charge now. Sure, 8 Stallion no longer had the Tao Lord, but Venerable Dragon God was still around. They couldn't be underestimated. Not to mention this youth, even big shots and famous cultivators would die over the throne of 8 Stallion. No one could resist this temptation. Jian Yunyun smiled wryly after hearing this. 8 Stallion was on the rise again, yet Li Qia called it a declining dynasty. Venerable Dragon God and the others might go crazy after hearing this. "Why did 8 Stallion Tao Lord pass the throne down to you?" Blood Sea seemed curious and didn't mind speaking more than usual. Back during the escort mission, he focused on the coffin alone, nothing else. Now, the whole ordeal was indeed strange. Of course, he didn't think that Li Qia was an illegitimate son. He could see that there was no blood relation here. "It's because I'm handsome, I'm sure." Li Qia smiled. Blood Sea's eyes full of contempt said it all. How shameless for this man to be boasting about his appearance. Yunyun, on the other hand, didn't want to laugh and hurt Li Qia's feelings. "Senior, I have seen your saber marks back at the academy." "I didn't understand much though." She changed the topic. "You're a student?" Blood Sea's cold expression loosened a bit. Perhaps bringing the academy up reminded him of some memories, pleasant or otherwise. "I'm still studying. I was fortunate enough to be given permission to study your marks," she said. Though he was one of the 10 monsters, Blood Sea had studied at the academy before. He was brutal against others, but the academy held a special spot in his heart. Therefore, he also took it easy on Yunyun after finding out. "You're not a saber user, it's understandable," Blood Sea said, not wanting to teach. "Senior, why do you prefer to travel alone?" she asked. He didn't join any great power or mingled with anyone in the past. This wouldn't be surprising for a weak cultivator. However, someone as strong as him was welcomed everywhere. Alas, the only friend he wanted was his saber. "This is part of the Grand Tao, a solitary journey." Li Qia smiled. "The longer the journey, the more ruthless the Tao is. There is nothing but loneliness at the end of the path." Blood Sea was impressed that a junior was able to discern this sad truth. A solitary journey. Yunyun repeated and thought about this issue. In her case, no one was able to help her after Grandma's passing. She was also alone. "What are you seeking with the Tao?" Li Qia asked. "No returning after seeing my blade," he answered after becoming slightly interested in Li Qia. He resembled an ordinary mortal right now, yet the comment painted a carnage for Yunyun. She envisioned a slash capable of massacring an army in the blink of an eye. Chapter 4905. Looking for someone. Blood Sea traveled the world as a lone wolf, no friends and families as companions. He didn't have a home, yet the entire world was his home. Looks like you have been complacent recently with training. Li Chia glanced at him and said. This startled Jian Yunyun, so she winked repeatedly at him. After all, the guy could become angry and chop both of them down in this wilderness. Most importantly, Blood Sea clearly focused on his cultivation, nothing else. Therefore, Li Chia's comment was a slap to the face. The old man stared at Li Chia in a serious manner. Though he didn't show any anger, Yunyun felt a biting chill. The temperature around them became colder. She winked at him more, implying that he should apologize right away or praise the old man. Alas, Li Chia ignored her and continued playing with the bonfire. This drove her angry and nervous since she didn't want to die in such a silly manner. I've been busy looking for someone. Blood Sea eventually looked away and the chill dispersed. Who is it? Yunyun heaved a sigh of relief and curiosity got the best of her. Phenomena Conqueror. The old man answered. Phenomena? He's even more talented than Conceal Conqueror. Yunyun blurted out. Phenomena was one generation before Conceal. In terms of actual timeline, he was from the same generation as Heaven Peak Conqueror, who was eventually killed by Conceal. Keep in mind that Conceal was always praised for her superb talent. Alas, everyone agreed that Phenomena was superior in this regard. He came from lunar lineage and had access to one of the 9 heavenly scriptures, hallowed 3 forms. He trained with the mortal version. As his cultivation improved, Lunar also enjoyed immense prosperity. Everyone believed that it would one day rival Untethered and Deity. This was not unprecedented in its long history. Its progenitor, Night Moon Conqueror, was strong enough to roam all 6 continents. She oppressed Deity and the Upper Alliances. In her rage, she attacked Celestial Court and its Sword Emperor didn't dare to fight her. Heaven Burial Conqueror had to step up instead. The battle affected the landscape of all continents. In the end, Celestial Court activated its formations, yet she still managed to leave. From then on, no one dared to provoke her. Unfortunately, Lunar declined for many eras afterward. This all changed with the appearance of Phenomena Conqueror. Due to his talent, they thought that they could return to the Golden Age. Alas, this didn't go as planned. I heard that he had left long ago. Since he had 4 Dao fruits, he should be in the upper continents now. Yunyun said softly. Her speculation was reasonable since conquerors and Dao lords didn't want to stay here after possessing 3 to 4 Dao fruits. Conceal and 8 Stallion were rare exceptions. He didn't. Blood Sea responded. You are quite sure of this. Moreover, you think that something had happened to him, and that's why you're trying to find him. If he's dead, you must at least see the corpse, right? Li Chia said. Blood Sea nodded after a moment of silence. Impossible, he had 4 Dao fruits before Conceal made her debut. Heaven Peak only had 1 fruit as well. The only conqueror who can fight him back then was Truth Conqueror, but this being should be an isolated cultivation. Yunyun couldn't believe it. So it's a dragon lord. Li Chia smiled. Not many dragon lords can kill a conqueror with 4 Dao fruits. Yunyun said, Untethered Stone Ox is one. Alas, she didn't want to speak on this matter anymore. Stone Ox was a supreme ancestor of Untethered, the only person in the lower continents with 7 sacred fruits. For some reason, he didn't leave the lower continents, not even Untethered. According to conventional wisdom, even a 6-fruit dragon lord would have a hard time killing Phenomena Conqueror. It had to be someone stronger. For example, Divine Empress Dowager, Wild Dragon, and Stomp Heaven from Heaven Burial all had 6 sacred fruits. Nonetheless, they wouldn't be able to kill Phenomena Conqueror. It's not Stone Ox. Blood Sea said with absolute certainty and convinced her. Why are you so sure that he is still here, senior? Yun asked. We are good friends. Blood-Sea said, catching the girl off guard. This didn't make sense because Phenomena was a prestigious conqueror while Blood-Sea was a heinous villain. Moreover, Phenomena should be considerably older. On the other hand, if they were good friends, Phenomena should have said something before leaving the lower continents. Thus, Blood-Sea had a reason for doubt. Those from Lunar don't know either? She asked while looking at the bonfire. Our Empress Dowager is missing as well. When? Blood-Sea gazed at her. Her neck hurt a little as if a white blade was inches away. Chapter 4906, Missing People. I do not know, and I don't think anyone else does. The only person who might have a clue is my grandma. Unfortunately, she is no longer around. Yun shook her head. Bringing this up made her sad. She respected the Empress Dowager for being the protector of the Alliance. Alas, she loved Black Dress Lady far more. The Empress Dowager was more of a legend. She's missing too. Blood-Sea murmured. Another 6-fruit dragon lord was missing? Such a prestigious character rarely just disappeared from thin air. They normally either went into isolated cultivation or still presided over their sect. I wonder who else is missing. Yun said. Blood-Sea paused for a moment before adding, there is another. Who is it? She asked. Zhuai. Blood-Sea said. Sword Lord. Isn't he in isolated cultivation? Yun was surprised. She had heard of this person before since he was also from the academy, serving as a protector. He had great mastery over the sword art along with 5 sacred fruits. Phenomena himself had nothing but praises for his expertise. When she was there, she heard that he lived in isolation and didn't want to see guests. However, Blood-Sea was a very trustworthy source since they were fellow students during the same period. Most importantly, he spoke with conviction and surely had gathered evidence. Interesting if all of them disappeared at the same time. Li Qie smiled. Blood-Sea's expression became serious while Yun was stirred emotionally. It is a possibility. Blood-Sea said. No way. Yun didn't think so. All 3 were top masters in the lower continents. Phenomena had 4 fruits, the Empress Dowager had 6, and Sword Lord had 5. What in the world could be strong enough to potentially make all 3 disappear? If this is indeed the case, things bode ill for them. Li Qie said. Who is strong enough to do so? Conceal Yun said before abruptly stopping. There was no proof, and if anyone from deity were to hear this, she would be punished for spreading false rumors regarding their conqueror. It's not Conceal. Blood-Sea said. She carefully pondered and agreed. Though Conceal Conqueror had 7 Dao fruits and enough power to do so, the timeline didn't match. She had only obtained the last fruit recently while the trio has been missing for a long time. The exact time of the incident was unknown, but Conceal certainly couldn't be strong enough back then to do so in a secretive manner. Remember, it was quite a commotion when she ambushed and killed Heaven Peak Conqueror. Everyone found out about it in no time at all. I can't think of anyone. Yun said. As for Blood-Sea, he knew that this was an earth-shattering event. How did no one in the lower continents know about it? It's simple, the assailant is far, far stronger than them and wanted to keep this a secret. Li Qie said. This was Blood-Sea's conclusion as well. There's no one like that in the lower continents. She shuddered. Wait, the 10 mountains. She thought about the mysterious and most dangerous area belonging to demon lineage. They might have the power to capture the trio. Alas, the problem was that this would still result in a conspicuous battle. It should be a mighty cultivator that no one knows about, lurking in the shadow. Li Qie smiled. Blood-Sea's eyes flashed brightly and his saber intent surged, fully immobilizing Yun. It's someone from above, no? She speculated. For example, a conqueror or Dao lord with 8 Dao fruits or a dragon lord with 10 sacred fruits. That should be enough to kidnap them. The 5 alliances of the 2 upper continents won't let anyone come down without communication or fanfare. Blood-Sea said. She also agreed. A mighty character from the upper continents should belong to these 5 factions. They would then report any guests to their subsidiaries below. How amusing. I wonder if we will find out. Li Chia said. Blood-Sea was sure that something terrifying was going on in the background. He stood up, ready to leave. Are you returning to 8 Stallion? He asked Li Chia. Yun became nervous again, not wanting him to find out about the kidnapping. No point in returning to that shoddy dynasty. Li Chia shrugged. What is your relationship with 8 Stallion Dao Lord? I owe him a favor. Blood-Sea coldly responded. I see, he must have saved you from pursuers. Li Chia smiled. Blood-Sea didn't respond. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring, let alone a life-saving favor. Li Chia understood why Blood-Sea tried hard to escort the coffin back to the dynasty. Chapter 4907, Blood-Sea Blade headed for the forest, fading away like a phantom. His Dao path was a solitary one. Nothing in this world could hinder him. Theft is never good, try looking at bit. ly/3 IBFJKV. Young noble, you're not returning to 8 Stallion? Jian Yunyan wanted to leave as well but felt bad about Li Chia. She had brought him here and shouldn't just abandon him. Thus, she asked, I will be going to the academy, will you come with me? The academy. Li Chia stroked his chin. Right, the oldest lineage in chaos. I'm currently enrolled. She nodded. Fine, let's go take a look. Li Chia said. Maybe you will like it. She said, it is a place filled with young talents, whether it be those from the people or the race. The academy was far older than even deity or untethered. Its origin couldn't be traced at this point. Moreover, it accepted everyone as well, not picking a side in the eternal conflict. Some believed it to be the leader of 100 races, the oldest and most influential branch in this faction. Jian Yunyan came from Primal and was the successor of the alliance. However, she still studied at the academy since it didn't discriminate. Li Chia smiled and waved his hand, extinguishing the bonfire. She heaved a sigh of relief because this was perfect. He would have a place to stay and most importantly, she still had more questions. Why are you heading back? He asked. I want to ask someone there a question. I've heard that the Supreme Ancestor came to see this person before disappearing. This might be the last person to have seen her. Supreme Ancestor, in this case, referred to the Empress Dowager. Off we go. Li Chia stretched and said. Jian Yunyan checked the direction first before starting. However, they suddenly heard a clicking noise, not too loud but still clearly heard by both. An old man approached from the forest, walking at an orderly pace. This startled Jian Yunyan because first, it was Ascension Sacred Lord then Illumination Empress Dowager before Blood-Sea Blade. This remote region was far from being remote. He was frail, thin, and dressed in a tattered robe with patchwork that was shoddily done. He was blind, with puffed-out eyelids that only had a tiny gap in the middle, giving him a limited vision. His cheeks were caved in and his bones were visible. Children might cry at his sight. She thought that he must be freezing due to the thin robe, not to mention the lack of flesh. His bamboo walking stick was worn at the bottom. Who knows how long it has accompanied him? The old man gripped a battered bowl in his hand. It seemed that the bowl was found on the street and had several cracks, yet he cherished it, as it was spotless, wiped clean every day with the sleeves of his tattered robes. The sound of the 5 coins rattling in the bowl, in conjunction with the tapping of his bamboo walking stick on the ground, announced his presence. Why was he here? Was he lost? Yunyan didn't have time to think because she started shuddering and had to wrap her hands around her body. The old man stood before Li Chia and raised his bowl. The sound of the coins hitting each other was akin to a rich man waving his coin pouch in front of a beggar. However, he was the one begging, "Please give me something to eat." Li Qie only stared at him. "Please, I can't remember my last meal." The old beggar didn't give up. Li Qie still didn't respond. Yunyan couldn't bear to watch this and placed a bottle of nectar and chestnut into his bowl. "Here, this will keep you full for a long time. After eating this, a mortal would be satisfied for years to come. He wouldn't need to beg for food anymore." "Please, sir." The old beggar seemed to not see the food in his bowl, still raising it in front of Li Qie repeatedly. Yunyan was surprised at first, but she was no fool. She realized that this old man came specifically for Li Qie alone. "I got nothing." Li Qie shook his head and waved his hand. "I haven't eaten anything in a long time." The old beggar looked miserable and pitiful. "Then die." Li Qie smiled. Only a bastard would smile like this at a blind beggar. How evil and wretched. "My little plot of land was so fertile and the crop was almost ready for harvest, now it's flattened." The old beggar lamented. "Oh." Li Qie remarked nonchalantly. "There's nothing left. I can't return any more, so please, give me food." He pitifully said and won Yunyan's sympathy. "Nothing left?" "Not true," Li Qie chuckled. "I should take one." Having said that, he reached into the bowl and took one coin again. This act stunned Yunyan. Chapter 4908. It was one thing to refuse a beggar, but to go as far as taking money from his bowl? This was outrageously shameless. However, the old beggar didn't react to Li Qie taking the coin as if he didn't know. "We are bit. ly/3ibfjkv, find us on Google." "Lord Li, come on now." He kept on presenting the bowl, raising it up and down. Yunyan realized that the old man knew Li Qie after hearing this. She thought about many things but didn't understand what was going on. "No." Li Qie refused coldly. "It's not easy to survive," the old beggar insisted. "There's food and water in your bowl now." Yunyan reminded. "Just a little something." The old beggar ignored her and came even closer to Li Qie. She fully understood at this point that the old man wasn't here to beg. Or, his only focus was Li Qie. "Scram!" Li Qie demanded. If anyone else were here to see this, they would want to slap Li Qie for being so cruel to this blind grandpa. The old man complained to himself, "Lord Zhao gave me a full bowl, how generous of him. Lord Li, just give me a little bit." Now, the bowl was in front of Li Qie's face. "Go find your Lord Zhao then." Li Qie laughed and kicked the old beggar. Bam! He was sent flying like a shooting star, eventually disappearing from sight. "Ah!" Yunyan cried out, not expecting this development in the slightest. You kicked him," she stammered while staring in that direction. Li Qie shrugged in response, not giving a damn. This left her speechless because everything was so bizarre. First, why did a blind beggar appear in this remote wilderness? Moreover, he insisted on getting some food from Li Qie. But why? She asked again, criticizing him for being so brutal. No one knows if the old man was still alive or otherwise. Li Qie smiled and continued onward in the direction of the academy. She had no choice but to follow him. As they were walking together, he tossed the coin at her and said, "Take it, a reward." Huh, she took a look and saw that it was an ordinary coin, not enough to buy a bun in the mortal world. "You keep it." She didn't want it because it was taken from the bowl of a beggar. There was something sinful about this, taking something from the unfortunate souls. It's good that you feel bad, it means that you are worthy. Keep it to your best ability, it might even change your life for the better, to say the least. He said. She became frozen again since the comment sounded serious. Was this coin that rare and valuable? She looked down again but didn't notice anything special about it. Isn't this just a bronze coin? She asked. He didn't answer, so she put it away and said, "Thank you, young noble." Intuition told her that Lucia wasn't lying to her. There must be something special about the coin. They only took a few steps before hearing the clatter of a horse's hooves. She turned back and saw a carriage pulled by a dark horse. The carriage was ordinary with a straw housing. It came out of nowhere and stopped before Lucia, once again frustrating Yun. She became cautious right away. "Little bro, we meet again." The driver spoke with a regional accent. After seeing this woman, Yun didn't know how to describe her. She appeared to be overweight, but the fat was somehow solid and didn't ripple with movement. They seemed to be made from iron. Given her dark complexion, most would assume that she was a farmer exposed to the sun year-round. In reality, she was only 18 or 19 years of age. Alas, her below-average appearance made her appear older. Her hair was long and silky, styled in a simple bun that gave her a strong and assertive appearance. However, the heavy and overpowering makeup she wore in combination with her brightly embroidered dress came across as visually unappealing and likely caused others to disapprove. Everyone would think that she was a small-town girl wanting to live a city life, hence the fashion choices. When she stood near Yun, it made Yun look like a fairy. "You want a ride?" she asked Lucia while putting on a coquettish pose and winking at him. This made Yun have goosebumps all over. Yun glanced at Lucia, thinking about these two's relationship. Were they friends or lovers? Chapter 4909. She was none other than Audiobook, the mysterious girl that has shown up before. Lucia jumped up and told Yun, "Come on up." Yun paused for 1 second before deciding to jump up and sit in the back. Today has been an eventful one, albeit puzzling. Too many coincidences that weren't coincidences. "Go!" Audiobook shouted, and the carriage became one with the night. People couldn't even feel that it was speeding since it had entered a different space-time dimension, or an entirely new plane of existence. Of course, Yun didn't recognize this special phenomenon. "Not bad, let me have this carriage?" Lucia asked. "If we become family, then what's mine is yours anyway." Audiobook flirted with him, certainly not a sight for sore eyes. Yun was affected, but Lucia didn't mind. He smiled and said, "Far from enough to even start the negotiation. As I've said before, father is willing to negotiate. You just have to let us know." She leaned closer, latching onto Lucia. It was one thing when Audiobook didn't speak. Alas, the combination of her flirty voice and coquettish expression was too much for Yun to handle. "It is still the same," Lucia said flatly. "Then your heart is made of stone. You are putting me in a difficult situation," she said. Yun stared at Lucia, unable to guess their relationship. It sounded as if they were talking about marriage. So Lucia would marry her if her father were to agree to certain conditions? This wasn't a baseless assumption, since Audiobook didn't seem to be a good catch. Each of her actions truly made others uncomfortable. "Little bro, if you don't seize this opportunity, it'll be problematic," Audiobook said. "How so?" Lucia asked. She touched his chest with her finger and said, "Zhao Daqiu from the next village wants to marry me." "Your father agreed?" Lucia smiled. The glimmer in her eyes suddenly changed, causing Yun to feel that she was no longer as off-putting as before. This exuded an unfathomable aura that only lasted for a split second. "This doesn't need my father's agreement. You know about this guy, he's not a good person at all. When the time comes, he might just kidnap and marry me." Audiobook tried to look sad and cute. Yun, despite being a nice person, had the urge to kick her off the carriage after seeing this. Isn't this good news? Two happy events happening at once. Lucia smiled. "Don't you know that I only have room for you in my heart?" Audiobook stared intensely at him. Yun thought that Lucia must have done something to Audiobook and then fled. Audiobouk seemed deep in love with him. This Zhao Daqiu is an evil guy, to say the least. He'll marry me and use my father as a tool. Audiobook complained. Yeah, no one can compare to your father when it comes to evil. Wuxia chuckled. You shouldn't say that. Audiobook stomped her foot. The guy got too many friends. My father's 2 hands can't deal with 4 fists. Your father is experienced. Many full of bravado thought that they could kill him. Now, they don't even have a marked grave while your father is alive and well. Zhao Daqiu can't handle a sly fox like him. Wuxia said. Then you haven't thought this through. Even if he doesn't defeat my father, he might use our tools to beat you down. It'll be over for you then. She said. That actually makes me excited. We'll see who will be beating who down. Wuxia smiled. I'm just worried about you. You might be able to beat him, but what if he breaks into your house and destroy everything? That sounds terrible, right? She said. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. So ultimately, still wanting to work with me? He asked. Nothing can be better than your cooperation. My father will be generous. She winked. No, thank you, I don't trust the sly fox. Wuxia waved his hand. That's rather rude of you. Father is coming with sincerity. She said. What is he worrying about? Others should be afraid of him, not the other way around. Wuxia shook his head. Yunyun has been listening to them the entire time. Father, Zhao Daqiu, tools. This sounded like 2 villagers gossiping about trivial matters that have nothing to do with cultivation. Lil bro, I'll be honest. She said, Father said that the village isn't that united. He is worried that one day, some might cause trouble and it'll be difficult for you. They might not be able to harm you but can still cause damage to your home. Wuxia's eyes narrowed after hearing this. Yunyun became intimidated after staring at him. She felt as if the world has just become tiny like a speck of dust. Thus, she was even tinier in comparison. She suddenly forgot to breathe and wanted to get down on her knees. Of course, this feeling was also fleeting. Is this a threat? Wuxia coldly said. Your words are so cold. She said with indignation, you already know how I feel about you. Father likes you as well and doesn't want anything bad to happen to you. We are merely trying to prevent it. He just wants someone to sweep up the trash. Wuxia smiled. Chapter 49:10. The carriage sped through the night, completely surpassing time and space. Yunyun had no idea that this was happening. She focused on the confusing conversation that seemed to be coming from 2 mortal villagers. However, they looked very serious while discussing these mundane matters. Why is your father so anxious all of a sudden given his patient personality? The farm crop isn't ready for the harvest. Wuxia said. The weather is terrible now, not to mention the locust swarm. What a bad time we live in. Audiobook complained. Your father can deal with the locusts with 1 wave. Wuxia said. That's true, but the evil neighbor is quite a headache. A few things are out of control right now. She said. Zhao Daqiu, is that annoying? Wuxia smiled. Lil bro, it's not like you don't know. She put on a charming expression and scared Yunyun again. I don't know many things, but there is one thing I'm sure of. Today will be Zhao Daqiu, tomorrow might be Li Daqiu. Your dad is the #1 village boss. He doesn't allow anyone else to usurp his authority. I don't want to be hammered down. Wuxia said. Where is your confidence? She rolled her eyes. Don't you also want to smash father? Then you'll be the boss of the village. Don't be afraid now, your ambition needs not to be afraid of a hammer. I have no intention of becoming the village boss, although I do want to hit your dad. Wuxia said. Then you should be panicking right now. If Zhao Daqiu hits father first, it won't ever be your turn. Since we're family, I'd rather you hit him than Zhao Daqiu. It would be far more poetic that way. I'm absolutely confident in your dad. Li Chia said, no other village brutes will be doing anything to him. I'm actually a target in the future. Think again, he hasn't tried to while this has always been your intention. She said, he has especially opened a path for just you because we're family. She disagreed. I don't want to accept this sentiment. Li Chia said, your father has the hammer and looks around for nails. Since he hasn't struck me yet, it just means that I, as a nail, am not stuck out enough. Don't you see how fertile your little plot is? She said cutely. Because the timing isn't right. Your dad will definitely want to hammer me down in due time. Li Chia disagreed. Sigh, don't be so extreme with your view. Father adores you, that's why he sent me to find you repeatedly. She said. It was one thing when Audiobook didn't act coquettishly. When she did, Yunyun felt her stomach churning and the content wanted to rush out. That's where it is interesting to me. He is not trying to find me because of this Xiao Dachui. There must be a place where your dad's hammer can't reach. Li Chia guessed, I know exactly how efficient he is, this must be special. You're overthinking it, lil bro. Audiobook was unhappy, father is always the same, always merciful. Merciful? Sure, when he views all living things as ceremonial straw dogs. Li Chia said. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3 IBFJKV. The same could be said about you, no? Audiobook said. Li Chia stared into the night and eventually responded, true, but I and your villainous father are different. That's why he has a good impression of you. As the saying goes, the father-in-law's gaze upon his son-in-law was like a bee to honey, the more he looked, the sweeter he found him. Audiobook blushed bashfully. Ugh, Yunyun couldn't handle it anymore and puked. Fortunately, she puked outside the carriage. The two completely ignored her and went on with their conversation. I'm flattered, but this only work on a child. Li Chia said. You know full well what you're doing, there is nothing to be worried about. Audiobook said. I do, but since I'm the actual merciful person, don't you know the saying, nice guys finish last? Li Chia joked. I agree, your merciful nature coincides with your perseverance thus far, but you don't have to be on the losing end of things. Look, there are many that have gone just as far as you or even farther, but where are they now? They couldn't maintain this mindset. Her tone became serious. Is this your opinion or your dad's? Li Chia stared at her. Everyone has this view, it is an eternal truth, that those with a kind heart will be rewarded. In your case, you got to meet me. She reverted back to being flirty. By this point, Yunyun preferred to be facing Ascension's Sacred Lord's blade than to be looking at Audiobook's bashful torture. Keep words to yourself, I want to see actual sincerity before negotiation. Li Chia waved his hand. Sure, but let me remind you that the times are changing. If the village fences break, it won't be easy to fix. She said. Right, he murmured while stroking his chin. There is a solution though. As long as you agree, we can fix this to avoid further complications. She went on. No, thank you. Li Chia didn't bite. 1. Villagers' names are usually silly. For example, Dachui just means big hammer, so Li Chia is using that name as a joke. Chapter 49:11, Lil Bro, we're at your destination. After some time, Audiobook jumped off the carriage and told Li Chia. Li Chia climbed down and so did Jian Yunyun. When will we meet again? Audiobook stared at him with her moist eyes, seemingly going to miss him. Alas, she only tried to paint this image. In reality, they flared out and looked rather scary, like a lion ready to devour its prey. Yunyun didn't dare to keep on looking. It's best to never meet again. Li Chia waved dismissively. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3 IBFJKV. Don't be so mean, Wen. She insisted. I don't want to see you again. He didn't hold back. Even if you don't want to meet me, you'll have to return to the village eventually. We'll see each other again unless you never return. She said. Whatever. He knew she was right. I'll eagerly await your return. She seemed happy afterward and put on a wide smile, showing all her teeth. Whoosh. She got up the carriage and it sped away, disappearing with an unreal speed. Who was that? Yunyun was awfully curious. According to their conversation, Biyao could have been Li Qia's fiancé. She had searched for him for a long time now, truly something romantic. Of course, this didn't seem to be the case. Just a passerby, the same as me. Li Qia said. It was clear to her that he didn't wish to answer, so she stopped inquiring. She looked around and saw that they had been brought to the highest peak outside the academy, granting them a full view of the region. The academy is right ahead, she said. Li Qia closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The academy, what an ancient existence. It survived the test of time in the lower 3 continents, still maintaining a strong influence. Though deity was considered the strongest currently, there were periods of total declination. For example, it had been destroyed by luminous Conqueror before. The current one was rebuilt by Heaven Alliance and Divine Alliance from the upper continents. The same couldn't be said for the academy. It had never been destroyed and only became stronger as time passed. Numerous top masters have studied here previously. It was considered the leader of 100 races. However, it maintained its focus on academics instead of trying to be a sect. It accepted students of all races and backgrounds, never discriminating. This earned it the respect of virtually all cultivators. Some believed that it had numerous hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Any random teacher was a sovereign or dragon lord. In fact, the number of teachers and ancient ancestors was unknown to the public. The most popular topic among the student body was none other than the conflict between their school and Celestial Court. After the immemorial Epoch War, peace returned to the 6 continents. Years later, Celestial Court thought that the Academy had produced too many experts for the people. Thus, they commanded the Academy to surrender and only train those from the race. Celestial Court sent 3 emperors and monarchs to attack the Academy. Alas, none of them managed to get past the gate. It then sent 5 more and finally pushed through the initial defense. When everyone thought that it was over for the Academy, a terrifying aura erupted along with a massive palm. It crushed 5 emperors in the blink of an eye while 3 managed to escape. From then on, Celestial Court never provoked the Academy again, let alone talked about taking over. This firmly established the Academy as the leader of 100 races. It gained more students afterward. Some chose to stay for life. Being in chaos didn't matter at all. No villains ever tried to be haughty near the Academy. Li Qia and Jian Yunyun saw a magnificent land capable of accommodating thousands of sections. However, the Academy was the only power here. Smoke could be seen from the stoves in the villages. Farther away was an old city, looking to be a place for mortals. Cultivators were seen above, flying or riding their special accommodation, mounts, ships, and carriages. That's Book City. She pointed at the city packed with buildings and pavilions. It is one of the largest cities in Chaos. Students like to stay there, and the same for other sections. They usually have a foothold already. She elaborated. What a lively city. He said. Right, merchants and cultivators come here to trade. She said, that's the border. Once we're in there, we're officially inside the Academy. That direction had a beautiful mountain range with towering peaks and lush trees. Bottomless valleys and heavenly waterfalls could be spotted. It was filled with life, evident by the cries and roars of birds and beasts. It looked like a pristine world. At the base of a particular peak, divine light suddenly flashed as if a treasure was appearing. In another gully, a clam breathed worldly essences into its pearl, on the verge of becoming a demon. Far over yonder consisted of pavilions and radiant libraries. Those are the main divisions. It is divided into 100 halls and study hall. 100 halls will accept anyone. When they are satisfied with their learnings, they will leave. As for study hall, it consists of students who want to stay at the academy in order to become disciples or teachers, maybe even ancestors in the future. Chapter 49:12. The third main division was a broad hall. Among the three, study hall was the smallest with the fewest students. These youths would later on become disciples of the academy, hoping to become important figures down the road. 100 halls accepted everyone. It didn't matter whether they were from the people or the race. A mortal beggar or a successor of a Dao lineage were the same. The most important thing was their talent and comprehension. Students were free to live after graduation. There was no need to stay or repay the academy. Of course, the requirements were still stringent. Because of this, dragon lords and conquerors were alumni once. For example, Lunar Progenitor and Night Moon Conqueror came from 100 halls. The latter stood out even among her peers, capable of challenging Celestial Court and its leaders. The conquerors and emperors of Celestial Court couldn't stop her. It took Heaven Burial Conqueror to stop her before she could make it to Sword Emperor. This was the reason why Celestial Court wanted to take over. The academy simply had a way of producing top cultivators. A broad hall was the most complex and diverse. It had the highest student population. Whenever it was time for recruitment, a broad hall would be open to everyone in the lower 3 continents. They just needed to come and report before getting to stay. Therefore, it had more members than most sects in the lower continents. The number could reach up to several 100,000 students during the peak. This was one way for cultivators to join first and eventually hope for a chance to enter 100 halls or study hall. Of course, this was a complicated place. There were conquerors and Dao lords, weak mortals, or heinous villains. The capabilities of its members varied greatly. Because of its number advantage, it did produce some brilliant cultivators. In the distant past, there were Luminous, Night Moon, and Black Demon Conqueror. More recently, 8 Stallion and Phenomena came from here. Conceal Conqueror had studied in abroad as well. This also applied to many of the current leaders in lower 3 continents during their youth. In fact, some kings and sect leaders could be seen here right now. There was just something irresistible about the academy. Blood Sea Blade was another famous alumnus. However, the academy didn't recognize him as one of its own. Because of this, some believed that he originated from study hall, not 100 halls. He was meant to become a core member of the academy, yet he chose to leave. This resulted in animosity. Of course, there were just rumors. Though the academy expected nothing in return, some top masters had shown their gratitude in various ways. Most chose to donate precious treasures or their merit laws. Many conquerors have done so, and this made the academy even stronger. What about that place? Li Chia looked up at a bright radiance above the academy. It seemed to be a supreme kingdom hidden in the crevices of the sky. Occasionally, amazing visual phenomena could be seen. Some might say that this was the very origin of the academy. I don't know, but this whole region is an independent world. Look over there, we just need to cross that mountain range and it'll be 100 halls and study hall. A bit further will be the place for ancestors. She paused for a bit and looked up, but what you're asking about is a mystery. I haven't been there before, but I heard that it was the very end of the academy. Do you know about the invasion of Celestial Court? The mythical palm came from that light and killed emperors. Mythical palm. Li Chia repeated before closing his eyes to feel the light. That's a broad hall over there, it's the entrance to the academy as well. She pointed at the buildings next to the mountain range, forming a great city. The academy itself was massive. Traveling from abroad to 100 and study hall required traversing a considerable distance. All of this made up the independent world of the academy. The entrance had 2 statues. No, it was actually 3. One was situated to the left while the other had 2 separate figures, one male and one female. The man was gallant and powerful, the woman looked exquisite and wise. All in all, the extraordinary auras depicted left spectators in awe. The statue to the left was a young man with a carefree and confident expression. His weapon of choice was a sky halberd. Wonderfully built, these auras have lasted for a long time. Li Chia praised. The statues celebrate great contributors to the academy. Yunyan explained. She pointed at the statue to the left and said, "He is South Emperor, the protector who stopped an army of 100,000 cultivators from Celestial Court." South Emperor. Li Chia said quietly. This novel is available on bit.ly/3 IBFJKV. That battle had earned a spot in the history scrolls. Even members of the ancient race couldn't help but praise him while standing before his statue. Chapter 49:13. A great calamity once descended with darkness. Salvation came from none other than Celestial Court and the gods. Henceforth, it established its position as the supreme power. Emperors, monarchs, and gods gathered there and formed an unbeatable lineage. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit.ly/3 IBFJKV. New challengers appeared during the eras along with top conquerors. Alas, none could actually deal with Celestial Court. Because of its prestige and authority, more conquerors and dragon lords ended up joining. This only propelled their strength. Of course, this didn't mean that they were untouchable. For example, the people had always put up a strong fight. Celestial Court started numerous wars and never seized a favorable outcome. They have done so even before the calamity. They hunted the sinners, taking down sects and kingdoms that were protecting the branded. In this old age, the academy had a different name. Nonetheless, it still accepted everyone without discrimination. Celestial Court ordered them to hand over the sinners. Alas, the academy refused. The consequence was a great army marching to its gate. It included 6 emperors and monarchs along with 100,000 cultivators. One man showed up to face them during the crisis, South Emperor. With his sky halberd, he fought the 6 appointed generals and their army alone, buying valuable time for the academy. Allies eventually came and the invaders were forced back, saving the academy from destruction. Due to this heroic feat, a stone statue of him was built right outside the entrance. South Emperor, all alone, against the invaders, how domineering and wonderful. Jian Yunyun became emotional after recalling this event. All the students knew about this tale. Li Chia's attention turned toward the other statues. He then sighed and said, "What a beautiful couple." "You're right, young noble." Yunyun said, "They are husband and wife. We know them as Harmony Immortal Monarchs." The seniors of the academy said that if it wasn't for their sacrifice, the academy might not be around right now. These two were well-known historical figures. Their statue has been observed and worshipped for eras now. They were the reason why the academy was here right now in chaos. During the first battle started by Celestial Court for the sake of punishing sinners, the entire world was dragged into this mess. World Emperor, Immortal Emperor How High, Immortal Emperor Can Long, Brilliant Devil Emperor, Crimson Emperor, Darkness Heaven Emperor. None could stay away from this war. South Emperor and the others were able to protect the academy initially. Alas, after total escalation, they had no choice but to travel to various battlefields to fight against the top masters of Celestial Court. Ultimately, the emperors and monarchs in charge of defense made a decision to move the academy away from the upper world. Of course, Celestial Court's top generals didn't let this happen and pursued. The escape path was carved with blood and sacrifice. Harmony Immortal Monarchs fell in this battle while protecting the flank. This bought enough time for the academy to escape the grasp of Celestial Court. The new destination was none other than chaos. They were celebrated for eras with this statue. Harmony Immortal Monarchs, exchanging their lives to buy time for the academy. Jian Yunyun bowed deeply toward the statue. She was not the only one who would do so. After all, the couple was virtually unbeatable and could have escaped. Alas, they knowingly gave their lives up for a noble cause. Without the sacrifice of the emperors, monarchs, and sages of the Academy, Celestial Court might have taken over all 6 continents and enslaved the people. They are true protectors. Li Chia cupped his fist toward the statue to show the highest respect. Rumble. Suddenly, explosions came from the horizon. It was a tower soaring closer. This alerted numerous experts, so they looked up. Immortal pagoda from deity. The student said. This was a powerful lineage started by Pagoda Conqueror, a part of deity. It had massacred numerous sects and kingdoms from the people during the Great War. Thus, this sect was influential due to its founder's exploits. Clank. A gigantic sword showed up next. On top of the flying sword were numerous elders. Sword grasped school. A few from the race recognized these old men right away. Why are they here? Some found this surprising. Sword grasp was another powerful member of deity. Most importantly, they could communicate with the 2 alliances on the upper continents. This was a special privilege, so they served as a messenger of sorts. Chapter 49:14. Jian Yunyan became startled to see the 2 sects because deity was far from the academy. It was located in white stone, not chaos. This novel is available on bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Moreover, deity served as a representative of Celestial Court and was governed by the 2 alliances. On one hand, the academy recruited everyone. Even members of deity could become students here. However, the lineages on the other side knew to lay low when visiting the academy. This was an unspoken rule in the lower continents. After all, in the present days, the sects and clans had children and successors studying here. In fact, maybe even their progenitors and ancestors were alumni. Thus, they always gave face to the academy or there would be public backlash. Therefore, this aggressive approach was rather strange. Those from deity in abroad wondered why their sects were showing up right now. Something big is going on. Jian Yunyan quietly said. Though she has only just gotten back and didn't know what was going on, there must be a reason why these 2 sects were so arrogant. Let's go in first. She brought Li Chia into a broad hall. As they were walking in, a student rushed out and nearly bumped into Li Chia. Sorry. He immediately apologized. He looked around the same age as Jian Yunyan. At first glance, he looked average, but upon closer inspection, there was a metallic quality to his skin. It was as if knocking would result in a clank. Once enough attention was spent on him, they found that there was a hidden hint of nobility and regalness. Brother Bai. Yunyan recognized him. Miss Dash, no, Lord Jian. He greeted Yunyan. Don't tease me, Brother Bai, I am only a disciple of the Alliance. She shook her head. That's not my intention at all. I've heard that you will inherit the position. He said before bowing sincerely, please don't be too sad about senior black dress. Thank you. She then introduced him to Li Chia. This is a friend from abroad, Bai Xiaojin. He is definitely a top student here. My meager skill is nothing, Miss Jian. Bai Xiaojin smiled wryly. I am but a firefly compared to the supreme geniuses. Who is this gentleman? He stared at Li Chia and didn't notice anything special. Of course, abroad was full of both geniuses and regular mortals. However, Yunyan might not be a supreme genius, but she was still famous. Moreover, she was the successor of the Alliance, meaning that she could rule Primal later on. It was strange that she would be hanging around a regular student. Yunyan hurriedly introduced Li Chia to him. Li Chia then asked, where are you from? Brotherly, my clan is only a tiny sect not worth mentioning. My ancestors might have been great, but I do not dare to bring them up since we descendants have let them down. Bai Xiaojin said humbly. Right, just remember to be careful of others' greed. Li Chia smiled. Bai Xiaojin had a strange expression after hearing this. He then told them, "Friends, I have to report Sword Grasp and Immortal Pagoda's sudden visit to the seniors." "Excuse me." He left in a hurry, so Yunyan frowned and asked, "Be careful of others' greed?" Li Qie didn't explain and said, "What is his last name?" "Bai, of course." She thought that the question was unnecessary. "That's not his last name." Li Qie casually responded and moved on. She was surprised for a moment before giving chase. "Not Bai? What is it then?" Li Qie strolled onward without answering. This place was large with tens of thousands of palaces. It had no problem accommodating several 100,000 students. The student demographic was extremely diverse from both the people and the race. It didn't have a clear social hierarchy either. Though the academy didn't place any restrictions on them, there were still certain rules while staying here. Equality was an important focus. Nothing was missing in this massive city. Some students opened stalls to sell merchandise and treasure. A few had banners to announce their desired items. This place was brimming with life, something more than just an educational institution. Many greeted Jian Yunyun along the way. After all, she was considered a top dog in abroad. Her talent and cultivation were certainly exceptional. However, her prestigious status was even more important. Some students saw her walking together with Li Qie and started gossiping. They definitely looked out of place. Yunyun didn't mind since this was a part of the young culture in abroad. "Big sis, you're back." A girl appeared before them, looking awfully excited. She was younger than Yunyun and wore an elegant lotus dress. Spirit energy flowed around her. Her clear eyes were round and white, truly a sight for sore eyes. "Princess." Yunyun greeted. "If you call me princess, I'll have to call you Alliance Lord." The girl pouted, "I told you, call me Mingshi." She was a fast speaker and this made her cuter. "Okay, Mingshi." Yunyun yielded. The girl then winked at Li Qie and asked, "Hee, are you Yunyun's boyfriend?" "Boyfriend? Don't spread rumors now." Yunyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mingshi defended herself, "I'm not the one spreading rumors. I've heard that you have brought a boyfriend back this time." Chapter 49:15. Mingshi circled several times around Li Qie as if wanting to help Yunyun out by assessing her suitor. She walked like an old man with both hands behind her back. "Brat, do you know how lucky you are?" "How so?" Li Qie smiled. "You really have no idea?" She crossed her arms in front of her chest and said, "Look at Big Sis' cultivation, she is undoubtedly a genius." With that, she gave him the side-eye and continued, "Then look at how beautiful she is too. Everyone in abroad knows of her fair skin and gorgeous face." This is before taking her prestigious background into account, the successor of the alliance. "And?" Li Qie asked. "And? That's how lucky you are. It is the blessing of 3 lifetimes. She is excellent in all categories and has enough suitors to make a line through the academy, yet you were chosen to be her boyfriend. A guy can't ask for more." Mingshi finished. "Mingshi, enough, don't spread rumors about the young noble." Yunyun shook her head. "Sigh, so quick to help your boyfriend." Mingshi glared at her in response, "You're the Lord of Primal soon. Not to mention just the academy, the entire world doesn't have that many suitors worthy of your hand. Now, you're worrying about his prestige instead of your own? That's so strange. I guess that is what love does to women, wanting to be subservient. Big sis, you need to clear your head. It is because you don't see young noble Li's peerless status." Yunyun smiled wryly. This was indeed the truth. Li Qie was the king of 8 Stallion before he passed the throne to someone else. He had venerable dragon god and northern monarch beneath him. "Oh." Mingshi remained skeptical as she stared at Li Qie. "Young noble, where are you from?" "I'm afraid I don't see it." She shared the impression as many others, and it came to Li Qie and didn't understand why Yunyun viewed him so highly. "I'm just a regular guy." Li Qie smiled. No, you are lying to me. My big sis doesn't care for the geniuses from Deity, Luminous, or Heaven Burial. There must be something special about you. Mingshi said. Mingshi, watch your words. Yunyun didn't want Mingshi to offend Li Qie. Though she didn't understand Li Qie completely, she could tell that he was ruthless. She recalled how he executed 3 monsters without batting an eye. No, I will have to see what he has to charm you so deeply. Mingshi's eyes shifted between the two of them. Go for it then. Li Qie seemed amused. The girl circled around Li Qie several more times before giving up. Forget it, I don't see anything. Yunyun was not a weak girl but seemed to be overly accommodating to Li Qie. This didn't make sense to Mingshi. Well, I see something about you. Li Qie said. This novel is available on bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Mingshi snorted in response and said, I doubt you can notice anything. You are a rabbit demon. He smiled. That's no secret at all. Mingshi said before complaining to Yunyun, Sis, you told him everything already? Many in abroad knew about her origin, so this wasn't really a secret. She thought that Yunyun had told him. Why would I talk about you with him? Yunyun shook her head. Mingshi believed this and said, Fine, let's see what else you can tell. She felt a little uncomfortable by his piercing gaze. Nonetheless, she still arched her chest proudly, waiting for a response. I don't know if I should reveal your secrets. Li Qie hesitated. Do it, show me what you can do. She thought that he was bullshitting. During your transformation, your Tao had flaws, so you suffered from qi deviation. Li Qie said with a smile. This stunned Mingshi and he went on, you would have died if it wasn't for a capable senior saving you, using God's art to stabilize your mind and recraft your Tao foundation. Tendril King. Yunyun knew who it was right away. Mingshi didn't respond because this was indeed a secret. She came from Untethered and was considered a top genius. However, there was someone more talented than her, senior uncle Tendril King. Despite being her martial uncle, he wasn't that much older and could still be considered a part of the young generation. He was the #1 genius in Untethered and was renowned in the lower continents. Everyone knew that he was a direct disciple of Stone Ox, the only dragon lord with 7 sacred fruits in this region. He was strong enough to defeat most dragon lords from the last generation, let alone his peers. Mingshi didn't know how Li Qie knew this, but it was all true. Another disciple could only wait for death since it required the help of a powerful cultivator. She was a top genius, but there were many like her in Untethered. Nonetheless, Tendril King took action and used the god's art to save her. This actually boosted her foundation as well. This matter was only known by a few seniors in Untethered. How do you know? She stammered. I can sense the god's art on you. Li Qie waved his hand as if this wasn't a big deal. Chapter 49:16. What demonic sorcery is this? She took one step backward, alarmed. Isn't that rather common nowadays with the rise of the demons? A burst of hearty laughter came and interrupted their conversation. A demon with white feathers came over, looking rather gallant. He was obviously a rooster demon. The feathers were bright and conspicuous. At this moment, he maintained the form of a rooster yet had the bearing of a human. Surprisingly enough, he didn't have a hint of demonic energy, only a grand aura. When sensing the aura alone, one would mistake him for an accomplished cultivator. He waved a paper fan playfully, looking like a scholar. Your Highness, what sorcery are you talking about? He bowed toward Mingshi before greeting Yunyun in a polite manner. Miss Jian, long time no see. I am lost in jubilation to be in your presence once more. Thank you, Brother Goldcrest. Yunyun bowed and returned the gesture. What long time no see? Big sis Yunyun only left for a little bit, but you made it sound like years. Sounds like someone got a case of the lovesick. Mingshi teased him. Mingshi. Yunyun raised her voice. Your Highness, there is logic in your comment. As the saying goes, one day apart seems like 3 autumns. How I long to see you again, Miss Jian. The youth didn't overly react and spoke calmly. He then bowed toward Yunyun again and apologized. I'm sorry if my one-sided crush is making you feel uncomfortable. He was clearly one of her suitors and didn't try to hide it. Please, she has plenty, you're not the only one. And don't think too highly of yourself, she doesn't keep you in mind enough to be uncomfortable. Mingshi didn't hold back. You are right, Your Highness, I am too conceited. The youth laughed and confidently said, but as for her other suitors, although there is no lack of geniuses here, I humbly claim that I can defeat most of them. He did look rather powerful and confident. Stop acting cool, Rooster. Mingshi said, it doesn't matter how exceptional you are if she doesn't like you. True, it does require feelings from both sides. This comment finally deflated him like a balloon. Thank you for your feelings, Brother Goldcrest, but I do not wish to be involved in romance right now. Yunyun shook her head. I apologize again. He bowed. All your flowery words are useless, Big Sis has a boyfriend now so you should give up. Mingshi interjected. Mingshi, not again. Yunyun could tell that this girl only wanted to cause trouble. The rumors are true. Goldcrest instinctively stared at Wuxia after hearing this. My name is Goldcrest. Who may you be, friend? Let me introduce him, our rooster is a great demon with innate talents. Get to know each other. Mingshi winked at Wuxia. Goldcrest young noble came from the 10 grand mountains of demon. He had no problem competing with the geniuses from the other lineages. Due to his power and talent, he had enough confidence to think that he would come out as the winner of this romantic competition. His eyes became bright because he wanted to see the man chosen by Yunyun. His competitive nature took over. Alas, he didn't notice anything special about Wuxia. The guy was just another cultivator. May I ask where you are from? He asked, wanting to find out more. I'm a traveler, no affiliation. Wuxia smiled. Goldcrest pondered, a man with no sect. If he wasn't Yunyun's boyfriend, why were they traveling together? Brother Goldcrest, don't overthink this lest you say something regrettable. Yunyun warned. This incited Goldcrest's curiosity. Yunyun clearly wanted to defend Wuxia. Why was this cultivator worth her time and energy? Hee, Rooster, I have you know that young noble Li knows sorcery. Mingshi said, still shocked at Wuxia's ability. She wanted to see more. Oh. In terms of strange arts and demonic abilities, I'm afraid no place in the lower continents can compare to our demon. He responded. Listen, young noble Li has an amazing pair of eyes. He just needs one glance to know anyone's secrets. She said before winking at Wuxia, young noble, am I right? Wuxia only smiled, aware that she was using Goldcrest to find out more about him. Yunyun thought about their first encounter and it seemed like Mingshi was right. He understood everything at first glance so she herself wanted to confirm this. Just let the young noble take a look then, maybe make it a bet. Mingshi stirred trouble. Friend, do you really have such an ability? Goldcrest could tell that Mingshi was confident. Just make it a bet. Mingshi persuaded. Goldcrest thought about it carefully before responding. I'm just a wild demon with no secret to speak of. Search bit. ly/3ibfjkv for the original. He smiled, not wanting to participate. Scared, I see. Mingshi snorted. Goldcrest didn't mind and cupped his fist toward Wuxia. Let us wait until another day to witness your amazing technique. Chapter 49:17. Wuxia enjoyed the youth's sense of propriety and didn't push the issue. Where did you come back from, Miss Jian? Goldcrest asked Yunyun with a hushed tone. Is there a problem? She responded. Yes, a few people are trying to learn more about returning students, albeit in secrecy. Goldcrest answered honestly. Did you get this information from Young Bright and the others? Mingshi asked. Sure, we're keeping each other informed. This is why deity is on the move. Goldcrest responded. Deity is too arrogant right now, don't they know what place this is? She complained, isn't Celestial Court the best example? It's not their fault this time. Goldcrest whispered, from what I heard, they lost something extremely important, that's why all of them are working together. It's the reason why Swordgrasp and Immortal Pagoda are here. I see. Yun understood the situation. It has been relatively peaceful between the two main factions, not to mention the Academy's prestige. Only something dire warranted this response from these two great powers. What does it have to do with the Academy? Do they think the Academy stole the item or whatever? Mingshi complained again. Her disdain for deity was due to her background, untethered. It was the faction for the people and most importantly, it belonged to Dao Alliance in the upper continents. If one were to talk about true animosity between two sects in the region, untethered and deity would be prime examples. I'm sure they are suspecting the students. Goldcrest said, Young Bright told me to don't be emotional and rash this time, it seems like deity is not messing around. The students? Mingshi found this plausible since there were too many students here in the academy, especially abroad. On the other hand, how could deity ever find the right person here? What item was it to warrant this response? Yun became curious. For a lineage like deity, losing an imperial weapon was not enough for them to unite together and provoke the academy. After all, Celestial Court had suffered grievous losses to the academy previously. It was widely believed that Supreme Masters were still here to protect it. Deity must be panicking due to the item's value. I don't know. Goldcrest shook his head. Young Bright and the others from deity didn't say anything. They did hint that it had something to do with the epic war, so it's rather ancient. From the immemorial epic war between the factions. Yun became emotional. Do they think that Academy will do nothing about this? Mingshi coldly said. It's best to be careful. Students from deity have been ordered by their seniors to spy on friends who have just gotten back. Goldcrest said before glancing at Wuxia, and those with an unknown background. Mingshi stared at him too and laughed. Your background is unknown and you're not a student. You're definitely a prime suspect. She paused for a bit before whispering, did you steal the treasure? Let me know, I won't tell anyone else. Why would I need to steal any treasure? The best ones are already mine. Wuxia smiled. A quick look at bit. ly/3 IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. Goldcrest stared at him again after hearing this domineering declaration. Such words should only come from peerless emperors or Dao lords. Wuxia didn't look like one at all. Serious? Mingshi said, you know deity is untouchable in the lower continents, only someone like Luminous Conqueror can crush them. Shoo, careful now. Goldcrest became startled and told her, friends from deity would be annoyed to hear this. So what, it's no secret how Luminous Conqueror crushed all of deity back then. We, the people, should take pride in it. Mingshi didn't think that it was a big deal. This caused Goldcrest to smile wryly. Nonetheless, it was indeed the truth. Luminous Conqueror reduced deity to ashes. The current one was rebuilt by Divine and Heaven Alliance. Luminous was incredibly gifted during his youth. Some even considered him the perfect being for cultivation. At 16, he obtained his first fruit to become a Dao Lord. Alas, deity feared his talent and potential. They worked together to obliterate him. Since his Grand Dao had just finished, he couldn't stop them from destroying his Dao fruit and killing him. Alas, the Dao fruit was magical. As long as there was still one strand left, there was still a chance for rebirth. After 1,000 years, the fruit birthed him once more. Of course, he was only a mortal. Nonetheless, fate and heaven seemed to be on his side. Since he had it at the start of his existence, this fruit became classified as an innate primordial one. When he reached maturity again, he became unstoppable and annihilated deity Tao. It wasn't until he was long gone that the two alliances would dare to rebuild deity. Meanwhile, Goldcrest suspected Li Chia as well since he came out of nowhere. It has nothing to do with the young noble, I can guarantee this. Yun immediately backed him up, not wanting him to be dragged into this mess. Due to her status, her words were taken seriously. Chapter 49:18 Visitors don't come for no reason. Yun had her own palace in abroad, truly a special privilege. Ordinary students couldn't dream of it. Despite the creed of equality, everyone had their own background and resources. In fact, a top master studying here could have their own palace. Mingshi and Goldcrest young noble tagged along as well. Yun prepared a room for Li Chia inside her house. It was no problem accommodating him, she only worried about gossip. Of course, the biggest source of gossip was none other than Mingshi, who smirked at Goldcrest. Rooster, seems like you gotta stop. Our big sis really has a boyfriend. Goldcrest didn't like this arrangement but still accepted it. After all, they didn't look like a couple, so he wasn't overly jealous. The problem was that he was just a friend to Yun, or even worse, just another student. He had no right to stop her from doing anything. Doing so would have a detrimental effect on their friendship. As Yun was preparing the room, the two found themselves in an awkward situation. Rooster, we have to stop bothering them. Mingshi pulled him out. The latter wanted to stick around but had no reason to and begrudgingly accepted. Young noble, where are you from? He couldn't help but ask before leaving. Want to know who I am? Li Chia smiled. No, I'm merely curious. He put on a forced smile. Curiosity kills the cat. For example, you're a tiger ape yet you cultivate to take the form of a rooster. Isn't there something off about this? Li Chia smiled and said. Goldcrest's expression became one of astonishment. Huh, you got exposed. Mingshi laughed and gloated at someone else's misery. Should the young noble keep trying? Maybe there are more secrets. She didn't want him to read her secrets but didn't have a problem when he did it to someone else. As for Goldcrest, he was truly astounded. Fewer than few knew his cultivation. He had met numerous big shots and geniuses in abroad, yet none was able to realize this until now. No, I'm just a little vagabond demon not worth wasting your time on. Goldcrest was drenched in sweat and bowed toward Li Chia once before running away. Coward. Mingshi snorted while watching the guy run for his life. Li Chia stared at her and asked, do you want me to help? I can read your fortune once. You can do that too. Mingshi was skeptical. Everything is laid out in books. Reading will teach you a little bit of everything. Li Chia said. Forget it, I'm not interested. Mingshi ran for her life as well, feeling a bit afraid. If Li Chia were to read her fortune, maybe he would see all of her secrets. Yun was both amused and curious. How did he gain this insightful vision? The reading excuse was clearly nonsense. Rest for a few days, then we'll see what the academy looks like now. Li Chia laid down and told Yun. You've been to the academy before, young noble? She asked. A very, very long time ago. He said while staring at the ceiling. A while later, he closed his eyes, seemingly asleep. Yun didn't bother him. She bowed once and took her leave. During this short break, a guest came to visit Yun. Brother Bai? She didn't expect to see Bai Xiaojin. They were not close and had only seen each other several times. She knew little about him because he didn't stand out in this sea of students. Nonetheless, his metallic presence did leave an impression on most. Of course, some in abroad hid their true origin for various reasons. The nobles didn't want unnecessary trouble while others might be hiding from pursuers. All in all, the academy didn't care for it and let them do as they please. Lord Jian. He bowed to greet her but his eyes shifted around the room. Brother Jian, please call me by my name. she politely said. Very well. Xiaojin smiled before looking a bit awkward. Miss Jian, is your friend, that young noble, is he here? Yunyun knew that he was here to see Li Qie. This piqued her interest. Looking for me? Li Qie walked into the main hall and casually said. Greetings, young noble Li. Xiaojin immediately cupped his fist and bowed. Yunyun's curiosity grew because this guy was particularly strange today. Li Qie chuckled and said, visitors don't come for no reason, especially not with a smile. Why are you here? It's just that I heard you have a special ability, your eyes can see everything, that's why I'm here to chat a little bit. Xiaojin turned red and smiled wryly. Chat about what? Li Qie held a cup of tea prepared by Yunyun. She kept quiet and waited for Xiaojin to reveal his intention. It's no big deal. He looked around a bit before replying, I was an avid reader for forever now and enjoyed learning about the past. And? Li Qie blew on the tea, causing steam to waft away. Xiaojin pondered for a bit before replying, I heard that in the long-distant years, there existed a regal residence built by a majestic emperor. Do you want to hear about the emperor or the residence? Li Qie asked. So you are truly confident about your historical knowledge, that's great. Xiaojin thought that he had found the right person and became excited. I owe it all to books. Li Qie smiled. It's so long ago now so it's unverifiable. I heard that this emperor famous for his benevolence and righteousness embarked on a long journey. Xiaojin went on. Go on. Li Qie enjoyed the tea and said. Yunyun patiently waited for Xiaojin's question. The youth hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and making up his mind. I read that the great emperor left something extremely magical before leaving on the journey. Have you heard of it before? An emperor known for his benevolence and righteousness? You're referring to the vessel titled Benevolence? Li Qie stared at him. 1. Benevolence is Minren. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-19, Immemorial Epic War Boom. The teacup in by Xiaojin's hand fell to the ground and broke to pieces as he stared at Li Qie in a daze. Li Qie, on the other hand, still enjoyed his tea with a smirk. Please visit. Brother Bai, here you go. Yunyun handed him another cup. I'm sorry. He apologized to her after calming down. I've made a fool out of myself. Yunyun only smiled and sat down, ready to listen. Young noble, you seem to know everything. Xiaojin said with admiration. This shouldn't be surprising. Anyone who knows about that period has heard of it before. Li Qie smiled. So what is this vessel? Yunyun asked. Li Qie simply smiled and blew on the steaming liquid before taking a sip. It's something left behind by an ancient emperor, an exceptional one at that. Xiaojin elaborated. You said something about a residence? Yunyun recalled a particular legend about a mysterious faction. Yes, this faction included immortal Emperor Ba Zhen and immortal Emperor Qianlong along with countless other emperors. They fought against Celestial Court and became a pillar of the people, always contending against the court's main armies. Yunyun brought this up. I heard similar things, but who can really know the truth and details of the immemorial war? Xiaojin said. Yunyun nodded in agreement. Nonetheless, that distant war still affected the current landscape. According to several accounts, the calamity descended and Celestial Court illuminated the world with their gods returning. For some reason, it started an expedition against those they deemed as sinners. This became a war between the 100 races versus devils, heaveners, and diviners. The classification known as the people and the race didn't exist back then. This was a large-scale maneuver. Celestial Court ambushed, captured, and massacred entire populations. Even those protecting the sinners were branded. Initially, only a few sects were involved in this matter. Later on, virtually all powers from both sides joined the fight. Since Celestial Court had contributed to saving the world from calamity, they were respected and garnered great support. Their momentum seemed unstoppable as they declared war against the 100 races, going as far as hunting emperors. On the opposing side, Immortal Emperor Kan Long and Immortal Emperor Hao Hai struggled against them. Celestial Court simply had a superior number of Grand Emperors and Immortal Monarchs. Immortal Emperor Ba Zhen joined them subsequently and the situation escalated. None could escape the destruction, not even behemoths such as the Qian clan. This particular clan was once the leader of the 3 races. Alas, Celestial Court somehow branded them as sinners as well, resulting in their destruction. The war lasted for 10,000 years, burying countless sects and kingdoms in the process. Graves of emperors and monarchs became more common than ever before. It was estimated that more than 100 fell. Finally, Celestial Court condemned everyone who was not on its side as sinners. The latter naturally would not accept this. From then on, they called themselves the people, and Celestial Court's allies were known as the race. I just know that the casualties were immense on both sides, billions and billions of people died. Bai Shaojin sighed and whispered. The race deserves it for supporting Celestial Court. Yinyan naturally stood on the side of the people. You can't say that when not all of the 3 races are on Celestial Court's side. Some 100 races members defected as well. Shaojin said. You're right, my comment was too extreme. Yinyan admitted, the Qian was condemned as sinners as well, then we have the War Monarch clan opposing Celestial Court subsequently. Indeed, the Monarch clan stood on the side of the Qian and was wiped out by Celestial Court. Shaojin added. The Qian's influence couldn't be overstated once as the leader of the 3 races. Alas, as the immemorial war went on, few wanted to support them against Celestial Court. One exception was the War Monarch clan. Rumor has it that they were close friends. The Monarch clan's descendants were protected by the invincible World Emperor of the Qian. Thus, they didn't forget the love and sided with the Qian later on. So why are you here, Brother Bai? Yinyan realized that the conversation has steered in a different path. Just to ask the young noble a few things about the past to satiate my curiosity. Shaojin smiled. He then asked Li Qia, I believe the faction started by the benevolent emperor was destroyed in the war as well. Its name was Immemorial Palace, right? Yes. Go on. Li Qia smiled. Shaojin hesitated for a bit before continuing, there is a particular legend. He then looked around first as if this was something that shouldn't be said. What legend? Yinyan played along. It says that as Immemorial Palace was on the verge of destruction, Feather Immortal Monarch sealed everything from the palace into a vessel known as Benevolence. I heard this when I was younger, have you heard something similar? Shaojin asked. I'm afraid my knowledge is insufficient, I haven't heard this before. Yinyan shook her head. I see, Shaojin was disappointed and then asked Li Qia, what about you, young noble? Li Qia sipped the tea again before smiling at him, there's something you don't realize. Huh? Shaojin was confused. Do you know why you're still able to stand before me, alive? Li Qia answered with a question. Shaojin was no fool and reacted, why do you want to kill me? Though he wasn't a supreme genius, he wasn't weak and had incredible resources. Another youth would find it impossible to kill him. Don't doubt the truth, one finger of mine is more than enough to kill you. Li Qia read the youth's thoughts. Shaojin turned red after hearing the blatant disdain. Nonetheless, he took a deep breath and slightly bowed, young noble, why haven't you? 1. I tried to find this particular monarch but didn't see anyone. The characters are you plus Qian, Yu Qian was a character in the 10th World Arc, not sure if this is her. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-20, by Shaojin's origin, your ancestor was talented when he shouldered 4 heaven's wills. However, doubts over his Dao hindered his potential. Li Qia suddenly remarked and stunned by Shaojin. This shocked him even more than Li Qia's knowledge of the vessel. His legs became weak and he nearly dropped to the ground. After a long while, he calmed down and stammered, How do you know this? I read. Li Qia smiled. Of course, this wasn't true. Such a thing didn't exist in any historical record. Even members of their clan didn't know about it. He was an exception because the ancestors adored him. Whenever they had time, they would talk about their past during their time training. Recently, the oldest ancestors stopped caring about mundane matters and didn't meet outsiders. Therefore, others had no chance of knowing this. Benevolence is not for a heavener to hold, death is the punishment. Li Qia said, however, out of consideration for your ancestor, I have spared you. Xiao Jin shuddered and felt like an ant in this split second. It seemed like Li Qia was not lying with the one-finger comment. He was a knowledgeable person who had met big shots before. His oldest ancestor was one of them, a participant and survivor of the immemorial war. Emperors and monarchs faltered, yet he was still alive. He didn't feel the same fear when seeing the ancestor. This was most likely due to the lack of animosity. However, could there be a gap between the ancestor and Li Qia? Thank you, young noble. He became drenched in a cold sweat. Good. Li Qia smiled. How is your ancestor doing? The ancestor has not left the clan after his wife's passing. Xiao Jin respectfully said. Once gone, there can be no another. Li Qia sighed and said, the calamity didn't kill him, but this delivers an everlasting injury. Right, young noble. Xiao Jin thought that Li Qia had a good grasp on the ancestor's current condition. The ancestor was someone who didn't fear heavenly tribulations or wars. Nothing hindered his step until the death of his wife. From then on, he no longer wanted to see visitors and chose to live reclusively. The world no longer had anyone who truly understood him. The pain of the heart shut him off from the rest. When you see your ancestor later, tell him that Li Qia gives his regard. Li Qia said. I will pass it on, young noble. Xiao Jin bowed. Yun could tell that Xiao Jin came from an ancient and famous clan. However, it also became clear that Li Qia's true identity was frightening. The vessel shouldn't be in your possession, but I shall make an exception. You may keep it. Li Qia said. Thank you, young noble. Xiao Jin bowed again. He spent immense efforts to obtain the vessel, but the whole conversation made it sound as if Li Qia was gifting it to him. Nonetheless, he knew that he wouldn't be able to stop Li Qia from taking it back. Where did you get it? Li Qia asked. A favorite pastime of mine during childhood was listening to the ancestor's story about the immemorial war. He responded. Your ancestor participated in the war? Yun was shocked because the war included legendary figures. Xiao Jin nodded to her before continuing. He mentioned something about Feather Immortal Monarch sealing immemorial palace's resources into benevolence. Alas, the monarch fell in battle and the vessel was lost on the battlefield. Its whereabouts became a mystery. He sighed repeatedly whenever he talked about this war. He went on, thus, the conversations always left a deep impression on me. Recently, I came to the place of this particular battle and I found something. You excavated benevolence. Li Qia smiled. Right, it took me a year of research before pinpointing the area of the battlefield which happened to be Immortal Pagoda's territory. I snuck in and found the vessel. So deity's missing treasure is this vessel. Yun connected the dots. Immortal Pagoda and Swordgrasp pursued the thief but didn't know further details. In my opinion, deity knew about it but couldn't find it. When I excavated it, a phenomenon occurred and I ran right away. He said. Why didn't you run home right away? Yun said. My clan is on the border, not as close as the academy. Xiao Jin had an awkward smile. He doesn't want to drag his clan into this matter. Li Qia answered, you certainly heard of the academy's might and stories from your ancestor, that's why you're here, wanting to rely on the academy to stop deity. That is indeed my intention. Xiao Jin admitted. Given deity's capabilities, they would have traced and found him eventually. Bringing it back to the clan would result in a slaughter. On the other hand, the academy had hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Every bite and every sip is preordained. Know where you stand and do not forget favors, this will help you succeed later on. Li Qie said. I truly appreciate your advice, young noble. Xiao Jin bowed. You couldn't open the vessel, thus you hope to gather information from me. Li Qie accepted the gesture. Yes. Xiao Jin responded. Back at the gate, he came across Li Qie, who was able to tell that he had a treasure on him. That night, he tried everything but couldn't open the vessel. He became curious about Li Qie instead and wanted to test it out. Opening the vessel, not quite hard but not easy either. Merit laws and techniques are not of use here. Li Qie said. Then what is the actual method? Xiao Jin became anxious. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-21, Find the Thief, Only the Heart. Li Qie replied. Only the heart, by Xiao Jin echoed in a hushed voice. Cultivators often spout nonsense such as treasures belong to the virtuous. In reality, possessing an item doesn't mean one can truly use it. In fact, it can lead to disastrous consequences, even resulting in the destruction of a sect. Li Qie's gaze intensified as he continued. Xiao Jin had thought of such possibilities before. Most importantly, more doesn't mean better, and amusingly enough, stronger isn't better either. It has to be suitable because being obsessed with an unusable treasure will lead to ruin. He finished in a thorough manner because the boy was a descendant of an old friend. Xiao Jin shuddered as the weight of Li Qie's words hit him. He bowed deeply to show his respect and understanding of the lesson imparted. The truth was that his clan had plenty of treasures and heirlooms, enough to compete against anyone. He realized that he didn't need to concern himself with external treasures and merit laws. Once he became strong enough, internal resources would become available to him. Given his current abilities, possessing top treasures could potentially be his biggest mistake. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by loud noises and knocks coming from outside. Jian Yunyan frowned and went over to open the door. When she opened it, she saw a group of disciples wearing the same uniform. These disciples were considered elites in any sect. Her frown deepened as she recognized them as members of the deity sect, currently studying in abroad. What is it? She asked. One of them bowed and said, Miss Jian, we apologize for the intrusion. We have been verifying fellow students who have just returned. What does that have to do with me? She said with an annoyed tone. They have received orders from the seniors to look for benevolence by checking potential suspects. Immortal Pagoda and Sword Grasp were hell-bent on this goal. Even though they were all students, Jian Yunyan's status far exceeded any of theirs. She had the potential to become the successor of the Alliance and even Primal. These uninvited visitors didn't dare to offend her. However, they still had to carry out their mission and fulfill their duty, as it was of utmost importance and negligence was unacceptable. Nothing, Senior Sister Jian. An older student was quick-witted and spoke with a smile, it's just that we heard you brought a friend home. You know that good and bad people intermingle and abroad, so we would like your friend to register in order to keep everyone safe. He gave a proper and acceptable reason. No need. Yunyan said coldly. She had both authority and power to back up her words. In the case of an actual fight, it would be hard for them to find students capable of stopping her. The students exchanged glances after hearing this. What is it? A voice came from the hall. They looked inside and saw Li Qie walking out. That's him. One student raised his voice. All eyes were on Li Qie as he walked out of the house. Bai Xiao Jin had already left from the back entrance under Li Qie's command. Those from deity were happy to see him. One of the speakers earlier said, Senior Sister Jian, we only want to register him by asking a few basic questions, there's no malice involved. The disciple turned to Li Qie and asked politely, "Brother, may I ask where you are from?" He wanted to get the information quickly before Jian Yunyun had a chance to refuse. The task was important, and failure to complete it could result in punishments from the senior members of the sect. Li Qie gave a non-committal answer, "I am just a passerby. I am from where I am from." The group exchanged glances, some becoming visibly annoyed. One of them shouted, "You have some nerve to not take this seriously." Members of deity were proud regardless of their actual origin. The lineage had reigned for a long time, and they took pride in this. Thus, Li Qie's nonchalant response was viewed as a provocation. "Who gave you the right to shout before us?" Yunyun's eyes turned aggressive as she unleashed her sovereign aura. It filled the courtyard and left the uninvited students frozen, feeling as if they were being weighed down by an immense pressure akin to the weight of a mountain. They were taken aback and stumbled backward. Although she was not the top genius of this generation, she was still a supreme sovereign. They exchanged glances among themselves, realizing that their position was disadvantageous. "Miss Yun, please don't be angry. I apologize on their behalf." Another person stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura that counterbalanced hers. The members of the deity sect made way for him and bowed, showing reverence. The youth had a halo behind him, pulsing with an impressive aura that left others in awe and trembling in his presence. "Halo Scion." Yunyun frowned slightly after seeing him. "Miss Yun, call me Huantian, no need to be a stranger." He looked like a fan of Yunyun. "I didn't expect you to support deity." She had no intention of returning the sentiment and said coldly, "Our ancient ancestor is close to a mortal pagoda, I am here to help a bit." He replied. The mention of this ancestor immediately silenced the scene. He was referring to the legendary Skystomper god of heaven burial. "That's your problem, don't be overbearing in my yard. Leave." She responded firmly. But Halo Scion had no intention of leaving, his eyes fixed on Li Qie. "Miss Yun, where is he from?" "None of your business." Jian Yunyun's expression grew increasingly unfriendly. This guy's title and name are the same, meaning Halo. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-22, Deity's Arrogance. By this point, many neutral students had gathered around Jian Yunyun's house, watching the scene unfold and making comments. In fact, there had been underlying tensions in abroad for the last 2 days. Members of deity had teamed up to spy on their fellow students. The simpler cases had resulted in minor questioning, while others had escalated into full-blown interrogations. Those from the People's Sect despised the actions of the members of deity. However, since they were united and powerful, there was nothing that could be done to stop them. Therefore, the crowd enjoyed seeing Jian Yunyun standing up to Halo Scion, as he had been repeatedly doing this over the last 2 days. Many didn't dare to speak out against him, as he was a formidable cultivator and most importantly, a descendant of the Skystomper god. "That's senior sister Jian for you, so cool," one student whispered. Her fans had nothing but praise for her. One of them said, "Obviously, she's not weaker than Halo Scion at all, and need I say more about her prestige?" Halo Scion appeared embarrassed after receiving a stern reaction from Yunyun. He smiled wryly and said, "Miss Yun, this is for your sake just in case there is anything shady going on." "No need. Please return, this is a broad palace of the academy, not deity." She refused. The group found themselves in a tough position due to her unyielding attitude. "Miss Jian, you are mistaken here. Abroad has villains and thieves roaming about." A steady voice answered instead. Another youth appeared and everyone from deity bowed toward him. He donned a dark green robe, exuding an air of both handsomeness and authority. He resembled a concealed blade, ready to decapitate at a moment's notice. His stern gaze made others tremble. "Sword grasp young noble." Some blurted out his title. Even those who had prejudice toward deity lowered their head. "So that's their backer," someone else whispered. "Of course, this was obvious given their recent arrogance. The young noble was an immortal sovereign. Only one or two students in abroad were stronger than him. His support emboldened them, allowing them to search people and even their dwellings. He naturally came from sword grasp, a unique power in deity since it could communicate directly with divine and heaven alliance. In a sense, it could control all of deity. The only thing preventing this was conceal Conqueror's strength. Her current sect, Godchaser Palace, served as the current leader of deity. Nonetheless, Swordgrasp's influence remained relatively strong in deity. Who are you? Which sect are you from? The young noble came over and glared at Wuxia. His tone was far more demanding than Halo Scion. The latter was a fan of Jian Yunyun and remained cordial. Introduce yourself first before asking someone. Wuxia leaned on the door and smiled. His casual demeanor frustrated the young noble. He was actually considered a supreme genius, half a level above Halo Scion and Jian Yunyun. Don't be suicidal. His eyes gleamed menacingly. His aura erupted and made many stagger backward. Weaker students actually fell to the ground. Sword grasp, you don't get to act unbridled at my place. Yunyun was furious and activated her power. Buzz. A tree capable of shouldering the heaven appeared behind her. It opened its own domain to stop the incoming aura. After all, Heaven Razor Tree was a peerless art. She managed to stop a slash from Ascension's Sacred Lord, let alone someone from the same generation. Miss Jian, harboring thieves will provoke our lineage. Sword grasp young noble didn't relent. Eyes turned toward Wuxia. Some thought that he might be the thief. The news of this matter had spread all over the academy. However, the culprit remained at large. However, after getting a good look at Wuxia, they didn't think that he was someone capable of stealing from deity. Deity is rather imperious nowadays. Do you think you're still special at the academy? Run back to deity if you want to act cool. Ming Shi landed next to Yunyun and laughed. She winked at Wuxia and said, "Don't be afraid of them, we got your back. Princess Ming Shi is here." Students from the people became more confident after seeing her. She was from Untethered, which was stronger than Primal right now. This was the only lineage in the lower continents capable of competing against deity since it had a 7-fruit dragon lord. Ming Shi, you wish to get involved in this matter? Swordgrasp coldly said. Meanwhile, Halo Scion quietly told Yunyun, "Miss Yun, abstain from this serious matter. Deity is not messing around this time, ancient ancestors are present." Heaven Burial and deity were on the same side. Alas, he still wanted to help Yunyun. Others heard this and got chills coursing down their spine. There were ancient ancestors presiding over this matter? This was far beyond their reach then. So what? Our lineage can bring 10 here right now, you're not the only one with ancient ancestors. Ming Shi had no fear, unlike Yunyun. Primal lacked solidarity currently and she was powerless. Hell yeah! A member of the people shouted, "We have ancient ancestors too." Damn right, deity should know better than barking here. Another joined in after Untethered's involvement. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-23, Swordgrasp Young Noble. Swordgrasp Young Noble had an ugly expression. Jian Yunyun was not only challenging his prestige but also provoking deity. They only wanted to search, not expecting so much resistance to the point of it being a matter of the race versus the people. The racial animosity was long-lasting in the past, even in the lower 3 continents. Alas, the end of the Great War resulted in peace. They intermingled among themselves and stopped fighting. Minor skirmishes were unavoidable, but the overall picture looked optimistic. A broad hall was the perfect example. Not to mention the students, even conquerors from both sides coexisted in peace. Now, Swordgrasp Young Noble took pride in his bloodline and background. Therefore, it was inevitable for him to look down on the people. However, these students were shouting and putting down the race. He naturally didn't stand for this. It sounds like the people are a bunch of thieves, not willing to be transparent. Sinners will always be sinners, their vicious nature will never be gone. However, you have gone too far by stealing from deity. This is punishable by death. Sword Grasp didn't hold back. Bah! Ming Shi instantly responded, you act as if the race and deity are superior. If deity was so great, why couldn't it stop Luminous Conqueror from crushing it? That's right, deity doesn't get to bully people without consequences. A few students from the people started shouting. Demon will stand with the people here since deity has overstepped its bounds. Another cultivator spoke, your lineage lost something and immediately suspected us, wanting to search students' homes. Do you still view everyone as sinners? No, this is abroad, show some respect. This person was none other than Goldcrest young noble from Demon. He chose to support Ming Shi and Jian Yunyun because he wanted to please Yunyun. Back before the classification, many demons were part of the 100 races. They were deemed sinners by celestial court as well. Today, demons stood with the people. The 10 great mountains didn't always follow the rule, but they often supported the people if a choice had to be made. Well said. Many supported him. Goldcrest is indeed a genius of demon and our faction. Of course, he didn't care for these praises and got closer to Yunyun. Miss Jian, do you agree? You're completely right, Brother Goldcrest. She said flatly. Though she wasn't overly receptive, he was still more than satisfied. Thank you, thank you. Ming Shi smirked at him and said, I didn't know a rooster is this good at pleasing women. No, I was merely telling the truth. Goldcrest laughed heartily. So shameless. Ming Shi commented. Those from deity were surrounded on all fronts. Sword Grasp young noble's expression became increasingly unhappy. Is this a challenge to deity? He uttered coldly. Don't try to scare us, Paper Tiger. You don't speak for deity or conceal Conqueror. Ming Shi barked back, let me ask you then, is this a challenge to Untethered? She copied his tone and demeanor for the last phrase before bursting out in laughter. The crowd seemed to enjoy her joke and laughed as well. Her bold attitude gave them confidence in that deity wouldn't be able to act with wanton disregard. Li Qia also smiled because he enjoyed her quick-witted tongue. Looks like it's time to find out who is superior. Sword Grasp was livid. Clank. A sword flash gleamed in his eyes. Everyone felt a terrible sword Dao wafting in the air. Weaker students were immediately suppressed. An immortal sovereign. Even top students retreated, not daring to be brave. Only students such as Ming Shi, Jian Yunyun, and Goldcrest young noble could withstand it. If you're looking for a fight, you got it. Yunyun activated her Heaven Razor tree again. You can prevent this by handing the brat over. He gazed at Li Qia. You don't get to command people in abroad. She said. Miss Yun, there is no need to involve yourself over him, it is a serious matter. Halo Scion urged. No, if Sword Grasp young noble wishes to be imperious, then I want to see his sword Dao today. Goldcrest stepped in front of Yunyun, wanting to fight in her stead. How decisive, I'm sure Big Sis will appreciate your move. Ming Shi gave him a thumbs up and said, teach that Sword Grasp a lesson, leave the Halo brat to me, wait, no, Big Sis can fight him. Very well. Goldcrest was motivated due to his competitive nature on top of this being a chance to earn romance points. His demonic energy surged. Though he was small in stature, people felt as if he has become a giant. What an impressive aura, he is definitely a top contender. One spectator said. So be it. Sword Grasp intensified his aura and immobilized many spectators. Many trembled in fear after sensing this sword energy. Halo, shall we spar? Yunyun asked. Halo Scion smiled wryly and glanced at Li Qia. Miss Yun, you know that I have no intention of fighting you. However, if he is actually the culprit, I once again ask you to hand him over, not because I'm working for deity or anything. I'm serious when I say that deity has several ancient ancestors here right now. I only want what's best for you. This was indeed the truth. He came from heaven burial and didn't need to work so hard. However, he was good friends with Swordgrasp's group. Most importantly, he wanted Yunyun to stay away from this mess because deity had powerful cultivators available. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-24. First Brother Goldcrest and Swordgrasp's aura filled the area and made students gasp. The former's demonic energy resembled an all-devouring tsunami. Swordgrasp's sword energy was extremely sharp and made those nearby feel a bone-deep pain. They were some of the strongest geniuses in abroad. The crowd wisely backed off in order to avoid needless injuries. Some capable students whispered among themselves. Those from the race sided with Swordgrasp and vice versa. Boom! Suddenly, a figure appeared, landing with a powerful impact that created a deep pit and cracked the surrounding ground. He stood there and released a rampaging aura far surpassing the two geniuses. A dragon lord. Everyone felt something different. This power froze both supreme and immortal sovereigns, seizing the audience by their throat. All eyes were on this newcomer, a youth shrouded in radiance. Each strand of light looked sacred as if he was a god and a representative of the light. His eyes were stern and imposing as he released powerful waves of energy to dissipate the demonic and sword energy. This sent some students flying up into the air. The stronger geniuses tumbled backward. Radiant young monarch. Both regular and brilliant students shouted his title. Those from the people shuddered, no longer cheering Goldcrest young noble. So this is a peerless genius. They were afraid to see him. On the other hand, those from the race had nothing but admiration since they believed in his supremacy. His title was well known throughout the lower continents. He hailed from Godchaser Palace, a great power comparable to 8 Stallion Dynasty when its Tao Lord was still around. Whenever this sect was brought up, people would think of a particular being, Conqueror. However, it had another supreme genius, Radiant Monarch. Conqueror was considered the #1 cultivator while Radiant Monarch stood at the peak of the young generation. Conqueror was half a generation older than Radiant Monarch. Some speculated that if they were from the same generation, Radiant Monarch might not be weaker at all. Even Conceal couldn't fully overshadow the Monarch, a testament to the Monarch's abilities. Radiant young Monarch was a direct disciple. He didn't let down his master by also reigning over his peers, already possessing one sacred fruit at such a young age. The crowd didn't dare to meet his gaze. Their confidence crumbled before this superior cultivator. Brother Radiant. The arrogant Swordgrasp and Halo Scion greeted him. Thieves have stolen a supreme item from deity. It must be returned, so I would appreciate your cooperation. There will be consequences otherwise. The young monarch asserted. The race's members became haughty right away, knowing that their opponents must yield. How awe-inspiring, young monarch. Ming Shi sneered, but you have no jurisdiction over us here. Your Highness, excuse me then. The young monarch focused his aura straight on the princess. She couldn't deal with it, so Yunyun used her tree technique to create a separate barrier. Alas, he had no problem pushing the barrier down. Damn it! Goldcrest young noble shouted and wanted to help. Boom! However, another cultivator appeared and raised his sword, easily dispelling the young monarch's pressure. Young monarch, this stops here. He spoke in a calm and measured tone, his gray robe flowing around him as he commanded attention with his majestic presence. First brother. Students from both sides lowered their head once to show respect. First brother. The young monarch became serious. He was the student in charge of a broad hall, Yushanjian. Zhuaijian, the sword lord, was his master. In the last millennium, he presided over the matters in abroad. Everyone who came in would address him as First Brother. He was strong enough to deserve their respect, being a one-fruit dragon lord. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-25, Expulsion. In the last 1,000 years, top masters have traveled to abroad for Tao study. They were stronger than Yu Shanjian but still called him first brother. This wasn't due to his age but rather, his responsibility and duty in abroad. Clank. The young monarch's aura couldn't get through the unbreakable sword Tao. Sword hymns could be heard and it actually pushed back the light. First brother. The young monarch's expression soured. Yu Shanjian waved his hand and said, "This ends here. Everyone, leave." First brother, letting thieves run rampant will diminish a broad hall's prestige. The young monarch didn't want to give up. He wisely ignored deity's action and focused on the thieves instead. Abroad is an educational institution for all, whether they be a saint or a villain. The everlasting prestige of abroad won't be ruined over this little matter. Shanjian responded. He spoke calmly but with confidence and stirred the crowd. This was indeed the truth since countless top masters had learned it abroad before. The lengthy history naturally included heinous villains as well. However, did this ruin abroad's reputation and prestige? No, cultivators in the lower continents continued to join it. This was the all-welcoming abroad, something different from any sect or kingdom. No single cultivator would ever make it more famous or lessen its popularity. Even if there were thieves and villains here and abroad today, it simply made no difference. But first brother, villains and thieves should be persecuted. The young monarch still tried to take the moral high ground. Radiant young monarch. Shanjian stared at him and said, "Deity must stop its operation right now and abroad. This is my will and the Academy's. Pass this message to the ancestors." He got straight to the point instead of running around in a circle with the young genius. Plus, the Academy didn't give anyone face regardless of their background and backing. "First brother, do you wish to protect the thieves?" The young monarch asked. "If you are unsatisfied with anything, you may leave abroad. The Academy does not restrict students from doing what they want but also does not welcome troublemakers." Shanjian responded, implying that expulsion might be the consequence. This flustered the young monarch. Everyone immediately quieted down. Entering abroad was rather easy. Just a quick registration was all it took. The reason didn't matter either, even beggars could come here to search for food. Expulsion simply wasn't a thing in history. After all, if people hated it here, they could just leave. In a sense, being expelled would be extraordinarily rare, potentially unprecedented, and humiliating. Everyone in the lower continents would hear of this and laugh at them. Rumors might be spread as well regarding the circumstances, true or not. Since heinous villains had gone here without being kicked out, what would one have to do to suffer this punishment? Therefore, the young monarch didn't want the infamy. This humiliation would follow him for a lifetime. His friends, Swordgrasp and Halo, didn't interfere either. Their background didn't matter since even Conqueror obeyed the rules here. In the end, the young monarch scowled once before leaving. Throwing out fierce words was useless because the Academy has shown its stance, not allowing deity to continue its search. "This matter is over, disperse." Shanjian told the crowd and then left. Both factions bowed in his direction since they knew that he was only carrying out his duty. He had never shown favoritism to either side before. The crowd dispersed, leaving Wuxia and the others behind. "Young noble, we protected you just now, isn't this a big contribution? If you have anything nice, you should share it with us." Ming Shi winked at him. "A big contribution? No, this is how it should be. If the people do not show solidarity, they deserve to be bullied by the race." Wuxia chuckled. "You're right, young noble." Yun responded. At the start, if students from the people had shown enough courage and solidarity to stop deity's search, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. "How stingy!" Ming Shi murmured in a cute manner. As the conversation continued, a girl with a scattering of freckles on her face approached. Though her attire was unassuming and her features were unremarkable, her eyes were striking as she fixed her gaze on Wuxia. Favorite, please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-26. Mysterious freckled girl. She appeared to be around the same age as Asui from 8 Stallion. Her eyes brimmed with vigor and cleverness. Her calm aura resembled a heavy stone submerged in dead water, as if she had a vow of silence. The myriad laws and the world itself found serenity in her presence. Only the gentle wind was left behind and the quiet trickling of springs. This helped those near her find peace. There was no need to speak, only silence meditation. She stood in front of Wuxia and stared at him. Her conspicuous freckles didn't ruin her beauty but actually accentuated it. She seemed to be happy like a little sparrow and infected everyone with her mood. Her big, round eyes seemed to be speaking to him. Wuxia crouched down to stare into her eyes. It was the same as being in the middle of an ocean. Little one, do you have something to say to the young noble? Mingshi asked. The girl didn't respond and continued staring at Wuxia. He did the same, appreciating her jewel-like eyes. After a while, he gently rubbed her head for a bit before pulling back. She smiled happily and something akin to the harmonization of the Tao occurred. She then bowed deeply toward Wuxia before leaving. That girl doesn't speak, maybe she can't? Mingshi said. She can. Wuxia smiled. So you know about her? Tell me. Mingshi asked. Wuxia only smiled in response. She joined about the same time as us, but I haven't heard her talk before either. Goldcrest young noble became curious. There are many strange and interest students in abroad, she is one of them. Yunyun said. Yes, a mystery indeed. Mingshi said, no one knows her origin and cultivation method. She doesn't speak or hang around anyone. At first, Mingshi thought that the freckled girl was mute and couldn't speak. This filled her with sympathy, so she asked around for the girl's information. No one knew anything. Yunyun could tell by Wuxia's smile that he could see what was going on but didn't want to tell them. The freckled girl left a deep impression on her. Why was she here and abroad? She didn't look like a mortal or someone from a smaller sect because a mortal body wouldn't have that much spirituality in the eyes. Of course, she was merely curious and didn't feel the same sympathy as Mingshi. The latter was different since she came from untethered. This lineage currently was mighty. She had powerful seniors who loved her. Her favorable environment fostered kindness and virtuous intentions. The same couldn't be said about Yunyun. Primal was currently a mess and she was overwhelmed with responsibility. She had no time to worry about anything else. The group went back inside the house. Mingshi sat down and said, Deity must have lost something incredible, that's why Radiant Young Monarchs group is so anxious. Yes, after all, Sword Grasp and Immortal Pagoda are working together, Godchaser Palace too. Godchaser is very prideful and doesn't like to work with others unless it is something of crucial importance. Goldcrest added. Normally, Sword Grasp School had a unique position in deity. The current generation was an exception because of Conceal Conqueror. Her existence propelled Godchaser above all the other sects in deity. Moreover, it had Radiant Monarch as well. Yunyun was amused because she knew the answer, benevolence. Of course, she wasn't in a position to tell them. Okay, if there's nothing else, let's take a break. Wuxia smiled and had no interest in this matter. He only wanted to visit the academy for a bit to see this old place. There is something else, very exciting stuff. Mingshi giggled at him. What is it? He asked. Our class will be graduating soon. She revealed. Goldcrest and Yunyun exchanged glances, becoming emotional. Time passes by so fast. No wonder why some stick around after their term. Goldcrest sentimentally said. There was no requirement to leave after graduation. If one had thick skin, they could continue staying. Some would actually do so their whole life. Because of this generosity, those who became successful later on would send amazing gifts back here. After all, cultivation was difficult. Their period at the academy might be the easiest time. It gave them shelter and peace, no need to worry about life and death. Since we're graduating, we need to gift the academy with something. Mingshi said. Do you guys have anything in mind? Goldcrest asked. Some students had amazing resources due to their backgrounds. They could indeed give great gifts to the academy during their graduation. I haven't thought about it. Yunyun smiled wryly. The situation in Primal didn't give her time to think. We have to brainstorm then. Mingshi smiled. I'm not a student at the academy. Li Qie didn't want to participate. Sure, there are two things that will interest you. Mingshi said. What? He asked. The graduation ceremony and the deer pawn shop. She said. Oh right, I completely forgot about it. Goldcrest calculated with his fingers, seems like our class is rather lucky. We have to go take a look. Yunyun actually became excited. Not just take a look, we should do a great job in order to repay the academy. Mingshi said. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-27, Deer Pawn Shop. The stress caused by Deity's search disappeared right away since many students were about to graduate. The academy would open its door and the timing coincided with the appearance of a certain pawn shop. There were timings to its appearance. Moreover, only students were allowed to participate. The risk was low while the reward was potentially sky-high. Excitement filled the air for the incoming ceremony. Graduates would have a chance to gift the academy a useful gift or merit laws. Or, they could also earn generous prizes during the ceremony. There was nothing else like the academy in the lower continents. One just had to participate in the graduation ceremony and test their luck. Many have been lucky in history and became famous later on. This was another reason why top masters paid the academy back so handsomely. Of course, some students still thought about what they should leave for the academy before all of this. Let's go to book, maybe we'll find a nice treasure for the academy. A genius from a great power contemplated this matter. Of course, others only cared about their own gains during the ceremony. Discussions sprung everywhere. If we can obtain Demon Conqueror's treasure during the graduation ceremony, we can ride it to the top. One student said. Our ancestor left behind an heirloom here, I want to bring it back this generation. A member of a declining sect relied on this opportunity to revitalize it. Don't forget about the deer pawn shop. If we get lucky there, we'll be able to pay the academy back. Another said. A few merely wanted everything while not paying any price. In their mind, they wanted to become invincible first. It wouldn't be too late to return to the academy afterward. Meanwhile, the academy was busy hanging up red lanterns as well. Later on that day, they floated up in the air and created a path reaching the horizon. Skyway is up now. We're so lucky, the pawn shop will really be there. Many students became ecstatic. Let's go, no more wasting time. It will start soon. Some couldn't wait any longer. Unfortunately, it was packed with people even before the start of the event. After all, everyone from abroad was trying to get there. We should go too, everyone is there already. Mingshi couldn't wait and started pulling Li Qie while running. For the majority of people, seeing the pawn shop is the blessing of a lifetime. Goldcrest told Yunyun, who wasn't that interested. She didn't come for any treasure, only to look for a certain person during the ceremony. This was one clue to the Empress Dowager's disappearance. Nonetheless, she didn't want to kill the mood and followed along. You know that there is an earth-shattering secret behind this pawn shop? He, you've read many books and know everything, right? This is your time to shine. She happily pulled Li Qie's arm. How so? Li Qie asked. Watch and tell me when there is something really good before pawning, then I can show it off during the ceremony. She said. Why should I? He gave her the side eye. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity since the pawn shop isn't always there. Most importantly, you can finally make good use of your knowledge. If you can figure out its mystery, wouldn't it be the proudest moment of your life? She said shamelessly, trying to get him to help. What's there to be proud of about figuring out one mystery, let alone it being the proudest moment of my life? Li Qie said. Oh. Then what do you think is worth being your proudest moment? She asked. Being a good person. He responded with a serious tone. She stopped running and stared at him. What kind of an answer is that? Being a good person isn't hard at all. Even mortals can do it without any problem. Yunyun and Goldcrest didn't expect this response either. For me, being a good person is the hardest pursuit since it requires an unchanging heart. Li Qie said. An unchanging heart. Yunyun realized something. For a tiger to be good, it needs to not eat humans. Li Qie said. But you're not a tiger. Mingshi retorted. Li Qie smiled mysteriously. For some reason, this smile creeped her out. Okay, don't be going crazy on me now, we can just go test our luck. Mingshi shook her head and kept on pulling Li Qie forward. Once they made it there, they saw that it was completely packed. Nonetheless, male students came over and showed them a spot. Looks like our big sis charm is unbeatable. Mingshi laughed due to the suitors making a path for them. It's starting soon. A student said. They were one of the latest groups to get here. Everyone silently awaited the pawn shop's appearance. An evil wind. Li Qie suddenly noticed something and focused his gaze deep into the sky. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-28. Dear man, what the heck are you talking about, evil wind? Mingshi asked. Yunyun and Goldcrest didn't feel anything either. Li Qie didn't look down for a while, still with a smile. Is there something peculiar? Yunyun whispered. It's coming. Li Qie said. The princess heard this and grabbed Li Qie's hand again. You have to help me, let me be lucky once. I'm not your lucky star, how am I going to do that? Li Qie responded. No, do it right now. She coquettishly winked her eyes repeatedly, trying to be cute. This pawn shop absolutely has numerous secrets, our ancestors have tried before to no avail. Don't be shy now and miss this rare opportunity, this is your chance. Her tone became forceful at the end, causing the other two to shake their head. The princess has no shame. Goldcrest commented. I dare you to say that again, Rooster. Mingshi glared at him. He chuckled and wasn't afraid of her. Plus, he gave her a lot of leeway due to her lively and kind nature. Now. Li Qie said. Mingshi dropped the issue with Goldcrest and looked up at the sky. Ring, 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 everyone suddenly heard ringing from a distance even though there was nothing in sight. It brought about a joyous atmosphere as if something grand was coming. Finally. Students rejoiced after hearing this and lost their patience. All turned their head toward the source. Radiant young monarch and sword-grasp young noble were present as well, sharing the same excitement. The ringing became increasingly pleasant and louder. Suddenly, a figure appeared and left a dark trail along the way. Each leap consisted of 10 million miles, taking it from the horizon to above the academy in no time at all. Yes. The students cheered. It's here, it's here. Mingshi couldn't contain her excitement and gripped Li Qie's hand tighter. Young noble, look at its secrets. So it turned out that the so-called pawn shop was a carriage pulled by a deer. The carriage was bright red and had a happy aura. A lantern was hung by the side, nearly out of oil so the flame was flickering. Nonetheless, it managed to light a path for the carriage. Everyone then turned toward the driver, an old man also wearing a bright red robe. It covered him completely and prevented others from seeing his frame. He had a red hat as well on top of a long, white beard, hiding his features. The thing attracting everyone's attention was an overly large sack right behind him. It seemed to have numerous treasures inside. Wait, it's all wood. A few students took note of this and were surprised. Everything was made from wood, whether it be the deer, the carriage, or the old man. Upon closer inspection, they didn't seem to be carved but were actual entities. It was as if there was a type of tree growing into this form after countless years. All three entities were one, not separate. Moreover, they had a connection to the world itself. As it flew in the air, it was no different from the air or the earth. I didn't expect this. A first-timer student said. This is the pawn shop, it has always been like this. A friend who had heard about this from his ancestor said. Are the rumors true then? The first student asked, skeptical about this being's fortuitous ability. It has been around for millions of years. In fact, it might date back to the founding of the academy, so you tell me. The friend responded while staring at him as if he was an idiot. Numerous stories existed of lucky people becoming masters thanks to this event, the most recent one being Green Mountain Conqueror. He was a great genius from reincarnation but had issues with the Grand Tao, unable to harmonize with it. As a student in abroad, he eventually found a scroll from this event, and harmonization became possible. Due to his innate talent, the Tao became easy enough for him to become a conqueror. This was a prime example of the potential benefits stemming from this event. Thus, all the students were excited to participate. Long time no see, young friends. The wooden man spoke. His voice was no different from a living grandpa and was brimming with life. The tone soothed and comforted listeners, changing their state of mind. Skeptical students suddenly found the rumors plausible afterward. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-29, Pawning, Children, the time to pawn is now. The old man said, take out whatever you don't need even if it's a broken flower pot. He tapped on the red sack and added, inside this are celestial treasures and supreme Tao arts. I would go even as far as using the word immortal to describe some of them. This excited the crowd right away. Their eyes flashed brightly but they didn't notice the old man's expression. A more neutral party would view him as a merchant trying to trick innocent children. Of course, he greatly exaggerated as well, wanting to advertise his items. Alas, the students truly believed the historical precedent and ignored his shady demeanor and speech. After all, even conquerors were created by this event. Anything will do? One student shouted. Of course, whatever you don't need at home, even a soiled underwear when you were younger. On the other hand, a top treasure will do as well. Remember, there is only one chance. The old man said. Many students laughed after hearing the joke. So I can pick up a random stone and pawn it? Another became curious. Indeed, but just one chance. The old man laughed. Idiot, still want everything for nothing? A knowledgeable student snorted, no sincerity at all, you won't get anything. The rules were rather clear, everyone had one chance. It didn't matter what the chosen item was, it could be a rock or a piece of cloth. Some believed that the exchange was not equivalent. However, most didn't buy it. They believed that there must be some sincerity involved. Those who wanted the best treasures while giving up nothing couldn't possibly win. Therefore, most took the exchange rather seriously. Do you really have those great treasures? One student asked. Of course, the best of the best. The old man patted his sack and said, this is your opportunity to get what you want. If you dare to imagine your wildest dream, it will be in here. Then you have the best weapons as well. Are you not afraid of someone robbing you? Another asked. The old man only smiled without answering. That's suicidal. An ancient god believed in his power before and was obliterated. An older student responded instead. Moonbreaker Wolf. A different student took a deep breath and remarked. In reality, some had attempted this before. A particularly famous example was Moonbreaker Wolf, a monster with 10 sacred fruits. He waded in abroad until the event for an ambush, only to go down as a tragic reminder. According to the legend, he was captured by the old man and thrown into the sack, never to appear again. Thus, top masters themselves didn't dare to try, let alone the students. Okay, children, let's get started. We don't have much time. The old man smiled heartily, looking like a peddler selling subpar merchandise to ignorant children. I'll try. Someone became impatient, but his friend pulled him back. Don't be the first, I've heard that the first trader always had the worst luck. The friend whispered. It's clear that those aware of this were hesitant and waited for someone else. Really? The student asked. Yes, the probability of winning is already low. The odds are worst for the first and last. The friend said confidently. However, one youth wearing a tight robe defied this belief. He walked forward, accompanied by a pure aura. Though it wasn't oppressive, it granted him an everlasting presence. Everything else, including Tao power, was forced into the rotation. Students trembled and didn't dare to get close to him. The young noble of Reincarnation City, Ching Songka. Everyone in abroad knew who he was, a genius on the same level as Yunyun and the others. He came from one of the 12 lineages, reincarnation. He came closer and bowed toward the old man. Sir, I heard that our Green Mountain Conqueror had obtained a fortune from you, an amazing scroll. May I ask if this is the truth? Everyone listened attentively because they were aware of the popular tale. Too many young friends have come and I don't remember. The old man was not interested and waved his hand. If you want to pawn something, do it, there is a long line behind you. Songka took a deep breath. Though he wasn't from Time Mountain as the Conqueror, he had always viewed Green Mountain as an idol. He wanted to participate in the pawning process and become a second Green Mountain Conqueror. Thus, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He took out a box and opened it, revealing a gentle glow. He handed it to the old man and said, "This is our city's heaven-touched water jade. I am pawning it." Damn! Many students blurted out. This was a special product from the city. Only one would appear every 1,000 years. The old man didn't bother looking at it. He put it away and untied the sack, demanding, "Go, one chance. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 49:30. Gambling. Ching Songka prepared himself and reached inside the sack. Everyone watched with bated breath and became nervous. After all, he was the first to attempt. If he were to be extremely unlucky, this misfortune might infect the entire event. A second at this moment felt like an eternity. "Time's up," the old man said. He unwillingly pulled his hand back, revealing to the crowd that he found nothing. Just like the rumors, the first is always unlucky, a student said with disappointment. Next, the old man said. Songka's failure didn't stop others from wanting to try. The temptation of success was too great. "I'm going." The next student took out a regular firestone. He reached around for a bit and pulled out an ingot of shimmering metal. Crimson Mountain metal. Someone recognized the ingot and shouted, "That's quite a hefty profit." Of course, this wasn't a supreme fortune at all, but the quick profit gave everyone hope. My turn, my turn. No, I was ahead of you. Students wanted to beat each other to the line since this was a shortcut to supremacy. Among them were some sincere souls who took out the best treasures. Alas, the majority relied on luck and only pawned the most ordinary items. Some examples included a cultivation manual from the mortal world and ordinary ointments. A few took out some strange stuff that must have been picked up randomly, not worth a single coin. The old man was fully surrounded by shouting students in no time at all. He accepted all the items without taking a second look. It was as if trash and treasures were the same in his eyes. Because of this, a few thought about just using the cheapest things possible to pawn, believing that luck was the most important factor. Of course, some of their friends disagreed and sneered at them. One guy said, what you're pawning is not your item but rather, your fortune. There is only one, so sincerity is very important here. However, the majority of both sides didn't gain anything. The luckiest ones so far only obtained some decent treasures. This can't be right, how can I be so unlucky? A student said with indignation after pawning off his most valuable treasure and only getting an entry-level one back. He lost everything and was furious. Just accept the loss gracefully. No one forced you to play. The old man said with a friendly smile. This was indeed the case, the old man didn't force anyone to trade. Moreover, no one here could do anything to him because he was clearly stronger than them. Not all complained. Another exchanged a regular item but ended up taking a pagoda out of the sack. Boom! Waves rushed out and smashed everyone in the chest, causing them to feel as if their body was cracking down. What a treasure! They observed ancient runes and laws pulsing around the pagoda. It seemed capable of refining heaven and earth. Young man, you're quite lucky to get this world-eater pagoda. The old man laughed. Thank you, senior. The student was overwhelmed with emotion. He bowed at the old man and instantly disappeared into the crowd. He clearly had a humble background and didn't want to die because of greed. I'm so jealous. Many clamored since he was the first to obtain something noteworthy. Those who had doubts after so many failures saw hope again and became lively. The pawn shop is real, we can get something great from it. Some wanted nothing more than to reach inside that sack. As time passed, no one was able to duplicate the feat done by that unknown student. The chance seems rather low, it's just a gamble. Goldcrest young noble commented. Yes, an exceedingly rare yet potentially lucrative fortune. No one can afford to miss it. Yun said. The buy-in for this gambling attempt was low, so it didn't matter to the students. Go. Li Chia told Mingshi. Her eyes lit up as she said, you found out his secret, right? He, will I get something amazing? Trust me, you will obtain a grand fortune. Li Chia smiled and rubbed her head. His confident declaration attracted unwanted attention. Who do you think you are? The old man might be able to say this, but you're just a junior. Know your place. One student said. Of course, those nearby have been paying attention to their group. After all, it consisted of 3 top dogs in abroad. They didn't know who Li Chia was and wondered why he was with them. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-31, Kind-Hearted Princess, the audacity, no one can influence the pawn shop. One student stared at Li Chia. He ignored them and told Mingshi, go, little girl, you'll get something great. His confident insistence surprised the crowd. Who does he think he is? Someone murmured. The others felt the same way. Plus, calling the princess, little girl, was out of line as well. Putting the disrespect aside, no one has been able to control the auction. In the past, top masters have tried including sovereigns and dragon lords. Some still returned empty-handed, let alone this nameless junior. Very well, I'm going. The princess thought that this was going to go well. All eyes were on her as she got closer to the carriage. This wasn't only due to Li Chia's comment. She was a famous genius from Untethered, so she had always enjoyed the spotlight. I'm starting. She looked back at Li Chia and shouted. Don't worry, the great fortune is yours. Li Chia smiled. Humph. Many snorted after hearing this. Sword Grasp, Halo, and Radiant Young Monarch also didn't believe Li Chia. Watch, this will be hilarious. A student sneered. Mingshi ignored them and took a deep breath. She then took out a treasure that pulsed brightly. Whoever was touched by its light felt themselves being purified by this holy power. It washed away unnecessary thoughts and impurities in their grand Tao. Their auras became closer to that of chaos true energy. The jewel of purification. A student from Untethered shouted. Really? Others clamored after hearing this. Even the geniuses became alarmed. This was unique to Untethered, appearing once every 10,000 years. It had a soothing effect to prevent chi deviation and improved meditation. Many sects desired this treasure, but Untethered didn't have enough for its own disciples, let alone sell it to outsiders. Isn't this too wasteful? A student calmed down and said. After all, the probability of success was low, only 1 or 2 winners each time. It also seemed that the thing being pawned didn't affect this rate. Thus, they deemed her choice inefficient. She held the jewel with both hands and prayed quietly, "Please let me obtain something great so I can give it back to the academy." With that, she handed the jewel to the old man. He opened the sack and let her reach inside. This little girl. Wuxia heard her prayer and chuckled. It's a big gamble. Goldcrest said, "What kind of exchange will make it worth it?" He and his peers knew the value of the jewel. Few were willing to be this cavalier. Mingshi wants to give something amazing to the academy, that's why she wants to test her luck. Yunyun said. A hush took over the scene, everyone watched attentively since Mingshi's exchanged treasure was the best so far. I got something. Mingshi felt something and pulled her hand back, feeling excited. Everyone saw her holding an ancient lantern, its age and grime obscuring the composition of the material. The lantern was caked in filth and no one dared to touch it. The flame inside flickered, on the verge of extinguishing. What a loss. One student murmured. See, didn't I tell you that trading in a precious treasure doesn't guarantee anything? Another said. Didn't someone say that she was going to obtain a great fortune? You screwed her over. This is a lesson to everyone, better find the right friends instead of hanging around fools. One student sneered at Wuxia. Mingshi didn't know what she was holding and asked the old man, "What is this?" He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and said, "Child, you are something else. This is a mortal's demise, even I can't catch it. Simply incredible." It sounds amazing. She happily said. Amazing? This is a grand fortune, a great creation. He was happy for her as well. His response shocked everyone, leaving them slack-jawed. So she was really lucky? One student said. Earlier when the guy got a peerless pagoda, the old man didn't react at all. Now, he was startled to see the lantern. He naturally understood the treasures that were inside his sack and should be able to grab any of them. However, this lantern was somehow hard to grab. It meant that it was beyond his control. This is a great fortune then, completely peerless. Halo Scion and his friends became emotional. This sounded as if the princess had obtained something that could propel her to the apex. Could she become a conqueror with it? This lantern will be the start of a legend. Someone said enviously. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4932, Immortal's Demise. In fact, just the name alone showed that it was a great artifact. Everyone stared at the princess with both envy and jealousy. I got something. Mingshi ran back to the group and excitedly told them. Congratulations, Your Highness. Your future potential is limitless after obtaining this great fortune. Goldcrest was happy for her as well. It has nothing to do with me, this is a gift for the academy. She smiled happily. Your kindness put us to shame. Yunyun said. Though she didn't know its current power, it was obviously capable of turning her into a supreme existence in the future. Alas, she didn't want to keep it for herself. How many would be able to make the same choice? Hee, young noble, you are really the best, how did you do it? She asked, attributing her success to Wuxia. After all, she brought him here with this goal and he told her when to go. He was clearly the deciding factor, not her luck. On the other hand, the others didn't think that it had anything to do with Wuxia. Congratulations, Your Highness, you shall be a phoenix among us. Radiant young monarch came closer and cupped his fist at the princess with a smile. None of your business. She scoffed at him. He felt uncomfortable. As a dragon lord, his status was superior to hers. He had come to attempt to persuade her to join his side, recognizing her potential as a powerful cultivator. However, she did not show him any respect, leaving him in an embarrassing situation. Plus, I haven't forgotten what you tried to do earlier. Ming Shi was a straightforward person who didn't hold back. Your Highness, it was only a misunderstanding. We were merely carrying out our duty to capture the thief. Halo Scion said before glancing at Wuxia. In reality, the students from Deity had already harbored suspicions about Wuxia, and this incident only served to reinforce their doubts. Though he seemed unremarkable and incapable, he had arrived in abroad with an obscure background, unlike the other students who were being investigated and had some form of explanation for their presence. Of course, they were unable to take any action against him at present, due to the Academy's ruling. Nevertheless, they were not willing to abandon their pursuit so easily. Please, our esteemed young noble would not deign to concern himself with your lineage's treasure. Ming Shi said. Little girl, you are correct. Why would I waste my time with something as insignificant as the trash of Deity? Wuxia smiled, though his words were meant to be insulting. How dare you? Those from Deity were incensed by the insult to their heritage. They took great pride in their background and would not tolerate such a brazen slight. In fact, those from the people also found Wuxia to be awfully arrogant and unreasonable. Though they disliked the other side, they still thought that it was too much. Does he not know that he's offending all of Deity? One of them said. I just hope he doesn't drag us down with him if a fight breaks out. Everyone should know to not be involved with someone like him. Another student added. Halo and the others were displeased since they were the leaders of Deity in abroad. They had to do something now. Radiant young monarch activated his aura and froze everyone. As a dragon lord, there was an insurmountable gap between him and the other students. The crowd immediately retreated after seeing this. What do you think you're doing? Yunyun, Ming Shi, and Goldcrest stood in front of Wuxia, also activating their auras. Chaos true energy and vitality erupted, making it hard for weaker cultivators to breathe. Alas, the trio still couldn't beat the young monarch. I must punish this foul-mouthed fool. The latter uttered coldly. Your indignation stems from ignorance. All of Deity's treasures can't compare to what's in that sack alone. Wuxia casually responded. Listeners thought about it. The pawn shop was famous, but it seemed inconceivable that it would have more treasures than all of Deity. Meanwhile, the old man sat there, seemingly not paying attention to this fiery development. Ignorant junior, Deity looms above all. Our resources are beyond your imagination. Swordgrasp said. Then why are all of you panicking over some lost treasures? Wuxia smiled. He got a point. Neutral students talked among themselves. They heard that ancient ancestors from Deity have arrived over one lost treasure. On the other hand, the pawn shop had given out enough treasures to help cultivators become supreme. Thus, if Deity was actually that rich, would it be panicking and mobilizing their forces? The dear pawn shop really has that many treasures? Students turned and stared at the sack again. Some started agreeing with Wuxia's viewpoint after thinking it through. So what? The sack's treasures have nothing to do with you. Halo said, this doesn't change the fact that our peerless treasure was stolen by someone, which is what we're focusing on here. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4933, Stealing Fortune. Halo Scion clearly implied that Wuxia was the one who stole their treasure. Bah, ridiculous, Deity isn't the only one with treasures. Ming Shi immediately barked back. Halo Scion, please watch your words. Yunyun uttered coldly. His crush's criticism left him in a tough situation. Alas, he answered back, there is no smoke without fire, there's a reason why he's hiding everything about himself. Deity doesn't have anything worthy of my time, but you do deserve some punishment for your insults. Li Qie calmly said. Punishment? As if, show me what you can do then. Halo Scion has never been afraid of anyone, for he was the young lord of heaven burial and a descendant of Skystomper god. He would have taught Li Qie a lesson if it wasn't for Yunyun and Mingshi. Fighting and killing would make me a bully, and I don't want that. Let's do this. I will make sure that you gain nothing from the pawn shop. Li Qie smiled. Suddenly, Halo Scion had a flash around him for a split second. He didn't know what was going on. This surprised listeners as well because it wasn't possible. Once they digested the information, they started laughing as if it was the most hilarious thing in the world. Has the brat gone mad? A student from the race sneered. Does he think he is fortune itself? Talking about controlling someone's fortune. Even the old man can't do so, let alone someone else. Someone from the people said. Did you hear that? You can stop dreaming about any treasure now. Mingshi, on the other hand, supported Li Qie. Yunyun and Goldcrest have never heard of such a thing, controlling fortune. Who could steal someone's fortune? In a sense, killing and robbing their corpse could count as stealing fortune, but this wasn't the case here. Ha ha ha. Halo nearly had tears from laughing so hard. He said, Who do you think you are, to talk about deciding the outcome, idiot. It's fine if you don't believe me. Li Qie didn't mind the insult. Scion, show him your fortune then. Students from the race shouted. They didn't think he could steal anyone's fortune because only the heaven could do so. Very well, I will let you know your place, brat. Halo said and walked toward the carriage. The students who lined up let him cut to the front because they wanted to watch the show as well. I will pawn this. Halo took out a relatively precious cobra bone made into a ring. Its divinity erupted after being exposed. Start. The old man didn't care about it either and opened the sack. He immediately reached inside while everyone watched with bated breath. They wanted to see if he could get treasure, even the most ordinary one would be fine. After all, if he were to come back with something, that would be akin to slapping Li Qie in the face. 1 second came after another, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Halo Scion's face turned red because it felt as if his hand was stuck inside a massive world. He reached around repeatedly but couldn't grab anything. Time's up. The old man said. He had no choice but to pull back, revealing that he got nothing. Li Qie was proven right. Of course, no one thought that he was conspiring with the old man. The latter didn't care for top masters, let alone a junior. Was his fortune really stolen? One student murmured. Please, this is only a coincidence, the Scion just wasn't lucky. He isn't the only one who got nothing either. A friend didn't buy it. Many agreed with this statement, especially those who disliked Li Qie. Right, I didn't get anything either. Another student said. Failing the gamble wasn't embarrassing at all. Hey, where's your treasure? Mingshi didn't miss the chance. Halo just wanted to leave and answered, it's just a coincidence, a blind cat coming across a dead mouse, that's all. Can't even lose gracefully, I see. Mingshi smirked, always paying back a debt. It's just one time, it doesn't mean anything. Swordgrasp came to help his friend, don't think too much of it. Then you go try, let's see if our young noble can steal your fortune or not. Mingshi responded. Goldcrest was interested in this as well and said, Brother Swordgrasp, test to see if it's meaningless then. If you get something, then you will be proven right. Since his secret was revealed by Li Qie, he was still thinking about it deeply. This was another test in his eyes. Yunyun found this hard to believe as well. Was stealing luck an actual thing? The students here didn't buy it either. However, they didn't want to be involved in this bad karma right now and preferred Swordgrasp to try instead. Go for it. A student from the people said, still holding a grudge about the interrogation. He's afraid. Another joined in. This is so silly, we shouldn't believe this at all. Someone from the race helped him out. Swordgrasp was left in a tough spot. If he didn't step up, it would look as if he was afraid of Li Chia, something detrimental to his current leadership role. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-34. Jinxie rarely suffered moments like this due to his position as the successor of Swordgrasp. Just say that you want to give up if you're afraid. Ming Shi has been holding back and this was her time to vent. Swordgrasp's blood heated up after hearing the taunt. He stepped forward and said, I'm not afraid of this nonsensical claim. I'll do it. Having said that, he glared at Li Chia. I want to see how much longer you can keep this ridiculous act up. Steal my fortune if you can, humph. He believed that Halo was merely unlucky and the failure had nothing to do with Li Chia. I'm not sure I want to do it since you actually have pretty good luck with this pawn shop. Li Chia smiled. Swordgrasp became braver after hearing this, the same for his allies and supporters. Don't try to play nice, just admit your incapability. One student sneered. Yes, just apologize and admit your mistake. It'll be too late afterward. The others started shouting. Swordgrasp also thought that Li Chia was afraid, so he scoffed. Bring it, if it's clear that you were lying, we'll teach you a lesson. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. The only thing holding him back was the academy. You are forcing my hand by pointing your blade at me. Looks like my kindness is viewed as malice. Li Chia waved his hand and said, I shall seize your fortune so that you will gain nothing. The moment he finished speaking, Swordgrasp also had an indiscernible light flashing for a split moment around his body. He sensed something strange but dismissed it since it didn't last long enough. If I get a treasure, I will also take your dog life. Swordgrasp snorted. With that, he came over to the carriage and took out an ancient stone covered in celestial runes. Its value was obvious at first glance. Of course, it wasn't overly precious. He picked a fair item to exchange because he cared about his image. Plus, this was his only chance, so some sincerity had to be shown. Start. The old man opened the sack. Swordgrasp took a deep breath and reached inside. The crowd became anxious again, just like Halo's attempt. Those from the race hoped that he would be able to find something and teach Li Chia a lesson. Many of the people wanted him to fail, hoping that he would get his comeuppance for the interrogations recently. There was a third side, students who wanted to perform a miracle. It would be devilish if Li Chia wasn't lying about his fortune-stealing ability. Seeing such a thing in person would make a great story later on. Of course, no one truly believed it. Time seemed to be passing by awfully slowly. The one under the most pressure was none other than Swordgrasp. He kept on reaching around inside the sack but couldn't find anything. He felt as if ants were crawling on his body. Time's up. The old man said after a while. All eyes were on his hand as he pulled back, looking rather pessimistic. There's nothing. Students shouted. Wow. The crowd clamored after seeing this. Could this actually be true then? That would be a horrifying ability. He could just steal his enemy's luck and condemn them to pitiful life. It is impossible. Some shouted and didn't buy it. It's just another coincidence. One student from the race said, few are lucky during these pawnshop events in history. Sometimes, no one got lucky. Others agreed with this. The old man had appeared at the academy fairly frequently throughout the eras, but those who obtained something great were as rare as leaves during autumn. This was probably just another coincidence. We're not talking about some grand fortune. Most still get something, even weak students. How many come back empty-handed? Someone from the people disagreed. This was indeed the truth as well. Most still obtained something from the sack, but now, both Halo and Swordgrasp got nothing. What kind of sorcery is this? This can't be real. Someone didn't want to believe in this frightening ability. Perhaps it is not luck stealing but something on the ominous side. Another speculated. What do you mean, ominous? His friends asked. He's a jinx that can inflict bad luck by just saying things. The guy answered. That sounds just as unbelievable. One friend said. Some stared at Wuxia and felt creeped out. Mortals believed in misfortunes and avoided talking about certain topics. Cultivators didn't quite believe this. However, if this was true, then bad things would happen to people around him. Giving up yet? Ming Shi smiled at Sword Grasp. The latter had an ugly expression but couldn't retort since he didn't come up with anything. Just another coincidence, that's all. Sword Grasp said. That's right. Halo Scion backed him up. I do not believe in sorcery either. Radiant young monarch glared at Wuxia. Students immediately stopped talking due to his overwhelming aura. Some became nervous for Wuxia because nothing good would come from opposing a dragon lord. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-35, Godchaser Brightstone. The students knew that Radiant Young Monarch was challenging this so-called harbinger of bad luck. He wants to challenge the bringer of bad luck. A student said quietly, giving Wuxia a title. What? You want to try too? Wuxia responded to him. His attitude only served to infuriate the young monarch. Though he only had one sacred fruit, he was still far superior to the young generation. Calling him a supreme genius wasn't out of line. Geniuses such as Sword Grasp, Halo, and Goldcrest had a long way before catching him. Therefore, Wuxia's attitude was utterly unacceptable. Many ancestors actually had to show him respect. The fact that he hasn't acted out yet showed considerable patience, or so he thought. If this was another place, he would have crushed the unknown junior already. Why not? The young monarch said menacingly, if you can't back up your words, you will have to hand over the stolen item on top of facing a trial in deity. He focused his gaze and an aura swept across the scene. Weaker cultivators fell flat on the ground. Ming Shi, Yunyun, and Goldcrest roared, also releasing their Dao power. This barely managed to stop the powerful flood. Nonetheless, this left them trembling since they couldn't beat him even if they were to fight together. The monarch is showing his benevolence and righteousness. A student from the race praised. In their estimation, Wuxia was nothing more than an insignificant worm that could be effortlessly crushed underfoot by him. Therefore, sparing Wuxia's life was an act of mercy and compassion on his part. Wuxia smiled. I thought we'd made it clear that your deity's scrap metals can't enter my sight. Nonetheless, if you wish to keep going, I'll entertain you. Agreed. The young monarch declared, in the event of my defeat, I will acknowledge my mistakes and accept any consequences. Buzz. A sacred flame enveloped him, each tendril exuding an aura of holiness that could purify sin and banish darkness. Any being with an evil nature would be unable to approach such holiness. Many students were overwhelmed and fell to their knees in reverence. Even the powerful students stepped back, wary of the flame's oppressive effect. This is the truth of light, capable of stopping all evil arts and darkness. Goldcrest young noble recognized it. Previously, Halo Scion and Sword Grasp young noble didn't believe this, so they didn't prepare any defense. The young monarch didn't buy it either but preferred to play it safe. Thus, he used this holy light to prevent anything from affecting him. If Wuxia possessed the ability to steal luck or was simply a bringer of misfortune, this ominous affinity would still be unable to penetrate the sacred flame. Wuxia smiled and went along with the act, reciting, I claim your fortune and you shall gain nothing. The flame on the young monarch fluctuated and pulsed dimly only for a split second. Nonetheless, everyone thought that it was a reaction to the curse. As for him, he could sense the flame being stimulated by something, but it had nothing to do with him. This feeling only lasted for a split second and he couldn't react in time before it was gone. It's starting. Students were anxious to watch the development. Is he really bad luck incarnate? Another said. No way, it's just a coincidence. Someone from the race simply refused to believe this. The young monarch approached the carriage, still surrounded by the sacred flame, not letting his guard down for a moment, lest he be infected by any ill fate. It was better to be cautious. He retrieved a stone from an ancient box, which also exuded the same holy aura as the flame enveloping him. It appeared to be the origin of the light, and it left the audience in awe. Godchaser Brightstone. A student from Deity blurted out. It's famous just like the Jewel of Purification. Another added. A while back, Princess Mingshi traded this jewel and now, he picked an artifact of similar value. He'll get a great fortune. All eyes were on him. All the attempters so far couldn't match up to the value of his item, the only exception being Princess Mingshi. After all, he was superior to her in virtually all aspects. He couldn't present a worse treasure. If Princess Mingshi could obtain something amazing, so should he. Even if it's not an amazing treasure, he should still be able to get an item. Those from the race felt at ease. That Li guy will lose for sure, there won't be a third coincidence. A fan of the young monarch said. Start. The old man took it without looking twice and opened the sack. Buzz. He reached in and activated a prying technique. Phenomena appeared in the sky, pagodas, valuable wheels, and many more. It seemed that there were indeed countless treasures inside the sack. He aimed deeper, wanting to pick up something special. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4936. The bringer of bad luck. The audience watched with bated breath as 1 second turned into another. It felt like an eternity for them. The young monarch was indeed formidable. His movements caused drastic shifts in the atmosphere. Visual phenomena, accompanied by the dazzling radiance from treasures, could be seen by the spectators. He attempted to grasp some of them, but the phenomena only lasted for a brief moment, disappearing before he could touch them. Each image clearly represented an amazing treasure, available for the fortunate ones. Since the monarch was stronger than the rest, he was able to perform an actual search. He relied on the power of his sacred fruit to expand his reach inside the sack. The difference between a dragon lord and regular sovereigns was clear to everyone. Unfortunately, he couldn't actually capture anything despite sensing their existence. Time's up. The old man said. He was not only unable to pick up treasures but also failed to retrieve even a single pebble from the sack. He stood there, frozen and red with embarrassment. Remove your hand. The old man spoke again. Reluctantly, he pulled back his hand, revealing that he had obtained nothing, true to Li Qia's claim. The scene became silent as everyone stared at him in disbelief. This was the third coincidence thus far. Most importantly, he exchanged a precious treasure on top of being stronger than the rest. It would be unwise to dismiss this as mere chance. Students began to calm down and glance over at Li Qia. For some inexplicable reason, they began to feel a sense of fear and unease toward him. This had nothing to do with his power, only his ominous ability. Some had previously mentioned the possibility of him being a jinx. Most had not believed it, but now, what other explanation could there be? No one wanted to be near someone with this curse, for fear that it might infect them as well. You have lost, young monarch, Mingshi said with a triumphant laugh. Isn't it time for you to face the consequences? I think I'll have to find a suitable punishment, maybe a stick. Her boldness was unmatched, as she was the only person who dared to speak to him in such a way. The monarch's face turned red with anger and embarrassment. He had accepted the bet, believing that sorcery wasn't real. Now, as a powerful dragon lord, he was forced to apologize and take responsibility to a junior, causing him to lose all face and respect. The onlookers watched in silence, unsure of how to react. Those from the race naturally sided with him, but the others were hesitant to mock or provoke him. His powerful aura alone was intimidating, and angering a dragon lord could be a death wish. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed through the air as a palace in the distant land erupted with a massive light wave. The crowd turned their attention to the explosion, wondering what could have caused it. As they watched, phenomena began to appear in the sky, floating mountains and rivers materialized before their eyes. These peaks were incredibly majestic and awe-inspiring. Everyone couldn't help but stare in amazement at this unexpected and extraordinary event. As the light faded, the crowd could see that the Tao was being harmonized within the palace and divine beasts were visible. Various law cycles were taking place, creating an otherworldly scene. It was as if an ancient treasury had just been opened, revealing treasures that surpassed all else. "Is this a treasury?" the students exclaimed in awe. "It appears so," someone replied. "Most have never heard of such an event occurring in this land before." "Benevolence. It's been activated," the young monarch exclaimed, his expression changing as he realized the significance of what was happening. He then no longer gave a damn about anything else and soared toward the source of the light. "That's our missing item." Swordgrasp and Halo also rushed back. "The treasure." The remaining students finally understood the situation. Deity has been pursuing the thief all the way back to the academy. Now, it seemed that this person has successfully activated the item. A flood of students returned to abroad, completely forgetting about the pawn shop. They didn't want to miss it. "We should go too." The princess also left. "Miss Jian, shall we?" Goldcrest felt the same way and flew back to abroad. Yunyun, on the other hand, stuck with Li Chia. She asked, "Brother Bai has been caught." Only the two of them knew about Bai Shaojin and benevolence. He comprehended the secret to success and opened benevolence. Li Chia smiled. "So the treasury is available now?" She became startled. According to the legend, Feather Immortal Monarch took all the resources of Immemorial Palace to the vessel. It must be more insane than any current lineage in the lower continents. No wonder why deity couldn't let go. Li Chia chuckled and walked to the carriage instead. "Do we know each other?" The old man stared at Li Chia with confusion in his eyes. "You're just a block of wood, that's why you can't recognize me." Li Chia smiled and knocked on his forehead repeatedly. "Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 49-37. The old man was indeed made of wood. However, the exact origin remained unknown since people didn't know whether he was a tree demon or a natural-born spirit tree. Of course, no one questioned his power. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep the sack filled with treasures. Conquerors and dragon lords had no further information either. They believed that he was deeply related to the academy or was a secret top-ranking member. They recalled how Celestial Court sent emperors here but a single palm slain several in the blink of an eye. He was one suspect. The academy and he never talked about this issue. He came and left in a hurry each time, never answering any questions. Li Chia, on the other hand, found something off about him. "You shouldn't be in this world." He furrowed his brows. Yunyun watched quietly, thinking that Li Chia might be the only one who would knock the forehead of this mighty being. "The worlds were one once," he said. "No need to tell me this, I know." Li Chia shook his head before asking, "I need to use you as a connection to see certain things." This was a command, not a request. Yunyun became startled again. "Fine, I want to sense you though." The old man didn't refuse. "Very well." Li Chia agreed. The old man placed his palm on Li Chia's forehead while murmuring, "So familiar, we've definitely met before." "That depends on who created you." Li Chia said, "I'm starting the connection now." "I agree." The old man said. Li Chia shot out a tiny primordial law from his finger. The moment it appeared, Yunyun became immobilized fully and felt how insignificant she was. He then touched the old man's forehead, allowing the law to enter and creating a pulsing light. The old man's forehead became a gathering point for time, space, and all laws, creating a maelstrom that allowed Li Chia to travel through endless distances and time to reach a place beyond anyone's reach. Meanwhile, Yunyan felt her soul leaving her body and felt like nothing more than a speck of dust, unable to even scream in terror. Buzz. He used the maelstrom to travel through different dimensions, worlds, and timelines, seamlessly crossing from one to the next. Pop. The special pathway suddenly crumbled, the same for the Tao maelstrom. Li Qie staggered several steps backward and became surprised. How is it in this world? What is going on here? The old man's eyes suddenly shifted once and scared the hell out of Yunyan. These eyes were not his and had the ability to reduce this world into nothingness. We need to speak. The old man's voice became different, seemingly coming from the past. It took an incalculable period of time for it to reach their ears. Indeed. Li Qie nodded. I did not expect this. You shouldn't be here. I have no other choice. The ancient voice responded. So be it, I will travel there. Li Qie agreed. I'll be waiting. The voice said, growing increasingly distant. The old man then trembled for a bit as he regained his wits and asked, Do you understand now, young noble? Yes, a visit is required. Li Qie said. We'll be waiting. The old man said, before quickly taking control of the deer and disappearing into the horizon with the carriage, leaving no time to waste. The pleasant sound of the carriage bells faded into the distance. Yunyan could finally breathe afterward, finding herself to be drenched in a cold sweat. It felt like a nightmare where she was completely powerless. Young noble, what happened just now? She asked. He didn't respond and looked upward, lost in thought. Yunyan could tell that something significant had occurred. Boom! Suddenly, they heard the sounds of battle coming from afar. Saber slashes could be seen in the air. One wave was strong enough to destroy radiant young monarch's aura. Theft is never good, try looking at bit. ly/3IBFJKV. It came from a middle-aged man in possession of a mighty saber intent. Why is he here? Yunyan was surprised to see him, for he was none other than Ascension's sacred lord. So it turned out that Bai Shaojin accidentally activated the vessel and its phenomena. He tried to stop it, but it was too late. The young monarch came to capture him, but Ascension's sacred lord came out of nowhere for an attack. Initially, the latter came for Yunyan and has been in hiding, not daring to cause trouble in the academy. However, he saw the radiance of the vessel and wanted to rob Shaojin. The young monarch got in the way. Thus, a battle ensued between two one-fruit dragon lords. Their auras immobilized the students, preventing anyone else from interfering. Chapter 49-38, The geniuses including Halo, Sword Grasp, and Goldcrest couldn't interfere either. This battle was beyond their current level. Though they were at the immortal sovereign level, the disparity was immense. The issue for them was the sacred fruit. It possessed immense Tao knowledge and a connection to heaven and earth. Immortal sovereigns couldn't compete with it. Boom! The battle between the saber and the light raged on. Though the academy had numerous barriers and blessings, the ground was still shaking violently. The remnant shockwaves caused weaker students to vomit blood. Alas, Ascension eventually proved his superiority with the Grand Tao. Though both had one fruit, he had cultivated for longer and had better harmonization with his fruit. After gaining the upper hand, he refrained from pursuing the young monarch. Instead, he turned his attention to Bai Shaojin and reached out with his palm, intent on capturing the youth. His palm sucked everything closer, rendering Bai Shaojin helpless despite having activated his Tao. This is not the place for you to do as you please. A voice boomed out in a moment of crisis. With a loud clank, a powerful and intimidating slash materialized, causing everyone else to feel overwhelmed by its immense force. Both the young monarch and Ascension could tell that this was dangerous. We are bit. ly/3IBFJKV, find us on Google. They roared and activated their affinity. One used the light while the other used the saber Tao. Boom! Both had to stop what they were doing. First brother. the students saw Yu Shangjian joining the fight. He couldn't sit still and let these two do as they please in abroad. "This is the academy," he declared, still exuding sword Dao as he stood like an unshakable protector. "First brother, this student stole a peerless item from deity. I am merely trying to get it back. Please excuse me," the young monarch said. "Benevolence does not belong to deity." Bai Shaojin shouted, "This belongs to the people. Feather Monarch stored the resources of immemorial palace in this vessel. I found it on an old battlefield in deity. It has nothing to do with it." "Did you hear that?" Ascension laughed. "Looks like deity can't get involved." "That's not for you to decide, sacred lord," the young monarch uttered coldly. "It belongs to deity and we shall bring it back." "No, the people shall have jurisdiction over it." Ascension unleashed a resplendent slash while shouting, "Junior, hand it over." "You dare?" Yu Shangjian immediately blocked him from attacking Bai Shaojin with a sword slash. In this split second, the young monarch rushed over while shouting, "I apologize for this, first brother." His golden radiance enveloped both combatants. The fight made students run for their lives. It seemed that this would reach a stalemate. "Retreat." Yu Shangjian protected Bai Shaojin, allowing him to run toward 100 Hall in the academy. "Fellow Daoist, don't be so hurry to leave." A gigantic palm reached for Bai Shaojin. "Damn! Firmament mountains!" he roared. Peaks came together and piled up into a single one, soaring upward against the palm. Alas, the palm pushed the sword-form mountains down, causing Shangjian to stagger backward. His vitality and energy started churning. He realized that the opponent was far stronger. "Who may you be?" he shouted. A muscular man floated in the air, wearing a treasure robe blessed with 9 floating stars. He was born with 3 arms. They had unique totems and different abilities. His Dragon Lord aura made everyone feel as if there was a giant stomping on them. 3-armed monarch. Yu Shangjian's expression changed after seeing him. Ancestor. On the other hand, many students from deity became excited. Those from Immortal Pagoda bowed down. He was a top ancestor from Immortal Pagoda, already having been a dragon lord since 10,000 years ago. He had 2 fruits and was stronger than Shangjian. "I apologize, fellow Daoist." He exuded Dao hymns and intimidated weaker cultivators. Earlier, he had already held back, not wanting to injure Shangjian on the academy's territory. "Deity must extend its reach to the academy?" Shangjian asked with a serious expression. "No, fellow Daoist, please open a path so that we can take back our item." 3-armed shook his head. "The academy has rules and does not allow outsiders to interfere, please leave." Shangjian didn't relent. Though deity was considered to be the #1 lineage right now in the lower continents, the academy was still not afraid. It had survived the test of time. "Then there's nothing else I can do but force the issue," 3-armed said. "You wish to do this alone?" Shangjian's sword energy intensified. Bam! Another large figure appeared above abroad, causing the clouds to disperse. His aura enveloped the scene and caused students to shout in astonishment. This godlike entity had 4 faces while wearing a robe with the color of the evening clouds. Just looking up at the being pulsing with worldly energy made people tremble. "Count me in as well." His loud voice rang painfully in everyone's ears like the morning bell. Chapter 49-39, So It's You, Four-Faced Venerable. Yu Shangjian's gaze was intense, his eyes narrowed in seriousness. He looked more dignified than even 3-armed monarch. Since he could observe all 4 directions at once, he left the crowd in trepidation. "Ancestor." Sword-grasp young noble bowed after seeing him. This was a top ancestor from Sword-grasp school. He was actually in charge for a long period before choosing to go into seclusion. He was a dragon lord with 2 sacred fruits. Today, he appeared along with 3-armed monarch in the academy, going as far as activating their power. This was all for the sake of the vessel. Fellow Daoist, return the vessel to us to avoid unnecessary bloodshed from this misunderstanding. Four-faced Venerable looked down and said. He recited his words like a mantra, his aura overpowering and making it impossible for weaker cultivators to resist. The Academy rules never change. Yu Shanjian declared, unflinching. The students admired his unwavering resolve, unlike others who might have cowered or trembled, giving in to the demand to surrender by Xiaojin. Four-faced and three-armed exchanged glances before staring at Xiaojin. Giving up now was out of the question. They must not let Xiaojin leave right now or they might lose the vessel forever. No one could afford to give up that supreme treasury. After we finish here, we will apologize to the Academy. Four-faced Venerable asserted. A quick look at Tinyurl. Com/2P9M8W will leave you more fulfilled. Surrender now. Three-armed immediately attacked with one hand wielding a gauntlet and releasing a resplendent radiance. Fellow Daoist, take this. Four-faced joined in as well and raised his hand, summoning a dark expanse to capture Shanjian. Back up. Shanjian was alarmed but didn't falter, telling Xiaojin to hide behind him. Boom! His single sacred fruit released endless sword Dao, reaching the limit of its potential. He no longer held back and let his power roam free, a slash capable of both offense and defense. It created a barrier on top of attacking the two foes. This would have dominated anyone from the same generation. Alas, he was facing two experienced cultivators. They easily stopped the attack and broke through his barrier, sending him flying and vomiting blood. This was merciful since they could have killed him with one move. They came for the vessel and didn't need to kill Shanjian. Doing so would be quite problematic, to say the least, nothing short of declaring war on the Academy. Give it here. Ascension's Sacred Lord appeared next to Xiaojin and raised his saber. He instantly attacked, not wanting to lose this godsend opportunity of obtaining the vessel. Plus, he was confident in outrunning the other dragon lords. Don't even think about it. Radiant Young Monarch formed a Madra to send a wheel of light to stop Ascension. The Tao exploded and crushed the area in its path. Clank. Suddenly, they heard the hymn of a saber. Bloodlust took over instantly even before the formation of saber energy. This happened in the blink of an eye and shocked everyone including Four-Faced Venerable and Three-Armed Monarch. The gleam of a saber shone with a crimson hue, slicing through the air. The young monarch cursed, rapidly dodging and escaping since he wasn't overly committed. Meanwhile, Ascension's Sacred Lord was caught in Xiaojin's trap. He sensed the impending danger and quickly summoned the power of his sacred fruit to defend with his saber. But to his horror, the slash broke through his sacred fruit and grand Tao, cleanly slicing his head off. Blood spurted out as his lifeless body hit the ground. As his head tumbled, he caught a glimpse of his own torso. Even with his quick escape, the young monarch wasn't completely unscathed, suffering serious injuries. A mere fraction of a second slower, and he would have suffered the same fate as Ascension's Sacred Lord. Students gasped in shock, witnessing the unprecedented event of one dragon lord being killed and the other badly injured. The pervasive bloodlust shook them to the core. Four-Faced and Three-Armed promptly retreated at the sight. Then, they noticed an old man in an iron hat standing beside Yu Shanjian. The old man had already sheathed his saber after the single, fatal strike. Blood Sea Blade. They felt alarmed. Chapter 4940, Sharp Tongue, Sharp Blade. Blood Sea, one of the 10 monsters, has shown up again. He was a notorious figure despite not being the strongest dragon lord. For example, the higher-ranking monsters were naturally stronger than him. However, he might be more feared than them because he had no shackles. He roamed solo and uninhibited, a master in the art of killing. He moved with the speed of a tempest, unstoppable in his pursuit. The second-place ranker of the 10, Shadow Rider, was also similar in this regard. The difference between the two of them was that one was more of an assassin while the other was a killer. Shadow Rider would try to kill the enemies using any means necessary for the sake of money. Blood Sea was often more direct and didn't require such reasons. The students immediately thought about the rumors of him being from here. Though the academy never recognized this, it might actually be plausible. "Must you join this muddled water, brother?" Four-faced Venerable asked. He felt fear because Blood Sea was stronger, not to mention that he always followed through to the very end. "Death to those who offend the academy," he uttered coldly. Each word was threatening, like the sound of a blade scraping flesh off the bones. This sentence alone made students' legs tremble in fear. Everyone believed that he was from the academy even more. Otherwise, a lone wolf like him wouldn't need to assist it. "Brother, we are only trying to get back our stolen treasure, nothing more," Three-Armed Monarch said. They didn't wish to provoke Blood Sea. Other top masters were reasonable, but the same couldn't be said about him. For example, these masters understood the significance of declaring war against deity and its sections. Blood Sea, on the contrary, didn't give a damn if he wanted to kill someone. "No mercy, make your move," Blood Sea said, and slowly unsheathed his saber. The saber intent was accompanied by palpable bloodlust. It was as if that blade had just decapitated someone and still had the stench. His chilling aura differed from the two dragon lords. Theirs were endless but didn't seem as fatal in comparison. Nonetheless, the two dragon lords came to an agreement and decided to fight. "Kill him." They roared and worked together perfectly, not holding back in order to kill Blood Sea as fast as possible. Boom! Three Arms summoned 3 treasures at the same time, one for each hand: a hammer, sword, and pagoda. The first 2 caused massive physical destruction, while the pagoda transformed into a towering mountain, capable of subjugating the 6 Tao. A tempest swept across the land, leaving the students apprehensive. The sages' faces spun rapidly, performing a rite to call forth a formidable tomb. The tomb descended, engulfing the laws of the world. It opened and started sucking everything in. The students felt tiny and helpless, clinging to whatever they could to escape the Venerable's devouring winds. Blood Sea replied with a resounding clang, his strike leaving a trail of light. His Tao philosophy emphasized simplicity and decisiveness: a drawn blade must draw blood. His unique approach made him stand out even among more powerful cultivators. Rumble. Blood Sea's slash left his opponents reeling with a deep wound. Had they been a split second slower, the strike would have been fatal. "You won't make it through the next one." Blood Sea's bloodlust peaked, sheathing his saber for a speedy draw. The blade appeared to relish the taste of blood just now. Activate. The two combatants were on edge, realizing the imminent threat of death. Blood Sea was a ruthless killer who showed no mercy, not even to the ancestors of deity. Boom! Three-Armed Monarch gestured, summoning 100 divine treasures with a single madra. "Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 49-41, Arrow Saint. After a loud explosion, the treasures combined together to form a colossal totem. His 2 sacred fruits soared in the air and released their Tao power into the totem. This was his empowered form, looking like the central pillar of 3,000 worlds. Meanwhile, Four-Faced Venerable's head started spinning again, releasing pulsing runes up into the air. His 2 sacred fruits maintained a strong grip on the pulse as if he was holding a heavenly sword. Go! They immediately unleashed their strongest attack. Celestial Totem. Three-Armed Monarch roared and engulfed the academy with the totem. Many buildings actually crumbled despite being reinforced with blessings. Omni Slash. The pulsing sword also slashed downward with enough intensity to split open a new age. Students bellowed in horror, wanting to run away from abroad. However, they were still immobilized by the various auras of these top combatants. They tried their best but couldn't move an inch. During this crucial moment, Blood Sea became serious and released his saber intent. Clank. Another bloody glint appeared. Blood Sea Splitter. He roared and released waves of blood capable of taking down the stars in the sky. Living beings trembled before the actual slash manifested into reality. They felt themselves being buried in this ocean of blood. Their own blood would eventually become a part of this massive ocean. They shuddered as they smelled the stench of blood. This fear far exceeded the one dished out by the other two dragon lords. Boom! The two attacks caused the waves to go even higher, turning into a tsunami. They aimed on pushing the ocean back. However, the bloody slash finally showed up and divided the ocean into two halves along with the two techniques. The dragon lords couldn't believe it and decided to use their best movement steps to run. Alas, the slash had secured its targets. Enough! A deafening shout interrupted the battlefield. A man entered the battlefield, his cloak billowing behind him in the wind, dark hair flowing in its wake. Everyone felt the power of the stars and the myriad Tao gathering around him. Pop! After a bright flash, an arrow soared through space itself with enough force to shoot down the sun. Arrow Saint. Yu Shanjian knew who it was right away as the arrow flew toward Bloodsea's throat in order to save the two dragon lords. He retaliated by flipping his saber back and unleashing another slash. This one left a deep gash on the ground. Its sharpness was incomprehensible. It successfully stopped the arrow while the remnant of the first slash still struck the two dragon lords. Ah! It decapitated their head and destroyed their sacred fruits. The toughness of the fruits couldn't block the slash. This made it impossible for them to come back to life. During their last moment, they couldn't help thinking about how fast and mighty the slash was. Students stood there in a daze since they could never catch up to these dragon lords. Alas, both were killed by a single slash. They also gained an understanding of Bloodsea's title. So this was his titular move. It left a deep impression on spectators. I see, blade and blood. Some dropped down on their knees. Others stared at the decapitated heads on the ground. For example, Sword Grasp and those from Deity were overwhelmed because their ancestors have met their demise. Arrow Saint? Even Godchaser is joining in. A student calmed down and stared at the person floating in the air. Ancestor. Radiant Young Monarch bowed at the Bao user with 3 sacred fruits. Godchaser was currently the strongest sect in Deity due to conceal Conqueror and Radiant Monarch. The presence of its ancestors showed that all of Deity was taking this seriously. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-42, Sneak Attack. Unfortunately, Arrow Saint couldn't save Four-Faced Venerable and Three-Armed Monarch. Blood Sea Blade lived up to his fame, always seeing blood once his blade was drawn. Spectators were afraid, wondering how many more ancestors from Deity would show up. Fellow Taoist, you should have shown mercy. Arrow Saint resembled a god as he spoke. His prestige was damaged by failing to save his allies. Their weakness killed them. Blood Sea said, still holding his saber's hilt. The bloodlust was gone now, but everyone still felt a chill around their neck. It was as if that saber could cut them down at any moment. Fellow Taoist, why do you insist on interfering? Arrow Saint's voice was profound and dignified, commanding respect. Start. Blood Sea attacked again, utilizing another slash of the blood affinity. No one expected him to attack so quickly, not caring about observed conventions during battle. Of course, he was part of the 10 monsters. These villains didn't care about elegance or putting up an act. They preferred to just fight and kill. Break. Arrow Saint also didn't expect the sudden attack. The Tao was his bow and the stars were his arrows. He condensed their power and shot powerfully. The celestial arrow pierced through the fabric of space, leaving behind illusory fragments. Though he was 10,000 miles away, it appeared before Blood Sea in the blink of an eye. Boom! The slash and the arrow collided and quaked the region. Both shattered at the same time, but somehow, the slash resembled a cicada shedding its carapace. A second slash appeared after the disappearance of the first, still aiming for Arrow Saint. This took him by surprise because this second slash was just as strong as the first. He took one step forward and used the earth as the bow and the Dao as the arrow this time around. The land beneath him shot up in the form of an arrow in order to block the second slash, looking like numerous peaks. He didn't stop there either, waving his hand and creating a rain of arrows right above Blood Sea. There were too many to count, looking like divine peaks shooting down with the intent of crucifying Blood Sea. Students were also caught in this radius. It felt as if he wasn't trying to kill only Blood Sea but also destroy abroad. Clank. Blood Sea leaped up into the air without any hesitation, spinning around like a spinning top with his blade and creating a tornado with a bloody hue. This rotation successfully destroyed all the incoming arrows just in time since his momentum and energy waned. Suddenly, the space and time around him became twisted and melted down. Spectators nearby felt their body and power being twisted as well. They wanted to scream and struggle only to fail. Boom! An undetectable assailant attacked Blood Sea. He raised his blade forward and the contact made a loud bang. Nonetheless, the force still sent him down to the ground and created a huge pit. He lost control of his energy and vitality, spouting out a mouthful of blood. "I apologize, fellow Daoist." An emotionless voice spoke. People looked up and saw a middle-aged man wearing a flashy robe, looking like a noble. Behind him was a great circle pulsing with celestial light, never stopping its rotation. Reincarnation City Lord. Blood Sea uttered the title of the ambusher. Many students heard this and couldn't believe it. Some also glanced over in Qing Songka's direction. This city lord possessed 3 sacred fruits. Reincarnation was one of the 12 lineages as well, created by blazing Conqueror. Reincarnation City was part of it and has been around since time antiquity. Its patriarch was Time Watcher Conqueror. He has done a great job revitalizing his sect and gained incredible influence in the entire lineage. After all, he was relatively young and already had 3 Dao fruits. He had the potential of ending with 6. At that point, he could ascend into the next 2 continents. The ambush was unbecoming of his status. After all, Reincarnation City was a famous sect that followed the righteous path. Thus, students stared at Qing Songka because the city lord was his father. Qing Songka turned away as if nothing was happening or that he didn't want to watch. "Your saber Dao is something else indeed, fellow Daoist." The city lord smiled, avoiding the issue. It was one thing for Blood Sea to ambush others since he was a notorious villain. The same couldn't be said about this prestigious sect master. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-43, Outnumbered. Reincarnation City is here too? Blood Sea looked around and said. Reincarnation Dao answered directly to Divine Alliance. However, it didn't have much to do with deity, unlike Heaven Burial. The latter two were awfully close. Moreover, Heaven Burial Conqueror was currently a prestigious member of Celestial Court. On the other hand, Blazing Conqueror was not that close to Celestial Court. Thus, it was surprising to see reincarnation being involved in this mess. It seemed that deity had negotiated with other powers for the sake of obtaining benevolence. Fellow Daoist, this isn't any of your business. Reincarnation City Lord smiled. No one will stop you from leaving, not even deity. Normally, a great power would do everything possible to avenge the death of its ancestors. However, it looked like deity was willing to overlook this. No need. Blood Sea showed no sign of yielding. He was all alone, so he didn't need to be afraid of deity. Why bother yourself with this mess? Arrow Saint uttered coldly. His aura still reached the academy despite his actual location being far away. His Dao was of the bow and arrow, hence his preferring to keep a distance from the enemies. Just make your move. Blood Sea raised his saber with both hands for another slash before telling Yu Shanjian, leave. Shanjian didn't linger around and grabbed by Xiao Jin. The two of them soared toward 100 Hall. Clank. Blood Sea fully activated his saber Dao, releasing countless sharp arcs intertwining together. Space crumbled into little pieces. Where do you think you're going? Both Arrow Saint and Reincarnation City Lord shouted. Blood Sea dual slash. Blood Sea utilized his sacred fruits as well for 2 consecutive slashes accompanied by titanic bloodlust. It became a net of slashes capable of massacring everyone caught inside. Spectators shouted in horror after seeing this. Arrow Saint and Reincarnation City Lord became alarmed since Blood Sea was not messing around. They might die if they were to hold back or chase after the two youths. Myriad arrows. Arrow Saint's location was no longer safe since the ocean of blades was coming for him as well. His 3 sacred fruits became resplendent and created countless celestial arrows behind him. All of them were miles long and connected to a string made of the Tao. They then combined together for the ultimate shot. He could kill a god standing on a different continent with this technique. Endless cycle. Reincarnation City Lords will behind him also soared into the air. Fighting Blood Sea required him to go all out. As the wheel was spinning, everything became affected by its rotation, whether it be worldly laws or other living beings. Students felt small in comparison. Even the greatest era would eventually turn into smoke. Nothing could outlast the endless cycle. Boom! The battle between 3 dragon lords started. They didn't hold back, so students had a hard time enduring. Weaker ones vomited blood despite not being the targets. Just the mere shockwaves alone were nearly fatal. A direct hit would result in them being reduced to blood. Alas, Blood Sea alone couldn't stop the 2 opponents. Their combined effort sent him smashing into the peaks behind him, piercing through one after another. Arrow Saint and Reincarnation City Lord tumbled backward, blood dripping down the corner of their lips. The dual slashes just now did injure them. Nonetheless, they were in a much better position than Blood Sea. They exchanged glances of astonishment. Blood Sea was far stronger than expected. The guy managed to injure them despite being outnumbered? He might be reaching the limit of a 3-fruit dragon lord and could kill them in a one-on-one scenario. Bam! Blood Sea leaped out of the rocks and headed for 100 Hall. He's so strong. Students calmed down and were amazed at Blood Sea's agility despite the injuries. His reputation, notorious or otherwise, was certainly well earned. Fellow Daoist, it's not too late to leave. Arrow Saint and Reincarnation City Lord gave chase while trying to convince him to give up. They have gone too far now and couldn't pull back. Plus, they could justify it by saying that they were merely trying to get back a stolen treasure. Therefore, the Academy shouldn't feel overly slighted. Blood Sea stopped and blocked the 2, still gripping his saber with both hands. The 2 of you should heed your own warning. An old man appeared above the sky of 100 Hall. He wore a gray robe and had the bearing of a noble scholar from a prestigious lineage. People couldn't help but respect him at first glance. Schoolmaster. Students shouted and were ecstatic to see him. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-44, Schoolmaster. The Schoolmaster was also an amazing dragon lord with 4 sacred fruits. Alas, he rarely left the academy or fought anyone. This hindered his reputation. Others didn't fear him the same way they did other dragon lords. In fact, most haven't heard of him defeating anyone. If he wasn't the schoolmaster of the academy, everyone would forget about him. For eras now, students came and went, but he remained the schoolmaster. Their impression was that he was humble and reserved, nothing more. My lord, please excuse our conduct. Arrow Saint and Reincarnation City Lord bowed after seeing him. Even the arrogant Blood Sea bowed toward the schoolmaster. In fact, he had enjoyed the same level of respect from Conceal Conqueror and 8 Stallion Dao Lord, not to mention the countless masters in the past. The schoolmaster sighed and said, "This is a place of learning, do not quarrel here. Please return." He always spoke with a tranquil and even-tempered tone regardless of circumstances. Arrow Saint and Reincarnation exchanged glances. They were put in a tough position. Though the schoolmaster wasn't known for his fighting prowess, his seniority far exceeded theirs. They were mere students in comparison. We do not wish to offend the academy, it's just that one student has stolen deity's benevolence. We are trying to get it back. Arrow Saint said. Yes, the academy is a place of learning, letting thieves stay here will ruin its reputation. Schoolmaster, please hand him over to us and we will sincerely apologize another day. Reincarnation said. Students held their breath while awaiting the schoolmaster's answer. Bai Xiaojin was only an ordinary student from abroad, not hundred or study hall. Thus, he had nothing to do with the academy. In a regular sect, he wouldn't even be considered an external disciple. They would never risk offending another great power for his sake. The students didn't have a problem with this because they weren't close to him. The academy didn't need to protect such a person, and a potential thief at that. Students are students, not thieves. Abroad accept everyone who wishes to learn, we do not discriminate, and while they are here, they have only one status, students of the academy. The schoolmaster shook his head. This moved the listeners, especially students from smaller sects or who had an unsavory background. The academy was the only place in the lower continents that didn't hate them because of their background. Arrow Saint and Reincarnation couldn't respond because this has been the case for eras now, the reason why top masters respected the academy. It never violated this creed. The perfect example was allowing those from the race to come and learn here. In fact, some of its alumni from the race have achieved incredible things due to their time here. The schoolmaster continued, his expression serious. As far as I'm aware, benevolence has no connection to deity. It was created by immortal Emperor Min Ren, and after the defeat of the immemorial palace, Feather Immortal Monarch put all of its resources into it. However, the artifact disappeared without a trace afterward. Thus, if one must bring up relationships, it is connected to the 100 races, especially human. As for logic and reason, people do say that treasures belong to the virtuous or the fateful, no? I didn't steal it from deity, I excavated it from an ancient battlefield. Bai Xiaojin jumped in. Students looked around and agreed that if the schoolmaster was right, this treasure certainly didn't belong to deity. They're so imperious, claiming something that isn't theirs. One student whispered. It should belong to us, humans. One human student said. Arrow Saint and Reincarnation City Lord had no response after hearing the vessel's origin. You are mistaken. Someone appeared above the academy and roared. With a mighty explosion, a powerful demonic energy enveloped the area, as if a massive beast had descended from the sky. The energy exuded a fearsome aura, causing onlookers to tremble with fear as if they were mortals standing face to face with a lion ready to devour its prey. They saw an old man with golden hair flowing freely, like the mane of a lion. He radiated regal power like a king among beasts. This was a lion demon, feared and revered. Stone Lion God. Many turned pale and shouted, for he had 4 sacred fruits. He originated from the 10 mountains of Demon. However, it never picked up a deity spot, and later on, it somehow joined a mortal pagoda as an ancestor instead. Despite not being one of the 10 monsters, the lion demon was notorious for his wicked deeds. The most infamous of which was the consumption of an entire kingdom. The students trembled in fear, their sweat drenching them as they imagined the horrors that the kingdom must have suffered. They hoped they would not share the same fate. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-45. Maddened God. The appearance of Stone Lion God made others more nervous compared to Arrow Saint and Reincarnation City Lord. He didn't originate from Immortal Pagoda and was a fierce demon. He could actually devour the crowd since the need to appear righteous didn't hold him back. The origin of benevolence no longer matters. Stone Lion God uttered coldly, it was found in Immortal Pagoda's territory, and all treasures, hidden or not, are ours. In chaos, this wasn't an unreasonable comment. Though benevolence belonged to humans, this was a matter of the past. Both the emperor and immemorial palace were no longer around. Since the land where it was found belonged to a mortal pagoda, in a sense, it also belonged to a mortal pagoda. Stone Lion God didn't care for logic and reason either. Though he wasn't listed as one of the 10 monsters, his personality resembled this group. I agree with the Lion God. A distant voice could be heard before the arrival of a frightening tornado. The source was a radiant old man. Alas, he appeared rather sickly, like a bed-stricken old man. He had a pair of wings, but unfortunately, the particles were falling down as if they were being subjected to a corrosive force. Nonetheless, when he spread its wings, they still affected the world. High intensity meant a joyous cycle, while a dark pulse meant destruction. His shining eyes made students feel as if they were being burned. Resistance was impossible. The only thing they could do was listen to their wails of agony. Oblivion Monarch. Even Stone Lion God was surprised to see him. I thought he was dead. A student from Deity couldn't believe it. Those from Deity were more familiar with this title than others. He came from the Oblivion clan and served as the leader during his prime. Though he wasn't unbeatable, having 4 sacred fruits was enough to deal with most threats. In distant years, this clan had numerous geniuses and powerful cultivators. Of course, declination was inevitable. After their ancient ancestors passed away, it became a third-rate sect in Deity. Today, one of its powerful ancestors was still alive and caught everyone by surprise. This is the world of the young now. At least someone still remembers my name, he said. The students of the academy became pessimistic. Now, the other side had several powerful dragon lords. On the other hand, the academy only had Yu Shanjian, Blood Sea Blade, and the schoolmaster. The difference was obvious. Schoolmaster, please sympathize with our goal. We will apologize another day. I don't think there is a need for you to involve the academy over this, Junior. Oblivion said, stating his intention of helping Deity. Yes, Schoolmaster, it would be a grave crime to cause damage to the academy over this issue. Stone Lion God added. They didn't immediately attack and tried to give the schoolmaster the earned respect. If it was any other great power, they would have initiated their assault already. Gentlemen, you don't get to dictate the academy's course, leave now. The schoolmaster refused. Students realized that the academy was ready to protect Bai Shaojin even though he was just an ordinary student. The ancestors on the other side didn't actually want to fight. After all, the academy might still have hidden masters around. So much rubbish, this is a waste of time. Another cultivator joined the scene. Bam! This was a fiery giant exuding unbearable heat. However, upon closer inspection, the gigantic flames were coming from a short man. They were dangerous and capable of incinerating cultivators without any issue. Some students wanted to run, but they were immobilized by his aura. Maddened God. They bellowed in horror. Even Blood Sea Blade frowned after seeing him, the third ranker of the 10 monsters. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-46. Old Man Sweeping Leaves. He came from Maddened and was a genius from Mad Flame, Sacred Ground. He once competed with Phenomena Conqueror, but for unknown reasons later on, he betrayed his sect and left to become a villain. His mind was unstable, occasionally breaking out in bursts of violence. The most destructive bout left an inferno ravaging half of Maddened. Billions died as a result. One explanation included his cultivation type, that he had an inner devil in his mind. Thus, he turned into a devil form whenever he went crazy. This was different from other practitioners of this Tao. Of course, students were rightfully horrified to see him. The other dragon lords were holding back, including Stone Lion God. On the other hand, this madman could try to burn the entire academy. The invaders kept on appearing, one stronger and crazier than the previous. A total of 5 dragon lords hovered in the sky. Any one of them could cause untold destruction. Stars trembled from their mere auras. However, even those from deity didn't like seeing maddened God. They were considered gentlemen when compared to maddened God. Old man, hand over benevolence vessel or I will burn your school down. Maddened God threatened. Maddened is running errands for deity as well? The schoolmaster frowned slightly. Bah. Maddened God said with disdain, deity ain't shit. I heard that your students stole a supreme treasure and I'm interested. Hand it over or there will not be a single blade of grass left here soon. You need to watch your tone here. The schoolmaster didn't appreciate the threat. Fine, old man, you choose the hard way. I will burn your academy down first before taking the treasure. Maddened God laughed and sighed. Benevolence belongs to immortal pagoda. Stone Lion God walked forward, his demonic aura intensified. Deity will not share it with outsiders. Oblivion Monarch sided with the demon god. Indeed. Arrow Saint fixated his gaze on Bai Shaojin. Stone Lion God, Oblivion Monarch, Arrow Saint, and Reincarnation City Lord moved into position, ready to deal with maddened God and the schoolmaster. What are we going to do? A horrified student asked. 3 of the dragon lords had 4 sacred fruits and 2 had 3. Let's get started already. Maddened God didn't react to being surrounded by the opponents. Perhaps he didn't care at all. Old man, you will regret this decision. Having said that, he spat out an inferno that turns into a fire dragon. Space turned into smoke due to the terrible heat while students shouted in horror. Alas, they couldn't do anything about it. Just one ember was enough to obliterate them. They thought that abroad was going to disappear after this. As for the schoolmaster, his expression darkened as he prepared to go all out against the inferno in order to protect the academy. However, someone was ahead of him. The raging inferno couldn't get close to the academy at all. The tumultuous explosions of the blazing inferno were upstaged by the soft rustling of a broom sweeping the ground. This came from an old man who was sweeping the leaves on the steps leading to the academy, gathering them into a pile. The fire dragon couldn't get closer at all. With every sweep, the dragon seemed to be pushed backward. The crowd couldn't believe their own eyes. Madden Dao was a terrible type of flame, even surpassing that of a Dao Lord or Conqueror's true flame. How could this old man block it so easily? Students stared at him, astounded. They saw him all the time in the past because at dawn, he was always there to sweep each day. The schoolmaster in Bloodsea shared the sentiment, and the same for Stone Lion God's group. The schoolmaster has been here for so long yet he didn't know how powerful this old man was. Bloodsea used to be a long-term student here. He recalled seeing the old man on his first day. Every subsequent morning, he woke up early to train the Saber Dao. He also saw the old man sweeping the leaves without fail but didn't think much of it. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-47, once known as King, where the old man stood was an insurmountable divide. Not even a 4-fruit dragon lord could get through. The draconic inferno was being controlled by the movement of his broom. The dragon lords were astounded to see this, narrowing their eyes. They couldn't have dealt with maddened God this easily. Using a broom to do so was unthinkable. Regular students, even those talented and experienced like Bloodsea, were unaware of his amazing abilities. Maddened God continued to rage, causing the inferno to engulf the academy, but the old man easily extinguished it with a swing of his broom. The inferno seemed as feeble as a candle flickering in the wind. Maddened God staggered backward, his face turned red as he felt his energy becoming unstable. Too strong. Arrow Saint thought that this old man's strength was far above theirs. The schoolmaster who has been here for a long time was not privy to this information either. May we have your name, senior? The domineering Stone Lion God asked humbly with a cupped fist. He and his allies couldn't help looking up at the vast radiance deep in the academy afterward. Everyone recalled a particular legend, a supreme being protecting this place in the past. Celestial court demanded its submission and sent ancient emperors here. Alas, they were swiftly slain by this mysterious being. Could he be the one? If so, all the dragon lords here weren't worth mentioning in his presence. The schoolmaster knew that this wasn't the case. Thus, he held his breath and waited patiently for an answer. He slowly raised his head and looked at the dragon lords before answering. The years have gone by and I no longer remember my name. I do recall that during my youth, people called me king. His voice was pleasant like the warm sun melting the snow away. Li Qiye, who has been quietly watching in the distance, smiled. As for the others, they didn't know what to say. King during his youth? This meant that his talent must have been peerless. Moreover, he seemed to be older than conquerors and dragon lords. A supreme genius living until this age without needing hibernation. He must be extremely powerful. Nonetheless, this wasn't enough information to determine his actual origin. The schoolmaster knew the academy's ancient ancestors quite well, but this old man didn't match anyone on the list. The academy naturally still had ancient ancestors around, but they lived reclusively, rarely showing up to the outside world. Most importantly, they were prestigious and noble characters. Why was this ancient ancestor choose to stay here and serve as a janitor of sorts? His simple answer made everyone ponder. How should we address you then, senior? Oblivion Monarch was the oldest one here. He chose to be humble, aware that this old man must be far older than him. Sigh, I don't remember. The old man let out a sigh. 1,000,000 years to him was just as long as the sigh just now. The dragon lords had strange expressions on their face, realizing that all of them combined wouldn't be able to beat him. On the other hand, how could they give up benevolence? A student from the academy has stolen a peerless treasure from us. We are here to represent deity in getting it back. Please excuse our transgression, but this must be done. Stone Lion God gritted his teeth, not wanting to give up. Dragon lords have experienced countless tribulations and dangerous battles before. Moreover, this wasn't a fight to the death. Immemorial Palace's treasures do not belong to deity. Since it is no longer around, benevolence no longer has a master, it has a new owner now, the lucky youth. The old man said. The group naturally didn't agree and thought about how to persuade him to back off. Enough of this. Maddened God couldn't stand being pushed aside. He made others tremble, not the other way around. This caused his insanity to surge. Old man, I want to see how strong you are. Eat this. Frenzied eyes. He shot out fiery beams from his eyes, causing space to melt like molten metal. They were far more concentrated than the inferno earlier, able to refine the Tao and turn the world red. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-48, Unbeatable. With a broom, the sky suffered immense damage from the beams stemming from the eyes of a four-fruit dragon lord. This had enough power to destroy a broad and the gate to the academy, causing the old man to swing his broom. Heaven and earth turned into an ocean of the Tao. The beams themselves were stuck in this quagmire and lost control. As Maddened God unleashed his barrage, wanting to incinerate the academy, the old man's broom had no problem extinguishing them. Due to the Tao fluctuation caused by him, spectators could somehow see his actions very clearly along with Maddened God's fierce expression. Since time seemed to be coming to a halt, the other dragon lords saw their chance. Go! Stone Lion God roared and reverted back to his demon form, a colossal lion capable of swallowing the stars. His target was Bai Shaojin and he didn't hold back at all. His three allies, on the other hand, attacked the old man in unison. They hoped to buy time so that the lion god would be able to seize benevolence. They would then escape afterward, there was no need to stick around. Arrow Saint channeled the power of the world and created a brilliant arrow. The light of the stars gathered at the tip, the Tao made up the bowstring. Whoosh! It pierced through everything in its path. Reincarnation City Lord fully activated his sacred fruits. He became one with the wheel of energy behind him for a direct smash. This wheel, when combined with 3 sacred fruits, possessed a limitless weight. It had no problem crushing a territory spanning 10 million miles. Oblivion Monarch spread his withered wings and shot out feather blades. Each was as thick as a mountain range and pierced through the ground, causing violent quakes all around the region. He actually tried to kill the old man and didn't hold back. Thus, 5 dragon lords have initiated an all-out battle. This had enough power to break the entire academy, trapping it in an inescapable tempest. Students were paralyzed in fear, unable to do a single thing. Some were even scared out of their mind and wet themselves. The old man raised his room into the air. Its trajectory was accompanied by the myriad Dao, and the path turned into a resplendent true dragon. Its aura was overwhelming and omnipresent. The lower 3 continents trembled as a result. It soared and stopped all the incoming attacks by simply coiling into a defensive posture in the sky. The flame, wheel, feather blades, and arrows couldn't move it an inch. Even the largest world would seem small compared to this coiling dragon. Leave. The old man raised his voice and swung his broom. The dragon obeyed the command and performed a tail whip. Whoosh. Nothing in its way could continue to exist. The attacks naturally dispersed into nothingness. Boom. All 5 dragon lords were sent flying into the horizon. Their bones shattered as they vomited blood. They eventually crashed into the ground like meteors. Silence returned to the academy. The early morning regained its tranquility, mist and fog descended, painting a poetic scene. The destructive fight was a thing of the past, ended with a single swing from the old man. 5 dragon lords had been utterly defeated by him. He was obviously the strongest cultivator in the lower continents, since Conqueror couldn't have done this. The astounded students saw him every day but didn't realize how terrifying he was. Today was another example of why the academy was untouchable. Dao lords and conquerors preferred humility while visiting or studying it abroad for a reason. The academy, all-accepting and untouchable. The schoolmaster and Blood Sea were frozen, still trying to digest this information. Only a single cultivator was on the move, since she had a clear target in mind. No one noticed her as she approached Jian Yunyun, who was standing near Wuxia. Come with me. The figure immediately immobilized her, revealing herself to be the Empress Dowager of Illumination. Yunyun couldn't react in time before losing control. She tried to scream for help but no word came out. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49-49, The Distant Golden Age, Bam. A loud bang woke everyone up from contemplation. They saw someone being smashed into the ground, resulting in a pit with long cracks emanating outward. The person spat out a mouthful of blood and saw stars. Her regal dress and crest were left in a mess. Illumination Empress Dowager. A student recognized her and shouted. They then understood that she was a cultivator with 2 sacred fruits. Who the hell could have smashed her down like this? They didn't have time to see it. It turned out that she wanted to use this opportunity to take Jian Yunyun away. The latter was immobilized and couldn't speak. Alas, she didn't account for Wuxia, who was right there. He easily pulled her down from the air and shocked Yunyun as well. The Empress Dowager was astounded, since she understood her own power. The force required to make her helpless was far more than what she needed to subdue Yunyun. She could only watch as he swung her mercilessly into the ground. She didn't care about her tattered outfit and immediately fled like a dog that has just lost its master. What is going on? Not to mention the students, even the schoolmaster and Blood Sea were lost. They didn't know who took this dragon lord down to the ground. Only the old man with the broom glanced in Wuxia's direction. The moment he saw his face, he thought that he was seeing things. He wiped his eyes and stared again. It was truly Wuxia. His expression changed and he left right away. Senior. The schoolmaster shouted, wanting to speak, but the old man was gone. He was too fast for anyone to keep up. Li Qie saw this and chuckled again. The schoolmaster sighed and said, "We can't speculate the mind of a reclusive master." He was only a junior despite having 4 sacred fruits compared to the old man. As for the students, they believed they had just seen an unbeatable master. They were ashamed for not recognizing this earlier. "Fellow Daoist, thank you for your assistance. The Academy appreciates it." The schoolmaster turned his attention toward another matter and cupped his fist. "You're welcome, schoolmaster." Blood Sea uttered coldly, hiding his face behind his iron hat by lowering his head. "If you don't mind, you may call me senior brother," the schoolmaster said softly after hearing the cold tone. Students exchanged glances since they heard rumors about Blood Sea originating from the academy. Moreover, many big shots believed that he had been expelled. It seemed like this was the case after the events today. These two looked to be from the same generation as well. Blood Sea paused for a moment before bowing and leaving without saying anything else. The schoolmaster sighed again and didn't stop him. "Thank you, schoolmaster and first brother." Bai Shaojin bowed toward the two, aware that he would have been finished if it wasn't for them. "Those from the Jin have deep ties with the academy, but you must take care of your own problem now," the schoolmaster said. This surprised the listeners nearby because he got the wrong last name. "It should be Bai, not Jin." "I understand." Bai Shaojin bowed again. Meanwhile, students started leaving. Most remained quiet, especially those from deity. Not long ago, they had both confidence and pride. They believed that they were noble and deity was currently powerful enough to deal with anyone. Plus, they had mighty dragon lords backing them up as well. Alas, the old man showed them otherwise, sending those dragon lords flying with a single sweep. The academy had proven its might once again. Dragons and tigers needed to be obedient here. There was a historical precedent already, but they didn't believe it until now. At this time, Li Qie told Yunyun to wait before disappearing from sight. In a peak surrounded by clouds and winds, the old man with the broom observed the land of the academy. He was rather emotional as old memories resurfaced. This was a time when the academy had another part to its name, heavenly, the same characters used for deity Tao. It enjoyed a golden age with one genius appearing after another. He was one of them, and a top one at that. The world was theirs in the future. Alas, he met someone subsequently, Li Qie. Though it was so long ago, the memories remained vivid. He was no longer the hot-blooded youth, countless times stronger and wiser now. Nonetheless, he still cherished these old memories when he was carefree and untethered. The young him had numerous dreams, everything seemed possible then. He achieved many things eventually and did fulfill his potential. Unfortunately, he also lost many things across the eras, his loved ones and friends, his descendants. In the end, he was left alone and became an old man taking care of fallen leaves. His only companion was this broom. More time passed and he forgot the sorrow until now. He saw a very familiar figure whom he thought he would never see again. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4950, You Alone Shall Master It. Images of the past made him sigh wistfully. When he stopped reminiscing, he suddenly realized something and turned around, shouting, "Who?" He then saw Li Qie standing not far from there, looking calm and relaxed as if he has been there the entire time. The old man was startled because few cultivators in the world could get that close to him undetected. He took one step backward and gazed intensely at Li Qie. "An old friend, I see." Li Qie smiled. The old man couldn't respond right away since this was a polite way of putting it. They were more enemies in the past, but since it has been so long, feuds have turned into smoke. They could have fought each other to the death, but did it matter anymore? It was rare to see someone from that era right now. Perhaps old friend was the right way of putting it. "It is fine to call me young noble," Li Qie continued. The old man took a deep breath. His mind became calm again, aware that the feud was no more. Fate has brought them together again, and this trumped everything else. Young noble, the journey must have been long. How about a cup of tea? He cupped his fist. A cup of tea isn't enough for a meeting after an entire epoch. Li Qie smiled. Right, I need to brew a few pots then. The old man smiled back. Under an old tree was a stone table with a go board prepared. The old man prepared a steaming pot of tea made from special leaves. The result was transcending. Li Qie made his move while the old man poured him a full cup. Li Qie sipped it once before finishing the entire cup. Amazing, this tea can wash away all worries. Plucked from the highest peak after bathing in the dew of the 9 worlds. Unfortunately, it is extinct now after the calamity. The old man said. Good tea and good stories. Li Qie said, I did not expect to see you stay at the academy. I've had my share of life experiences elsewhere, but there must be an end. Everything else is gone with the exception of the academy. Perhaps this is the closest thing to home. He said sentimentally. By life experiences, he meant reaching the apex of the world. He had a sect with numerous descendants and recruited members. Alas, this greatest prosperity still came to an end. Everyone eventually disappeared until he was the only one left. He came to find that authority and power were meaningless. The world now had nothing to do with him. He was still as strong as ever, but due to a lack of attachment, he became attached to the academy. He could recall his past and see his route. Although the academy was no longer the same as before, it still accepted everyone, a true holy ground for learning. This was an acceptable home to him. From then on, the academy gained a new member, an old man who specialized in sweeping leaves. The king of the young generation eventually found his pursuit in life, home. This mattered to him more than anything the vast world had to offer. This was a bittersweet end for a mighty cultivator. It's nice to have a home, the mind and heart can be at ease. Li Qie nodded. Where is your home, young noble? The old man asked. Home is where my heart and Tao lead me, my final destination. Li Qie sighed and said. The old man couldn't help but say, I am but a regular cultivator, my Tao heart isn't as immovable as yours. A regular cultivator isn't considered king at such a young age. Li Qie smiled. Please don't make fun of me, I was but an arrogant youth back then. You were already the ruler of the world while I didn't know my own limit. This traumatized me during my escape and left my Tao in stagnation. It took a long time before I finally overcame this heart demon. The old man said. That is another amazing feat. Many supreme geniuses never get up again after falling. Li Qie praised. I suppose I didn't waste my long years. The old man seemed happy to converse with someone aware of the past. Young noble, I haven't heard about you at all. Yes, I was far away from this world. Li Qie shook his head. I see, so that's why you didn't participate in the immemorial war. Otherwise, our world might be even more brilliant. The old man said. If I was around, it might have not started in the first place. Li Qie said. The old man paused for a moment before laughing. You're right, you're on a whole different level than us. I was not here, so there are things I do not know. Li Qie said. Of course. The old man said, there were numerous incredible battles. Casualties were immense for emperors and Tao lords. Geniuses fell like flies. He told Li Qie about the events in the 6 continents, which emperors and Tao lords died in battle along with major changes. Regular cultivators only knew the general outline, some of which were far from reality. On the other hand, he had experienced it himself, so his version was far more accurate than the popular legends. The 2 old friends enjoyed their time reminiscing about the past. This conversation lasted for who knows how long. I was so confident once that I would be able to perfect anima and finish my grand Tao. It turned out that this was a mere illusion. The old man eventually said. Yes, anima and the truths to reach everlasting life and become a true immortal. Li Chia smiled. You are only one step away from anima. And I'm sure it has nothing to do with my talent, it is more of a Tao heart issue. I thought I had grasped anima during my youth. Now, I realize that in order to see these truths, my Tao heart needs to be polished first. The old man said. The Tao will polish your heart. You still have a chance. Li Chia smiled. Please give me pointers, young noble. The old man cupped his fist. Li Chia knocked once and said, The world is like this, go board, you alone shall master it. The old man looked down at the stone board and became immersed. A Tao enlightenment process was initiated. Li Chia chuckled and walked away while he was still meditating. From then on, the academy never saw him again, for he was busy with Tao comprehension beneath this tree. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4951, Skyquake Tao Controller. While Li Chia and the old man were debating the Tao, the grand ceremony has started. In the deepest space of the academy with the bright radiance came a loud bang. The radiance suddenly intensified and illuminated the region. Look! This attracted everyone's attention. Rumble. Something akin to a meteor fell down from above. What is happening? Students became startled due to the shadow of this large entity. However, the experienced ones didn't worry at all and became excited. The ceremony is starting. Others calmed down and followed the shadow. Once it landed, violent quakes ensued. The schoolmaster appeared and announced, The ceremony commences now, everyone takes advantage of this, do not waste this opportunity. Why is it so far from the academy this time? One student wondered. Nonetheless, everyone sped in that direction. The first ones saw a mountain majestic in size, not appearance. It was barren and devoid of verdant and lush trees, a drastic difference compared to the surrounding. Holes could be seen everywhere as if people have excavated this place before. Tinier spots were present as well, perhaps from the weathering of time. Thus, the mountain itself was inconspicuous, but this didn't matter to the students. They were captivated by the numerous artifacts and rare weapons pinned on the surface. Their auras pulsed outward and could be sensed from 10 million miles away. It included divine sabers with rampaging rays. The gleams of swords could be seen everywhere. One pagoda contained a rotation of the sun and moon. A few weapons were unrecognizable. Some were made from extremely rare metals. Students felt that other treasuries pale in comparison. They have never seen anything like this before. Mystic Pagoda, Soaring Immortal Stone, Sun Moon Sword, one of them had enough knowledge to recognize some of the treasures. A few stood out among the rest. One resembled a jade hairpin releasing delicate Tao laws with immeasurable profundity. Its existence led to Tao harmonization seemed to be above all the other treasures, a phoenix leading all other birds, for that was its birthright. Do you see that? Even unaware students could tell that this was special. Conqueror treasures were clearly inferior. Skyquake Tao Controller. A student who has been around for a long time answered. Most have never heard this name before. It's understandable that you haven't heard of it since it never left the academy. The venerable Jun Landu gifted it to the academy. The knowledgeable student elaborated. This was another unfamiliar name to the listeners. A really strong cultivator? Another asked, thinking that given the treasure's value, this person should be a top conqueror or dragon lord. No, I heard that he was only a student but was lucky enough to win it off the deer pawn shop. He left it here instead. The knowledgeable student shook his head. All the treasures on this mountain were given by alumni. Some gave them during this ceremony in the past, while others returned after reaching the peak, wanting to show gratitude. These top masters might even leave their favorite treasures here. What happened afterward? Did he become someone great? Another asked. Nothing happened. The student went on, he left the academy and was never heard from again. It's because he gave away his fortune, the rest of his life was spent in obscurity. A few students sighed and lamented. This Dao controller was clearly special and could help a cultivator achieve incredible things. Alas, Jun Landu gave it away and didn't become famous. Many students wondered about this choice. Some thought that if they had gained something from the deer pawn shop, they would keep it for themselves. Repaying the academy could wait after their ascension in the future. How about that treasure over there? Other students were attracted by something else, looking like a jade cane. It exuded green lights filled with life energy. Though this mountain was barren, the treasure made the surroundings feel like a primal world with divine beasts and birds. Immortal beasts, left behind by Demon Conqueror. The knowledgeable student said. Demon Conqueror. Listeners became emotional. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4952, Heaven Suppression Shawl. Demon Conqueror was historically great, gaining 12 Dao fruits in one go. Initially, the Conqueror hailed from Demon Dao and started the deity system there. He then, for unknown reasons, broke it and turned into a Conqueror instead. His life stories became legends for the 6 continents. He fought gallantly against both Dao Alliance and Heaven Alliance, making his way to Celestial Court and Immortal City. He had studied at the academy before and finally, he left behind his peerless treasure during a previous ceremony. Heart started beating faster in the presence of immortal beasts. Another notable treasure resembled a star with a rhombus shape, far brighter than any celestial body in the sky. Its blinding radiance overshadowed everything else. Time had no power here, it would always be radiant regardless of the era. That's the one left behind by Luminous Conqueror? One student brought up a legend. Yes, you are looking at Luminous Temporal Star. An older friend nodded. This one gained many fans just like the previous top treasures. It was rumored that this particular star had a life prolongment effect. It was given to the academy despite being the Conqueror's favorite treasure. Everyone had heard about his legend before. It started with him being ambushed by deity due to his overwhelming talent. Despite already having a Dao fruit at that point, he still died an early death. Though his Dao fruit crumbled, a remnant strand remained. It took root in the ground and grew again, allowing rebirth and revenge. But what about the journey before the completion of the primordial fruit? His body was as feeble as a mortal, so he wisely chose the academy. It was there for him during his lowest and weakest moments, granting him peace so that he could cultivate again. Therefore, his gift to the academy was his beloved treasure. On another side of a mountain, nearly reaching the peak, was a piece of cloth resembling a scarf. It was thin and illusory like the mist itself. However, it seemed capable of shielding 3,000 worlds and suppressing gods. This couldn't possibly be made in the mortal world but rather, a vestige from an immortal world. No living beings in the lower realms were worthy of it. Heaven Suppression Shawl, one student murmured, our ancestors' biggest dream while being a student here was earning its recognition. That's quite a dream because the shawl is definitely among the top 5 treasures of this mountain. Students have tried and failed across the eras. His friend shook his head. What if I'm the fateful one who will be deserving of Night Moon Conqueror's approval? The student said. Heaven Suppression Shawl was Night Moon Conqueror's gift to the academy. She was a disciple here from her debut until her ascension. I'm not that ambitious, I'll be satisfied with a treasure from a dragon lord. Another student joined in. Many shared this same sentiment. During this special ceremony, all students could enter the Divine Mountain. As long as the treasures agreed, they would be able to take them away without exchanging anything. The boundless generosity of the academy was usually paid back in full by grateful alumni. Thus, the mountain never had a lack of treasures since it wasn't a one-sided event. Some students truly appreciated the academy and walked up the mountain, leaving behind their precious treasure. When they pinned the treasures to the ground, a bright flash would occur. Runes hovered around the given treasures and accepted them as part of the mountain. These treasures would stay here, awaiting their future masters. The event was in full swing. Some climbed up and tried to achieve Dao harmonization by activating their merit laws, hoping to take some treasures away. I want to try for Skyquake Dao Controller, you guys in? An ambitious friend walked to the top with his group. Alas, when they got there, they saw someone already sitting in front of the treasure, radiant young monarch. He activated his bright Dao and phenomena, enveloping the treasure with his aura. He hoped to gain its recognition. Others desired heaven suppression shawl only to find that someone else got ahead of them, sword grasp young noble. He focused his sword Dao into a single point, wanting to show the treasure his suppressive affinity as well. Alas, this didn't seem to be going well. Immortal Beasts is occupied as well, Halo Scion. One student complained. Halo Scion released his halo, wrapping it around the cane. This was his goal in coming here. Whatever, these geniuses want the top treasures, we won't have a shot. Students began giving up, not wanting to compete against them. They thought that it was better to find treasures meant for them, hoping to be on the right side of the mystical fate. Near the bottom of the mountain, students started clamoring and got out of the way. This was because they saw someone with a chilling aura walking up, Blood Sea Blade. The geniuses near the top got up as well and stared at him cautiously. He had killed 3 dragon lords from deity recently, clearly harboring no love for their side. They were afraid that he might suddenly start massacring students from deity. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4953, Giving Back. The students watched warily as Blood Sea approached. They would run instantly if his hands got anywhere close to the hilt. After all, who would want to be brave against a 3-fruit dragon lord? Ignoring their fear, Blood Sea strode to the front of a pit. He summoned a divine sword with rampant energy crackling with a thirst for blood. The scabbard could barely contain the sword's deadly power, a clear warning to the students that this weapon was capable of slaying even the mightiest gods. The geniuses from deity were astounded after seeing it. Heaven Burial Sword. Halo was the first to shout. Others had a good idea of its origin after hearing its name. A sword left behind by Heaven Burial Conqueror? Another said. That's right. A student from deity answered, this was left for Heaven Burial lineage by the Conqueror. It was then given to deity as a token of friendship. However, it disappeared after deity was destroyed by Luminous Conqueror. Halo, Sword Grasp, and Radiant Young Monarch gazed intensely at the sword, actually thinking about seizing it by force. Heaven Burial Conqueror was exceptional, holding a prestigious position even in Celestial Court. One could easily imagine his power from this alone. This sword was meant to protect his lineage and descendant but eventually went missing from the chaos. Later on, Heaven and Divine Alliance combined their effort to rebuild deity. The latter's descendants and Heaven Burial lineage tried to search for the sword to no avail. Today, it finally showed up again in Blood Sea's possession. Unlike Benevolence, deity actually had a claim for Heaven Burial. This was the reason why its top geniuses got agitated, wanting nothing more than to get it back. Alas, wanting was one thing, carrying it out was a different story. They didn't want their heads to roll on the ground. Buzz. He pinned the sword into the pit, causing the mountain to release pulsing runes. The pit closed around the sword and it became one with the mountain. Only the fateful ones could take it away in the future. There was nothing the geniuses could do after the completion of this ritual. Heaven Burial Sword no longer belonged to them from now on. It's a gift for the academy. A student said while watching Blood Sea leave without saying anything. Some became sentimental because Blood Sea was a ruthless killer. However, he still decided to pay the academy back instead of keeping the divine sword for himself. Students thought that if this villain could do it, then why couldn't they? They enjoyed immense privileges during their stay and were asked for nothing in return. The harbinger of bad luck is here. A sharp-eyed student noticed another group walking up the mountain. It was none other than Li Chia, Jian Yunyun, Princess Mingshi, and Goldcrest Young Noble. The princess has been waiting for Li Qia, and the moment she saw him, she grabbed his arm and pulled him up to participate in the ceremony. Halo and the others scowled after seeing Li Qia, still remembering how he humiliated them during the deer pawn shop event. Right here then. Mingshi found a great spot and excitedly said. She then summoned the lantern known as Immortal's Demise. This stimulated the crowd and caused them to clamor. This was the greatest fortune in this generation of the deer pawn shop. The old man himself said that he couldn't fetch it, a testament to its value. Are you gifting the lantern to the academy? One student shouted at her. Some turned their sight toward the Dao controller, thinking that the princess might become a second Jun Landu. Though supreme geniuses such as herself or the ones from deity didn't lack treasures, they would keep something of this level around. Repaying the academy could wait after their success. Princess, you should wait until you make a name for yourself in the future, pay the academy back then. One student reminded her with kind intentions. Jun Landu gave his treasure away, and now, the only thing he was known for was this story, nothing more. He lost his life's greatest fortune. It's all right. The princess didn't listen to warnings. Li Qia smiled and didn't try to persuade her either. Your generosity has no bounds. Goldcrest couldn't help but praise. Yunyun felt the same way since she would be keeping the lantern. Boom! A strong reaction came from the mountain the moment she placed the lantern into a pit. Runes surged out and became laws. All the other treasures resonated in unison, whether it be Skyquake Dao Controller, Immortal Beasts, or Heaven Suppression Shawl. This lantern is more valuable than our imagination. I think it might be top 3, one student gasped and said. All the other gifts prior didn't cause the same reaction, not even the sword named Heaven Burial. This meant that the lantern was comparable to the current top dogs of the mountain. The academy gains 2 supreme treasures today. Students realized the significance of this event. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4954. Only when it's too late. After Mingshi shocked the crowd with her generous gift, Jian Yunyun and Goldcrest Young Noble also presented theirs. Yunyun gave a special weapon from the Alliance while Goldcrest took out a beast badge. This was a top treasure from Demon enveloped in demonic energy. In reality, their treasures weren't bad at all. Many students in abroad would never be able to find something similar despite trying for a lifetime. After all, there was a considerable difference between geniuses from prestigious sects versus vagrant cultivators. It's just that the princess gift overshadowed everything else. Nonetheless, they still wanted to show their gratitude to the academy. Not all students had the same thought. With that finished, Li Qia turned his attention toward Heaven Suppression Shawl and walked closer. What are you doing? Sword Grasp became aggressive because the shawl was his goal. He has been trying to understand it for a long time now and no one else dared to get close. Got a problem? The treasures of the academy are available for the faithful, it is not yours. Princess Mingshi said. Sword Grasp had no response. This wasn't because he was afraid of her, but rather, logic was on her side. Moreover, she had the moral high ground after giving away a supreme treasure. Other students currently felt inferior and shameful since they couldn't repay the academy in the same manner. Li Qia crouched down and gently touched the shawl before letting out a sigh, looking slightly sentimental. This is a supreme treasure left behind by Night Moon Conqueror, perfect for both offense and defense. Is this what you want, young noble? Jian Yunyun said softly. Li Qia smiled and shook his head, having no intention of taking it away. He then scanned the area and started walking again. Students kept a distance from him, going as far as making a path in his way. An outsider would think that they were afraid of him, but they merely perceived him as a harbinger of bad luck and kept their distance, fearing he might utter something foolish. He didn't pay attention to most but eventually stopped in front of Skyquake Dao Controller. This is another famous treasure. Mingshi introduced. Rumor has it that it was taken from the pawn shop just like my lantern. It's a good one. Li Qie nodded in agreement. I was here first. Radiant young monarch uttered coldly, afraid of others wanting the artifact on top of despising Li Qie's attitude. Other students knew to stay away, but not this guy. Shouldn't you be getting ready to apologize and admit faults? Li Qie glanced at him and said. The young monarch turned red, speechless. They had indeed made a bet back in the pawn shop and he had lost. This was put aside due to Bai Shaojin suddenly revealing benevolence. Many students were witnesses, so he couldn't play dumb regarding this matter. If he were to renege, his reputation would reach rock bottom. A dragon lord was a bright star whose words carried immense weight. Lying was unacceptable. On the other hand, apologizing to Li Qie was even more unbearable given his mighty status. Doing so had the same result, leaving him in a tough position. That was just a coincidence, don't take it seriously. Swordgrasp helped him out. Please, a loss is a loss. Don't humiliate deity any further with this nonsense. Ming Shi retorted. I do not believe in this fortune-stealing nonsense and blame the whole thing on our bad luck. Halo said with a smile, attributing their loss to anything but Li Qie. I see, how embarrassing. The princess said with disdain. The young monarch had a hard time dealing with all the gazes. He eventually got enough and shouted, I don't buy it, he can't steal anyone's fortune. He chose to escalate the issue instead of just taking it easy the way his allies had helped him. Sounds like someone wants to get their luck stolen again. Li Qie smirked. Do it again then, there is no such thing as luck stealing. Halo sneered. That's right, we still don't buy it. Swordgrasp said fiercely. These two hoped to get on the young monarch's good side since it would be rather beneficial in the future. Show us one more time and we'll be completely convinced. The young monarch said, wanting to use this as a way to not apologize. Show us your ability. Swordgrasp added. I concur. Halo joined in. This attracted everyone's interest, so they stared at Li Qie, awaiting a response. This might show us whether Li Qie is a harbinger of bad luck or not. One student said. Again. Some started shouting. The atmosphere became rambunctious in no time at all. Li Qie only smiled and didn't say anything. Yes or no? The young monarch pressed the issue. We're betting again. Swordgrasp said. Let's go big this time. Halo said. Such incurable idiocy in full display. It looks like you three will only cry after seeing the coffin. Li Qie finally answered. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4955. Not knowing one's limit, it's either a yes or a no. Halo raised his voice. What are the terms? Li Qie smiled. The three exchanged glances after hearing this and came up with an idea. You will lose if you can't steal all three of our fortune. The young monarch said, we will take your dog head then. Bet your life if you dare. Swordgrasp said, wanting to avenge their previous humiliation. Not a good idea. Yun whispered. Goldcrest felt the same way. Sure, Li Qie was devilish. Nonetheless, even the smallest probability of failure could happen. There was no need to risk one's life over this little feud. You won't be arrogant anymore with your head chopped off after losing. Halo egged Li Qie on, thinking that he was hesitating. Bah, can't even accept defeat and want to start another bet? How utterly shameless. Ming Shi said. Double or nothing. Bet your life on it. The young monarch was furious. If you don't dare to play, then stop running your mouth here. Swordgrasp threatened. The trio wanted to force Li Qie away by making it a life-or-death situation. That would be enough to solve the young monarch's predicament. And if I win? Li Qie asked with a smile. The trio became frozen because they didn't expect him to actually entertain this offer. They remained skeptical about his ability and thought that it was still just a coincidence. However, what if he could actually steal fortune and win the bet? All eyes were on the trio now, awaiting their response. They felt the same way, still not buying Li Qia's devilish ability. Nonetheless, they were more than happy to watch the show and see if Li Qia could prove himself. After all, they had nothing to lose. I wondered if he's actually bad luck incarnate. This is a good opportunity to find out. One student whispered. If we lose, you can do whatever you want to us. Halo Scion was the youngest and barked back. Alas, he regretted his impulsiveness and glanced over at his allies. It was too late for the other two to stop him now. Good, we have an agreement then. Li Qie smirked. Bring it. Swordgrasp said, since the arrow has left the string. Say your last words now or you won't have the chance later. The young monarch glared at Li Qie. That's my line. Li Qie smiled. We'll see about that. Swordgrasp said, the truth will be revealed in just a moment. Let's get started already, I can't wait to cut off your head. Halo shouted. Buzz. The young monarch used his sacred light to defend himself again. The aura of a Dao Lord suffocated those nearby, even forcing them down to the ground. Swordgrasp and Halo also released their vitality. The former created a curtain of swords while the other's halo expanded outward. The three used the same strategy again, using their cultivation to prevent anything from getting close. Come, steal our fortune, show us your ominous power. Halo challenged. Li Qie smiled and raised his hand. You shall gain nothing, only banishment. He spoke with a casual tone and students didn't notice anything peculiar. The young monarch was the strongest and he didn't sense anything special. He felt something weird back in the pawn shop but not now. Watch me, fool. He became confident again and thought that Li Qie was a dead man. He sat cross-legged in front of Skyquake Dao controller and extended his light. Wait for decapitation. Swordgrasp didn't feel anything peculiar and sneered. His target was Heaven Suppression Shawl. We got this. Halo laughed, completely confident this time as he went for Immortal Beasts. Boom! Suddenly, the three treasures released their power. This was enough to shake the entire region. The three forces made everyone feel insignificant. Although the young monarch was a dragon lord already, he was still sent flying along with his two friends. This applied to the other students as well. Rumble. They rolled down the mountain, completely helpless against these unstoppable forces. Once they made it to the base, they were pale with fear. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4956. Utterly shameless. The unfortunate students were covered in dirt after rolling down the mountain. Ha ha ha, nice job getting down. Princess Mingshi clapped and jeered at them. They didn't understand at all because the three treasures suddenly activated the moment they tried to make contact. In other words, Li Qie's curse seemed effective. Did he really do it? Spectators started thinking that this was one too many coincidences. They have never heard of anyone being capable of doing this before. Yeah, he's the harbinger of bad luck. Whatever ominous thing he says will come true. One student asserted. Really? Others shuddered after hearing this and kept a distance from Li Qie. Wouldn't that be something? Then he can curse anyone to death. Both members of the people and the race were afraid of Li Qie. At this point, they preferred to believe in this ability than otherwise, better safe than sorry. You lost again. Mingshi waved at them and said, Come, apologize to our young noble already. He might be merciful and spare your lives. Though it sounded as if she was taunting them, she was actually giving them a chance. After all, the bet dictated that Li Qie could do whatever he wanted. This included killing them. We haven't lost yet. Swordgrasp immediately said. How so? Your luck has been stolen already. Still not convinced? Ming Shi spoke in Li Qia's stead. We've only tried 3 treasures, there are still numerous left on the mountain. We can't lose until we've tried and failed them all, that's when it'll be clear if our luck is still there or not. Sword Grasp said cleverly. Ming Shi had no response since this made sense. Students thought that Sword Grasp was playing dirty. Nonetheless, they couldn't refute his logic. Yes, they have to try all the treasures first. Someone from the race supported the trio. How long is it going to take for them to try all the treasures on the Divine Mountain? The ceremony will be over way before then. This is impossible to complete, it's cheating. A student from the people snorted. This is only the beginning, we haven't lost yet. The young monarch said, agreeing with Sword Grasp. You just don't know when to give up. Li Qia chuckled. Let us try all the treasures first. Halo said since this was their only way out. This is an unprecedented level of shamelessness. Ming Shi said with disdain. However, their argument was interrupted by the appearance of another student who tried to sneak up the mountain. Alas, he was still spotted by a fellow student. Brother Bai, what are you doing here? The student asked without thinking. He couldn't help but smile wryly, his plan was a failure. Bai Xiaojin. The young monarch's group glared at him. Everyone knew about benevolence at this point. Some had tried to find Xiaojin after the battle but couldn't, so they assumed that he had escaped. Bai Xiaojin. The trio of geniuses traveled up the mountain again. Don't even think about it. I'm giving benevolence to the academy. Xiaojin shouted at them. This revelation stunned everyone. The value of benevolence was made clear as deity took the risk of offending the academy in order to retrieve it. Now, Bai Xiaojin wanted to gift it away. This was akin to the princess giving up the lantern. Benevolence belongs to deity, hand it over lest you want to die. Sword Grasp uttered coldly and took one step forward. His sword energy enveloped Bai Xiaojin. Brother Bai, don't make this hard on yourself. There will be no place for you to stay in the lower continents by doing this. Halo leaped and landed in Xiaojin's path. His halo pulsed outward in order to block him. Don't think you can bully him. We have his back. Ming Shi joined the show. Indeed. This matter is dealt with, benevolence does not belong to deity. If anything, it belongs to the people or whoever is connected with it by fate. Jian Yunyan said. Goldcrest naturally had her back as well. That's right, there is no logic in repeating that nonsense about deity's claim. Students from the people supported Xiaojin. I can't believe we're having this conversation again. If benevolence is gifted to the academy, it will belong to the academy. Another shouted. Humph. The young monarch scowled and released his dragon lord aura aggressively. Many were sent flying while vomiting blood, unable to handle his sacred aura. Number means nothing here. The young monarch glared at the crowd, aware that he was the strongest. Li Qia waved at Xiaojin and the latter hurriedly ran over, hiding behind Li Qia. All right, will you 3 end yourselves or do I have to? Li Qia smiled at the trio. This astounded students who didn't think that he would be so bold. You? The young monarch's eyes flashed with murderous intent. You did lose the bet earlier, now it is time to pay up. Ming Shi wasn't afraid of him. Please let us know to report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4957. This has nothing to do with the bet. We are merely trying to get back our stolen treasure. Please mind your conduct, princess. The young monarch glared at Li Qia and Ming Shi. I thought we have made it clear that benevolence does not belong to deity or the race. Does deity think it is strong enough to run rampant in the lower 3 continents? This is a blatant robbery attempt. Ming Shi said. She's right. Students from the people agreed and voiced their support. Deity is out of line right now. Bai Xiaojin was lucky enough to find it, and if he wants to give it to the academy, it will belong to the academy. Another shouted. Every treasure or in deity belongs to deity, and benevolence was found in our territory. Swordgrasp uttered coldly, don't you want the same for your mines and treasures? No one could retort this logic. Their lineages had massive territories as well. The ore veins and natural resources naturally belonged to the respective powers. Trying to steal or rob them of such could result in a war. Natural resources are different. They are bestowed by the heaven to the land. Biyao Jin said, but benevolence is a man-made item and has nothing to do with deity. That's true, don't be shoving false arguments down our throats. One student shouted back. What's happening here is only serving to lower deity's reputation and prestige. Many students from the people sided with Biyao Jin. The shouting put the trio in a tough position. It's impossible to determine right from wrong in just a short time. The best way to do this is for you to hand benevolence over and wait for a fair trial. Halo shouted back. They wanted to prevent Biyao Jin from giving benevolence away at all costs since everything would be over then. Give it here. The young monarch increased his dragon lord aura. Wuxia waved his hand as if he was chasing a fly away and said, the three of you must be tired of living today. Halo and Swordgrasp also moved forward, surrounding both Wuxia and Biyao Jin. This has nothing to do with our feud. If you want to continue our bet, wait until this is finished. Swordgrasp said. I'm afraid my patience is limited and I've grown tired of you three little flies. Your best option now is to commit suicide for a swift and easy death. If I have to do it myself, it won't be as pleasant. Wuxia said with a smile. Don't you know who we are? Halo shouted back, unable to maintain his bearing as a young lord, don't think so highly of yourself. Know when to back off when given the opportunity. Infuriate us and we will kill you. He no longer gave a damn about putting up an appearance and wanted to speak with his fist. After all, they believed that they could kill an unknown cultivator like Wuxia without any problem. Just three little flies with a little golden hue thinking that they are better than other flies. Wuxia answered. Ha ha ha, well said. The princess laughed. This comment offended the three geniuses and their lineages. Halo was the young lord of heaven burial, Swordgrasp was his school successor, and the young monarch was a dragon lord. To the crowd, it appeared that Wuxia was suicidal. This is rather unwise even if he is in the right. One student commented. Wuxia had won already, but the more he insulted them, the more reason they had to renege on the bet or even kill him. You're asking for it. Halo's light pulsed outward, capable of reducing Wuxia to mincemeat. Unfortunately, you're too weak to even deal with one finger of mine. Wuxia said. You. Halo has been livid the entire time. Students were astounded after listening. Goldcrest, who was standing nearby, wanted to tell Wuxia to not be so extreme or there would be no going back. He's done for sure. Some students said, believing that he was utterly outmatched. You all come at once, I have other businesses to take care of afterwards, so let's make this fast. Wuxia said. Don't regret your words now. Swordgrasp smiled deviously. He didn't care about the process. The most important thing was to kill Wuxia because carrying out the bet would be humiliating. It's fine, it's just swatting some flies to me. Wuxia waved dismissively. I see, the young monarch maintained his cool despite being furious. He believed that he was superior to all students, thus he had to maintain a dignified appearance. Alas, this was too much to handle. He laughed from being too angry and said, ha ha ha, I've never met anyone like you before. Let's see what you can do, we are bit. ly/3ibfjkv, find us on Google. You won't see much since this will be effortless on my part. Wuxia interrupted him. His expression became ugly as he said menacingly, Brat, take out your weapon. I will show you the fate of those daring to challenge a dragon lord. We will give you a chance to attack first, ready your weapon. Halo said. I initially only wanted to use one finger, but if you insist, I suppose I have to grab one. Li Qie smiled. Chapter 4958, Boom. He raised his hand and the region trembled. Not to mention students, even teachers became alarmed because they felt a Tao harmonization from the divine mountain. Clank. 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 A particular treasure unleashed its oppressive divinity. Who got Skyquake Tao controller? The schoolmaster got out of the chair in his office. The Tao controller? Even some ancient ancestors woke up again after sensing this. It has not reacted to anyone ever since Jun Landu left it on the mountain. Supreme geniuses tried only to fail for eras now. Today, it was finally activated to the teachers' and ancestors' astonishment. Skyquake Tao controller. The students at the scene couldn't believe it. This naturally included the trio of geniuses. HHE's holding Skyquake. A student stammered. The young monarch in particular was overwhelmed with both shock and embarrassment. He has been trying to understand Skyquake this entire time. Earlier, he was sent flying by it during the bet with Li Qie. To put it frankly, it didn't recognize his talent and comprehension. This in and of itself wasn't humiliating because he was far from being the first to fail. On the other hand, Li Qie had successfully earned its recognition. This felt like a slap to the face for him for the young monarch. How can this be? Another student said. The guy simply grabbed the controller and didn't face any resistance. This was akin to stomping down every genius in history, especially radiant young monarch. Maybe he's actually a supreme genius? Someone boldly speculated, but Li Qie didn't resemble one in the slightest. There is a yin to every yang. Perhaps his ominous mouth is a curse from the heaven, but on the other side, he gains a talent beyond our reach. Someone else consoled himself by saying this. After all, it was painful trying to comprehend these treasures to no avail. Watching someone else doing it effortlessly was difficult. Of course, no one would recognize that they were the problem. It must have something to do with Li Qie's ominous curse. I have my weapon now, where are yours? Li Qie stared at the trio. The trio had amazing weapons as well, but they paled in comparison. The Tao controller poured down delicate Tao laws. Each was immensely profound and destructive. Hurry up. Li Qie only stared at his weapon, not his opponent's. This drove the trio crazy. They have never been disrespected in this manner since their debut. This was especially true for the young monarch. After all, he had met 7 fruit Tao lords and they didn't look down on him so blatantly. Prior to this, students thought that it wouldn't be hard for them to kill Li Qie. This was no longer the case. If Li Qie could actually use the controller to the fullest extent, it would be rather frightening. Just holding the controller is a miracle given his power, there is no way he can actually use it. Someone from deity said. Others agreed with this sentiment. To death then. Halo has been itching for a fight and didn't analyze the situation. Search bit. ly/3ibfjkv for the original. Rumble. His weapon of choice was a disc. He raised it into the air and gathered the power of the heaven, causing him to grow larger and exude violent gales. Halo disc. Someone from Heaven Burial shouted. His father's treasure. Another said. His father was Halo Monarch, a dragon lord with 5 Tao fruits. He adored his son and gave him his favorite weapon. This was one of the reasons why Halo was so arrogant. Due to his blood relationship with his father, he could fully use the disc's power. The blessing of the disc propelled him to a whole new level, causing students to gasp. Clank. Swordgrasp's weapon, unsurprisingly enough, was a sword. Sword energy poured down from above like a heavenly waterfall, capable of piercing the earth and obliterating the hardest metals. That swordgrasp, heavenly sword. A student from deity became startled. It is a symbol of the schoolmaster. If he was in possession of it now, it meant that he was chosen as the successor. School Grasp was special since it had a direct line of communication with Divine and Heaven Alliance. After becoming the schoolmaster, he could actually communicate with the peerless dragon lords in the upper continents, something people could only dream of. Humph. The young monarch scowled at Wuxia and also summoned his weapon. He didn't dare to be careless because of the Tao controller. Chapter 49-59. With a resounding boom, the youthful monarch unveiled a treasure that glimmered like the sun. But instead of radiating light, it pulsed with a sacred aura, exuding otherworldly holiness. This affinity enveloped the mountain and made students weak in the knees. They couldn't handle the purification and felt the urge to worship the light, wanting to become a part of it. Solar illumination. They were startled at the loss of control due to the treasure hovering above him. He personally crafted this true fate weapon and could use it better than anyone else. Attack. He ordered Sword Grasp and Halo. Very well. Brat, prepare to die, King's Ascension. The hot-headed Halo was the first to make a move. Thousands and thousands of halos appeared above him, each represented the power of a unique celestial Tao. He became a cosmic king with the myriad Tao in his grasp, smashing Halo disc downward mercilessly. So strong. Students bellowed in horror and turned pale. As strong as an insect. Wuxia smiled and simply raised the Tao controller. Boom. There seemed to be an endless expanse above Wuxia, capable of absorbing all offenses. Thus, Halo disc became useless. This was akin to a hammer smashing a mountain of cotton. The entire force was absorbed effortlessly. Find the original at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. The crowd didn't expect this result. This was akin to an unceasing thunderstorm only to end with a pitiful amount of rain. How can this be? Students shouted. Sword, obey my command. Sword Grasp immediately made his move, overturn the heaven, break all hells. A beam pulsed upward from his heavenly sword. All of his Tao comprehension gathered into this single slash. Students felt as if they were witnessing the pinnacle of the sword Tao. Very few of them could actually stop it. Pop. Alas, it couldn't pierce Wuxia's neck. He merely raised the Tao controller forward and easily stopped it. The illusory expanse around Wuxia prevented anything from getting close. In fact, both attacks were useless and only caused minor ripples, the same effect as children throwing rocks into a river. This doesn't make any sense. Is Skyquake Tao controller this incredible? One student commented. The young monarch's countenance darkened as he gazed upon the struggling efforts of his allies, unable to penetrate the enemy's defense. His jealousy intensified. He already knew that it was wondrous but not to this level. Primal light. He roared and activated his sacred fruit, resulting in a blinding eruption. The artifact known as solar illumination harnessed its full might and unleashed a barrage of energy toward Wuxia. Students couldn't open their eyes to watch the blast. Some were sent flying from the remnant energy waves and rolled down the mountain. Boom. Wuxia did the same thing again, just raising the Tao controller forward. He didn't become obliterated by the light but easily stopped it. This attack was 100 times stronger since it came from a dragon lord. Moreover, the young monarch exercised caution by letting his allies go first. He thought that he had picked the perfect spot to strike given Wuxia's reactions to the previous two attacks. It ended with him throwing a slightly larger rock into the river, nothing more. So this is the Tao controller. Jian Yunyun, Goldcrest, and Ming Shi became slack-jawed. Is this the best artifact here? One student believed that it might be the best one in the academy. Jun Landu must have been unstoppable. His friend said, unable to accept the fact that someone had given this artifact up and faded into obscurity. Chapter 49-60. If students weren't here to witness it in person, they couldn't have imagined the Tao controller's defensive potential. This could have been acceptable if Li Chia had one sacred fruit. However, he was just a regular cultivator. The defense came from the artifact alone since it created a boundless nullification field. Nothing can come close to this. One student became jealous since it had chosen a master in Li Chia. It was one thing for a supreme genius with peerless comprehension to obtain the treasure. Alas, such an average guy had extraordinary luck. The trio was alarmed to see this as well. Their enemy only raised his hand, yet they couldn't do anything about it. Scram. Li Chia smiled and waved the treasure. He didn't use any merit law, yet this swept everyone off their feet. Skyquake meant that the treasure was capable of shifting the heaven. Rumble. Cultivation didn't matter, students fell flat to the ground with their legs up in the air. This went worse for his opponents. The quaking crushed all three techniques and sent the users flying. Even their top treasures exploded. They fell to the ground and vomited blood. Li Chia didn't give them time to get up. Delicate Dao laws from the Dao controller poured down and crushed them. Crack. Despite their size, they had the immensity of mountain ranges, breaking bones and spilling blood. The world was hushed as the students rose to their feet, grappling with the gravity of the situation. Halo was already strong while Sword Grasp was actually stronger. Radiant Young Monarch took it to the next level, being such a young dragon lord. Who in the academy could actually beat him? Alas, the three of them lost to Li Chia simply waving his hand around with the Dao controller. Go! The young monarch didn't give up that easily. He roared and wanted to repel the suppression with his holy affinity. He only managed to struggle for a second before the laws pressed down again, breaking more bones in the process and fully immobilizing him. It's so one-sided, students from Deity were traumatized by the experience. Having that Dao controller means being unbeatable. Another murmured in a daze. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Some were overwhelmed with thoughts. Why did Junlan do not keep this? Now, Li Chia became the lucky one. How do you want to die? Fast or a slow grind? Li Chia said with a smile, should have listened to me and committed suicide, would have saved you from this embarrassment. Students shuddered and stared at the three. These supreme geniuses were about to be killed? You better make sure I'm dead or I will kill you and your clan. The young monarch coldly uttered, not begging for mercy. If you kill me, you will suffer the wrath of my father in heaven burial. Halo didn't have the same composure and threatened Li Chia. Very well, then there is no need for me to show mercy then. Goodbye. Li Chia smiled and said. Buzz. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense and everyone felt a sharp pain on their forehead. They were fixated on by someone and could be killed at any second. Li Chia gazed upward and encountered the hostile gaze of a cultivator, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Arrow Saint. Students recognized him instantly. It's not too late to let them go. His chilling voice echoed. Not long ago, they were sent flying by the old man from the academy. Now, he has returned. Although this place wasn't part of the actual academy, the ceremony was still ongoing. Or what? Li Chia remained calm. Arrow Saint knocked his arrow, a weapon capable of penetrating thousands of peaks. He aimed it at Li Chia's head and warned, release them, go, and all feuds will be forgotten. No one questioned his power since he was a three-fruit dragon lord. A junior couldn't possibly stop him. As an ancient ancestor of the Godchaser sect, he commanded immense prestige and influence throughout not just his own sect but all of Deity. His words carried weight and his commands were taken seriously. If Li Chia were to comply with his demand and release the three, they would abandon their pursuit of vengeance. Many students felt it would be the wise course of action, as going against Deity never boded well for anyone. Chapter 49-61. Releasing the three was obviously the best choice for Li Chia's future. There was no need to dwell on this decision. He has already become famous after defeating them. Now, the feud between them could be resolved as well. I don't think I will. Li Qie smiled and said. Then it will be your last day in this world. Arrow Saint answered menacingly. There are countless in line to say such words to me. In fact, you're not even qualified to line up. Li Qie stunned the crowd with this response. Arrow Saint might not be the strongest in the lower continents but could still dominate. He was far beyond the level of any young genius regardless of their potential. His expression darkened. How could a prestigious dragon lord let a junior speak to him in this manner? You court death. A murderous determination flashed in his eyes as he released the arrow. Whoosh! Students felt as if their throat had just been struck by this lightning-fast arrow with no chance to scream. This didn't matter to Li Qie. He reacted quickly by waving the Dao controller in front of him. The world spun in tumultuous disarray, causing Arrow Saint to falter and lose his footing. He stumbled backward, desperately trying to regain his balance as he took a dozen unsteady steps. The students, meanwhile, were thrown off their feet, tumbling to the ground with ashen faces as they struggled to stand once more. It was one thing for the young monarch to fail. They could eventually accept this outcome. Alas, even this powerful ancestor couldn't beat the artifact. The power of this artifact was unreal, causing their eyes to turn red with jealousy. Skyquake, Arrow Saint couldn't believe it. He observed the fight earlier and assumed that the geniuses were still too weak and inaccurate. Unfortunately, his 3 sacred fruits failed to stop him from being affected by the Dao controller. He realized how terrifying it was after the personal experience. Buzz. While everyone was lost in thought, a spatial ripple appeared above by Xiaojin. A hand came out of nowhere and caught him. In this split second, Li Qie turned the Dao controller and sent out a single strand of law. Boom! This forced the kidnapper out as he was forced to use a cyclical Dao wave to stop the strand. We are bit. ly/3ibfjkv, find us on Google. Bam! This didn't work because the delicate law crushed his Dao and sent him flying with broken bones. A sect master acting like a thief, how shameful for reincarnation. Li Qie said without looking at him. This was none other than Reincarnation City Lord. Alas, the Dao controller grievously wounded him. He got up and tumbled backward, vomiting blood and turning pale. He had never seen such a formidable artifact before. Students were stunned once more. That was a sneak attack, yet the Dao controller still dealt with it swiftly. If only I have it, one student murmured, thinking about how to grab it from Li Qie. Benevolence is unnecessary, there is no way it can compare to the Dao controller. Another boldly speculated. Many agreed with this. Although they didn't know the content of the treasury, they believed that these treasures couldn't touch the Dao controller. The choice was obvious to them. Arrow Saint and Reincarnation City Lord stared at the treasure intensely. They also gave up on benevolence and changed the target. Dragon lords such as them couldn't beat the Dao controller. This meant that it was far superior to Dao Lord weapons. No one could resist the temptation after seeing it in action. Ancestor, save me! The broken sword grasp yelled. The 3 of them were still being crushed by the laws. If this didn't cease, their Dao foundation and true fate would be obliterated soon enough. Let them go or you will regret your decision until death. Reincarnation City Lord threatened. He had thrown away his reputation recently due to the ambushes. Even his sect's prestige was affected by his decision. However, this was not an empty threat since Li Qie would be facing 2 great lineages. I hate being threatened the most. Li Qie smiled. This is not a threat. A tsunami of demonic energy suddenly ravaged the area. Boom! Stone lion gods returned horrified the students. It appeared that after they were defeated by the old man, they returned and stuck around near the academy, waiting for the right chance. Still one more rat, come out. Li Qie wasn't surprised at his appearance at all. Pop! Magnificent feathers appeared above, letting everyone know this cultivator's identity. Oblivion Monarch. The students expected it this time around. Chapter 49-62. For Dragon Lords have shown up. Their mere presence immobilized all students on the Divine Mountain. Furthermore, they represented deity in reincarnation, while on the other side was Wuxia, all alone. Release them now, this is not a negotiation. Stone Lion God roared furiously, causing everyone to tremble in fear. No ants could resist the might of a god. Could Wuxia handle all four at the same time, even with the help of the Tao controller? Unfortunately, I prefer flowery words over hard fists. Looks like I will have to kill them then, and all of you as well. No one is leaving this place today. Wuxia smiled. Students took a deep breath. Some thought that they have misheard him. Even the most talented genius wouldn't dare to fight a dragon lord, let alone four of them together. Thus, he appeared arrogant to the point of being ignorant. The four dragon lords couldn't believe what they were hearing. Stone Lion God and Oblivion Monarch, in particular, were ready to kill. They have dominated for a long time and were used to being respected and feared, not to mention their fierce and ruthless nature. Don't blame us for being merciless. Oblivion Monarch said menacingly. In fact, they somewhat preferred this development. Wuxia's arrogance could be used as an excuse to be punished. They would be able to kill him and seize his treasure. Benevolence was no longer the goal. Save me. The young monarch found his Tao foundation to be cracking, so he cried for help. The other two have already fainted. You do not wish to know what is in store for you if you hurt them. Stone Lion God shouted. Is that so? Come then. Wuxia smirked and increased the intensity of the Tao laws. Ah! The young monarch screamed in pain. The other two also woke up due to the unbearable agony. Crack! Their Tao foundation was being crushed. Ancestor, save me! The young monarch became afraid during these last moments. Losing the Tao foundation meant being crippled if they were fortunate enough to survive. Enough! The Stone Lion God let out a deafening roar, and his claw was enveloped in a dazzling golden aura. It was larger than the tallest of mountains and sharpest than the mightiest blade. Boom! The massive claw descended with destructive force, tearing the very fabric of the sky in two as it slammed down upon Wuxia. Spatial storms raged in the aftermath of the destruction, but Wuxia remained calm and relied on the power of the Tao controller, which sent out another minuscule law to confront the massive claw. Search Tinural. com/2p9mv8w for the original. The two forces collided with a thunderous explosion, and a black hole formed in the center of the destruction. Wuxia was perfectly fine while Stone Lion God seemed to be struck by lightning. He faltered backward and felt his vitality churning until he vomited blood. He looked down and saw that his claw has been pulverized by the law. The students watched in disbelief as their eyes bulged out of their sockets, strained to their limits by the sheer spectacle before them. Ah! Meanwhile, the laws unleashed by the Tao controller reduced the three geniuses to nothing more than bloody mists, which dissipated into the wind without a trace. The four dragon lords' auras intensified and froze the atmosphere. Students felt a chill biting down to their bones. They tried to save the juniors but couldn't. Wuxia gave them no face and executed the trio in public, a true slap to the face. The only way to salvage their reputation and honor was to kill Wuxia. Bastard! Oblivion Monarch's words were like knife stabs to the heart. I will flay you to rid myself of this unquenchable anger. Stone Lion God bellowed with murderous rage. He made students at the sovereign level feel like ants, let alone the weaker ones. Accept your fate and surrender now for a swift death. Reincarnation City Lord said. Boom! A fiery figure appeared in the air and interrupted their battle. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.